Emo Rock for creating this platform and sharing this platform to voices that can be seen, heard, throughout the world, throughout many countries. And so we're so excited, for our Vice President Michael Silvers for also putting this together, for Dr. Emily Letran, who's also orchestrated. What's beautiful about the Los Angeles Tribune is that there are a lot of people that come together to actually create what you're seeing here whenever we come live in the global Los Angeles Tribune Network. How excited are you, Alicia, on
I
this
am
forum? I'm
thrilled.
so excited.
And welcome everyone to the Marketers Forum. As Ava shared, we are delighted to be here with you today, or if you're watching the replay here, discussing marketing insights. We all have the opportunity to learn marketing gems and marketing wisdoms from some of the individuals that just get it. They've made an impact. They know how to connect with their audiences. They know how to nurture connections to build community, to build sales, and to have clients that are connected with them, not just for what they're offering, but who they are. So we're delighted to have everyone here with us today. If you're tuning in live, we encourage you to comment in the chats, put your questions in the chats. We're here for you all. We're here to make sure that your questions are answered. So we want this to be as collaborative and dynamic as possible. And we want your voice to be heard as well. Donna Campbell, what are you thinking about today's Marketers Forum?
In the words of one of our mentors, Bill Walsh, he always says, marketing is king. You have to have exposure. And what better way to have that exposure than through a full media company? So here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have print, we have live, we have virtual, there's podcasts, there's film, there's magazines, there's all kinds of things to get your voice out to the world. Because you can have the best messaging, but if you don't have a platform to share it on, your messaging is not going to go anywhere. And so here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we strive to bring you the best in education and the best in every category. So yes, we have Dan Kennedy, we have Brian Tracy, and so many others that have come before us that are going to be sharing on our platform so you can move forward as well.
That's amazing, Donna. Brian Tracy, Dan Kennedy, Sharon Lecter, Joseph McClendon, and leaders, entrepreneurs from literally around the world. They're going to be people that are speaking to you, tuning in from Europe, from Asia, from the States, all to share insights with you all. Parisa, how are you feeling about this 5-day Marketers Forum that we have the opportunity to connect with audiences with worldwide today?
Well, thank you, Alicia. I'd like to presence the fact that you said 5 days. That means we get to hang out here and genuinely spend time together, invest in one another, invest in ourselves, share insights, gather insights, take lots of notes. Hint, hint, take lots of notes. I'll be bringing that up plenty throughout the broadcast. But honestly, I'm really excited because marketing was always a big anomaly for me. It was something I really didn't connect with. And the one element that I think has been helpful for me with marketing is that it always is attached to business, but it's actually quite creative. And the creative element, if you allow yourself to really think about, okay, it's this, and they actually come together to do something really powerful for each brand, each company, each person, whatever it is that you are marketing, putting out there in this world that you are deserving of being seen to put out there. I think it's a really great place to come together for the next 5 days, all day, and really just gather insights and glean from one another. So I'm super excited. Let's go.
I love it. Daniel, marketing is something that you do. You build audiences, you help individuals be found online across our digital platforms. What are you thinking about the Marketers Forum that's coming up, Daniel?
I'm super excited with all these awesome speakers that are going to be speaking these next 5 days, and just learning more than what I know, I guess. It's like just being able to learn something new, and we all will learn something new from this, I believe.
That's amazing, Daniel. We all get to learn. And Karen Hall, I mean, when you think about connections and you thinking about outreach, Karen, that is you, the queen of empathy, but you do so much here at the Los Angeles Tribune on the podcast network with the women's journals and our journals. What are you thinking about going into the Marketers Forum today?
I could really relate to what Parisa was saying, as a podcaster and an author and a speaker. I have been kind of baffled sometimes by marketing. I connect with people one-on-one, I connect with people online, but the marketing part, it was just like, it felt like a foreign territory for me. And so I am really excited because I feel the passion that our speakers have and our podcasters have and our authors, with the Women's Journal. They want to get this message out there. They feel this within them and they love connecting. But we need that next step of how to use all that Donna brought up. We have all of these resources. Now, how do we use them? How do we leverage what we're doing to get out there to the world so we can connect with our tribe that we haven't met yet? So I am really excited about all the people that are going to share their insights and all the wisdom that they have learned along their marketing journey.
I love that. Parisa was saying earlier, take notes. There are going to be so many opportunities to learn, to take notes, and our favorite A word, to be able to take action. So really, really delighted that we all get to join us. Mo Rock, our CEO, is here as well, joining us. We appreciate you, Mo, for how you lead our wonderful organization. Rex Sykes, what are you thinking going into the Marketers Forum?
Well, I think it's a fabulous opportunity for people to connect with resources that they may have heard before, but most importantly, the ones that they've not heard from yet, because there's lots of people who don't have the prominence, but work every day in the trenches making things happen. And some of those people are here on this summit as well. So not just the big names, but everybody else you're going to want to pay attention to. Marketing is one of those oldest professions. We always hear about the oldest profession. But sales and marketing is one of the oldest professions. If you look at just the birth of Christianity, and I say that because there's a lot of religions, it was all through word of mouth, through marketing, through promotion, through letters that were written to the churches and to the people that grew this thing into the world's largest religion. And if they could do that one by one, you and I can do that one by one. And you got the Tribune and Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and Ava and Alicia and Donna and Parisa and Daniel and Karen and Julie and myself and others to help you do that today and for the next 5 days.
That is so wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Rex, I love what you said. One by one, each of us can learn, each of us can make a difference, and each of us can connect. And when we gain that wisdom and we learn tools, even if we have known and we understand how it works, it's always evolving. So we always get to learn. Julianne, what are you thinking going into the Marketers Forum?
Thank you, Alicia. Like everyone else, I'm very excited. And some of the things that I hear Donna mentioning, all the different ways that the LA Tribune is out there and presenting information to the world and leaders and change makers and you name it. There's so many different ways, and that can be so overwhelming. We've already talked about it right now. But here's the thing. You don't have to do all of them. You can pick which ones work for you. But we are here today to make it so it's a lot less scary for you to try those things, for you to try the new thing, that podcast that maybe you've been wanting to do, but thought, oh, I just can't do it. And I'm just really excited because there's so much that we don't know. And we're going to learn while we're here. And also, how many times can you bounce the same ball? You don't have to recreate something for writing, for podcasting, for TV. You can have the same thing and reinvent it over and over again. That way you get to reach more people in the platform of their choice. And so that's why I'm excited to be here today.
That's absolutely amazing. I keep thinking this could not be a better timing. It's perfect because it will facilitate us finishing strong on 2024. We still got a month and a half, I think, a month and 10 days, to finish strong in 2024. And we get this boost in the Marketers Forum. And then we can start 2025 the best way to make it our best year possible. So make sure for our audience, share the stream, tag someone, send it to someone you care about who you know would benefit from actually hearing about marketing. I want to acknowledge our audience. We've got our audience from around the globe all dropping in all of the comments already. We'd love for you to share with us, where are you tuning in from? Where are you watching from? And share with us. I noticed that we've got people from Malaysia, from Europe, from Australia, from some of the places in Asia. So let us know where you're watching from. And this is a co-creation. What's beautiful is that we're just not talking at you. You're part of the co-creation. Make sure you put your comments, your takeaways, you put your questions on. We'd love to hear that, because this is live. And so acknowledging, our CEO Mo Rock is also part of our audience, cheering us on. And Alicia, let me give back the mic to you.
Can I ask something?
Please go ahead, Rex.
Did anyone mention where Michael Silvers is today because of what's going on?
That's true. You get to mention that, Rex.
Well, Michael has been involved with a storm. Well, a storm hit the area that Michael lives in, and apparently 600,000 people have lost power. Otherwise, Michael would be here. I don't know what the status is. He's okay, from what I understand, but he's having trouble like the other 599.
No electricity, Rex.
Yeah.
They have no electricity, and so let's send. We've got the experts in sending great energies in the screen. Donna, Julia, we've got Karen. Let's send all of Parisa. Let's send all of the beautiful energies and beautiful wishes to the state of Washington, because they really went through a mega storm and they don't have electricity at the moment. And that's where our Michael Silvers is our vice president. So Rex, thank you for that. We've got some exciting panels. We've got some exciting speakers, and of course, Dan Kennedy, the legend, the master, the guru, the expert in everything marketing. I am just so thrilled and excited. Alicia, back to you.
Thank you so much, Ava. Thank you, Donna, Parisa, Daniel, Karen, Rex, and Julianne. And most importantly, we appreciate all of you all that are tuning in, that are commenting. Ask your questions, share your reflections. We're all here to learn. We're all here to grow. And, you never know, that one word, that one phrase can change the trajectory of how you engage and connect with individuals. So we ask you to tune in and to share today's program. And we're looking forward to being here with you for the next few days. In just a moment, we're going to shift a little bit, and Parisa and Karen are going to lead us into our first panel. It's going to be a mix of panels, discussions. Take those notes. Parisa, I will say to everyone that is tuning in, I am so looking forward to hearing your notes and your recaps at the end of each day, because you have such an ability to capture the essence of what people share. So Parisa and Karen, we're looking forward to the panel next.
Awesome. On to you, Parisa. And while you're tuning in, let me just acknowledge also Mary Glorfield. Mary Glorfield was the executive VP of Tony Robbins for 18 years, and she's part of putting our events together. And so, although she doesn't come in the camera, she's got her stamp and her heart on this program. So thank you, Mary Glorfield.
Thank you, Mary, for all that you do.
On to you, Parisa.
It's like the disappearing act that keeps coming back. I'm loving that, Ava. Okay, Karen. So I know that we have a panel coming up, and I know that you are very familiar with these powerful women, I'd like to say, coming up. I'm going to go ahead and bring them up. And as I bring them up, if you'd like to mention their name, and we've got...
Yes. We've got Lauren Fields, and we have Chris Ashley. We have Dr. Lisa Tan, and we have Crystal Chow. Oh, it's so good to see you all. And we have I is in Japan, and Crystal is in Singapore. We have Dr. Lisa. Are you in Puerto Rico today? Puerto Rico. Chris Ashley is in the Bay Area. Lauren is in the San Diego area, and I am in Arizona. And Parisa is in. Where are you today, Parisa?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Yay, we are always so grateful. So this we have and not all of the trainers are with us, but we have an amazing group of trainers. And the trainers are, for those of you who are wondering, what is a trainer? A trainer, with Tony Robbins, he has a team of people that are working with him, and they're like his right arm. And so they are helping with the production, they're helping to gather speakers, they help to train speakers, they help to train the hosts. And so they're really involved in the nuts and bolts of what is going on and helping with the marketing. And they're learning all of the nuts and bolts through so that they can put on event themselves. And so that is one of the things that trainers do. We are involved in basically helping in every aspect to make the events possible and to train people to be their best version of themselves while they're on the events too. Oh, and we have another trainer that just joined us. Hang on. We have Alana Cahoon, and she is joining us from Italy. And so, Alana, we are so glad that you are here. Julianne is also a trainer. She's also a host for the event, and she is also joining us. And Julianne, we are so glad you are here. She is in Southern California too. And we do have some other trainers that haven't joined yet. I don't know if they'll be popping in, but you know what is so amazing is to have this core group that is, we're like the ambassadors that go out and we get to work with every part of the Tribune. We get to do the podcasters, we get to do the journals, we have our hands involved, the speaking. And so it's really fun to have such a great group. And you know, one of the things, Prisa, I don't know about you, but there's not very many places where I see women supporting women. And I love to see all of these women supporting women. How about you?
You know, I have to say the same. And when we talk about women supporting women in business, even friendship, wherever the context is, but specifically this will be business and from a place of impact, heart-led, impact. It's different when you're supporting another, but without expecting whatever said thing in return. You're just choosing to show up as yourself to be of service, to, hey, can I support you? Can I help you? And letting that be enough, knowing that there's something you could do, you might do that could be helpful for them, but that you're just doing it from a willing heart, from a willing place to just be helpful, to be supportive. That is more rare. And that's where I consider all of these incredible women here on this screen right now. We're all focused on experiencing a relational interaction with one another versus it being directly transactional.
Yes.
Marketing is transactional. You're trying to get to your client, right? You're trying to really understand how to go from point A to point B. However, the way to do it, I feel the most successfully, and really to walk it not alone, because we don't have to do these things alone, but to be able to really rely on one another, utilize each other's strengths, and be able to do this together here, as we have been with all of these women here. It's been great because it's relational based, and why not be successful in that relational sense? So
yes. Oh, Brisa, thank you so much. And you brought up two things that were really important, that we come being of service and to serve in that relational way. And so I'm going to have everybody go around and tell us how you show up and serve in the world. And let's start with you, Lauren.
Hi, team. Hi, family. Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I'm so excited to be here on this Marketer Summit. The way that I show up and serve the world is through helping individuals elevate their being and their experience of being alive. And I've chosen to do this through coaching, through podcasting, and through the meaningful connections and relationships that I make in life, whether it's through this amazing community of women at the LA Tribune, whether it's through the network of individuals that I've met through my psychology master's program, or any other area of life I find myself in. I find that with marketing yourself, it's how you show up every day and say yes and be of service, just as Parissa had said.
Awesome. Just say yes. Lauren and I often say to each other, we're saying yes. Yes. All right. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. What a great question. And I'm so happy to be here again with all of you amazing people. Every time I'm online with you, it's just so fabulous and inspirational. So I went through my own trauma, my own difficulties, like I imagine, or I know so many of you did. And the way that I'm serving and giving back is I wrote a book, Change Your Mind to Change Your Reality. I have my podcast, my TV show, because I want to help people change their minds to change their realities so that they don't have to suffer for decades like I did, right? I want to help people know that they are in charge of their own story and they can change the trajectory of their life. And it's funny, the marketing forum, my past life, I was a marketer. So I'm so excited to be here and talk about that as well.
Thank you, Chris. Oh, all of us have gone through trauma of some sort. And so thank you for sharing that and how you have overcome and how now you are helping other people. So thank you so much. How about you, Dr. Lisa?
I can't help but to say what I'm seeing in front of me. 9 powerful women, and it reminds me of the Brady Bunch. If you guys remember the Brady Bunch, put Brady Bunch in the chat. If you don't know the Brady Bunch, it was the show, and it was presented in 9 grids, like all the characters in this show. And yes, we are the trainer bunch, right? We're all here together. I myself, I still feel like I've got my trainer wheels still on, but it's okay because I've got all of you supporting me. So thank you so much. And I also got Chris to autograph her book, and I'm waiting for that copy to arrive. And being part of the trainer bunch, one way that I've learned to serve is just one person at a time. And I didn't expect to find myself on a phone call with someone from Solomon Islands just 2 days ago. And I didn't even know where Solomon Islands was on the map. I had to look it up, and I had her describe it to me. So it is a third world country. And if any one of you have been to Papua New Guinea, it's near Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Lisa. This is a worldwide
on the map.
Yes, and you're emphasizing what a worldwide organization it is, and with Crystal being in Singapore, tell us, Crystal, about how you show up and how you serve in the world.
Hi everyone. So my name is Crystal Chow, and I'm a money consciousness coach. And how I help to serve is to help people see the abundance that is within around them, so that they can actually have this lifeline to make an empowered choice that is healthy for themselves and their loved ones. And yes, I do agree with what Parisa mentioned earlier. So it's really about like the connection, the authentic connection, because it's just like how we women support women in this circle. But marketing is really about bringing this connection and this support to a wider reach. Because if you're living under the rock, nobody will know what kind of value, how you're going to serve, or what kind of transformation and impact you can actually bring to them. So that's why marketing is really essential. Like what Rex mentioned earlier, kind of like Christianity is either like word of mouth, or like these days we can leverage on technology for the wider reach.
Leveraging technology for the wider reach. Simple statement, very vast and massive impact. Massive. I love that you mentioned that. I'd love to go to I next.
Hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Well, my name is Ai, and I'm a self-discovery guide from Japan. And then when I started my business, I struggled with offering something to others because I felt guilty. But after I learned marketing, especially through Dan Kennedy's work, I realized something important, like marketing is truly act of love. So it's about giving value and connecting deeply. So I'm so excited to be here to learn everything about marketing this week. Thank you.
Wow, I'm so glad you brought up that it's about connecting deeply. Yes, which completely, thank you for backing me up, saying that it's so important to be able to dive into this relational piece, because yes, connecting deeply is so crucial here. That was amazing. Julianne.
Thank you, Parisa. I'm a media consultant and I work in streaming television in particular, but the way that I serve and the way that I show up is by being here and by highlighting other people and helping other people live their legacy and being able to bring out the best in them. So that's really how I want to serve. I have the opportunity right now to do this with the LA Tribune. It's by far my favorite place to be. So I'm very excited to be here and to be able to share. And I'm looking forward to being able to highlight everyone else as well, because everybody here has something amazing to share. And if we can see that in them, then maybe we inspire other people who are watching to see that in themselves.
Absolutely. That, oh my gosh, yes, absolutely. And I think staying curious to really gain that connection, get curious, like everyone has something of value to say. Yes, absolutely. Alana.
It is so wonderful to be here. Yes, I flew all the way to Italy to be here. No, I've been here for a few months and I'm following, the Los Angeles Tribune never ceases to amaze me. The content is always so rich. The speaker is so diverse. So being on this panel right now with a group of powerful, bold, brave, and beautiful women is a joy. I love to support women to be exactly that. Years ago, I was the program director of a tech business incubator, and it was all men, and it was wonderful. But during those years working with the entrepreneurs, I set a goal for myself that I really wanted to help women do the same thing, to take their dreams and to fly. And so marketing's a huge part of that. So yeah, I was a marketing consultant, and that's how I run my business.
Can we just reflect on this moment right now? You mentioned that when you worked in tech, it was all men. I definitely have that experience as well, working in tech. And look at this screen. Can we just give a moment for this? Like, this is amazing. This is so cool. I just had to presence that for the moment. Thank you all for giving me that 10 seconds just to be in amazement right now. Such a quality share, Alana. Thank you for that. I would love to dive into hearing from each one of you. If there was the most important, the most pivotal, the most crucial insight that someone were to hear from you and gain from you regarding marketing, I'd like to know, what would that be? There's just one thing. What would that be? Let's go with Chris. Go for it. I'm going out of order. We're switching it up.
I had a feeling you were going to call on me. And I'm so excited you did, because I'm so excited to share this. So like I said, my background is in marketing. I was head of marketing at a tech company, head of digital marketing at another startup. And one thing that I do is I take one video and I create 25 pieces of content from that one video. I use StreamYard to quote unquote go live. I put it on a podcast. I cut it up in shorts. I create little images with quotes from it. And from one simple video, you can get 25 pieces of content, and then that's your content for a week or two. So social media marketing is so important, and you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours shooting content if you're doing it smart and you're following this simple way of doing it.
I love that. Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that. I needed that reminder. It gets to be simple, so simple, and really find the value in that one piece of content. That was key. Writing that down. That's going to be a note that I'm going to refer to later. All right. We've got, let's go with Dr. Lisa.
How did I also know you were going to call on me, Parisa? What was interesting was what you said earlier, Parisa, during the introduction. You brought up creativity. So I have something on my calendar that I call Free Flow Friday, where I'm not doing anything but chilling. And by allowing myself to chill, that's where the creativity comes from. And I got this idea from someone who was selling bidets. Okay, you heard me right. I said bidets. And this is what she got it to go viral. Who here knows the Bellagio fountains in Las Vegas? If you do, put Bellagio down. But just say you've never visited the Bellagio in Las Vegas, no big deal. It's a water fountain set to music. So guess what she did with the bidets? She put toilets in a fountain-like structure and set the bidets to music, and this went viral. So the power of creativity, but also allowing the time and space in your schedule for creativity. So have a free flow Friday, guys.
I can't even mic drop. I'm moving on. Crystal, I'd love to hear from you.
Parisa, I just have to say, sometimes we have these events and we think, oh, we're going to learn about business. Is this going to be boring? Heck no. You come to the Tribune and we make these things so fun. So Dr. Lisa, just that image, I think is going to be in all of our minds with the bidets shooting up to music. Let's go.
I love what Dr. Lisa just shared. I feel like it's always thinking out of the box to catch people's attention, because these days, especially in the internet, is so crowded. And if it's always to think against the herd, so that you can actually do something creative, something different. So since Dr. Lisa shared about the creative entertainment side of things, I would say I would be a bit more practical to actually think about what is the value that I want to give the people that I'm reaching. So I always consider what's in for them. So if it's either entertainment or education, just share something for them, like a tip for them that they can take away. So at least when they watch, there's a payoff and there's a connection. And also ideally to be actually authentic, so that they can actually know you for who you are, while learning something from you and about you.
Value, value, value. Wow. I'm taking so many notes already. Thanks, guys. This is awesome. I can't wait to recap all of you later. This is so good. Value. Yes. I mean, the fact that Dr. Lisa's share, that added value to us in this moment. Number one, we got to laugh together. That helps us connect as a group, but then everyone else that's listening to us have this incredible conversation is also getting to connect with the moment in real time right now, and also connect with us as we're having this dialogue. And, really just, I think it's so important that we get to really understand that everyone brings that value. What value do you want to bring? And knowing that everyone does bring value, remain curious about it. Let's go with Lauren next.
Piggybacking on providing value, whether you're showing up or you're not showing up, you're marketing yourself. When you're not showing up, you're signaling closed for business. When you're showing up, you're signaling open for business and ready to serve and provide value. So for so long, I waited, okay, how am I going to get clients? How am I going to get podcast guests? That's by showing up and marketing myself. Who am I? What am I about? Who do I serve? And so often now, when I look for new guests on my podcast, I immediately go to their social media channels. How are they marketing themselves? What are they about? Who do they serve? Is that clear across all platforms? So I think in this digital age, it's so important to pay attention to how am I marketing myself? I can do that for free every day. I don't have to wait for a newspaper or for a magazine to come out. I have access to all these various social media platforms. So think about how you want to market yourself, what your message is, and who you're here to serve.
If you're not showing up, you are saying you are closed for business. That is a bar. Thank you. Yes. That was so good. Oh my goodness. I'd love to go to I next.
Yes, I really liked Lauren's words, and I really resonate with her, feelings. So I also feel the marketing is act of truly understanding someone's feeling. So the more I learn about marketing, the more I feel I can love and understand others. And also I feel love for myself too. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. I love what that you mentioned earlier, that it really is about love. It's about showing up in that place of love. And I love that you mentioned that again right now, because it's going to be something that sits with me for the rest of the day. I tell you that. That one's deep. I love that. Oh my goodness. Julianne.
So I love what everybody has shared so far. And I would agree. I'm like, oh, now I can't mention that. Now I can't mention that because I want to add value. So what I do want to say is when you are marketing yourself. And if you are marketing a product, you need to market yourself too, because people want to connect with the human aspect behind whatever it is that they're buying. And that's what creates loyal, raving fans and customers and clients. So you definitely need to get over yourself and get out there. And in order to do that, stop trying to be perfect. Stop waiting for the perfect everything. Just go for it. You will improve. If you don't start somewhere, you'll never start at all. And people love to see the progression of growth. They love to see when you first started out to where you are now. Everybody loves to see that. It's not about being perfect. It's about being relatable and being accessible. So I think that as long as you show up, not only for yourself, but make it about other people. Like if I don't show up today, who am I not serving? Who is not served because I did not show up today? It doesn't matter if my hair isn't perfect. It matters that I didn't show up. So if you take it out of yourself, it makes it a lot easier to, guess what? Show up.
Progress over perfection. And when we lean into that perfection, we are a disservice to those that are waiting for us and that are ready for us and that are needing whatever we have to provide. Woo, that was good. Thank you, Julianne. Alana.
I love that. I love what everyone said, of course, about the music to the bidet. I mean, that's going to stick with me for a while, especially being here in Europe. But Julianne, you're right to my point, which is branding. I love branding. Branding means show the world who you are. And I picked a company name for my coaching business called Grow to Be You. And it's really about being yourself, being authentic, right? Because that's what you're selling. And as a coach, I think many of us are. And to your point, you need to develop self-love, self-worth, and see that in someone else so that you are the mirror of everyone whom you're serving. So in marketing, branding, that's how are you showing up on your website, or how are you showing up in social media, or right now, how am I showing up? I think I've shown up, so that's good. And so, but being authentic, and absolutely to your point, Julianne, stepping into your shoes. And everyone feels afraid. Are you kidding me? I was terrified all day today. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. That's just the way it is. Go out there and do it.
I was the same. Sorry, Karen. It's the excitement, the nervousness, the excitement, just the fluctuation of the feelings, the emotions, the moment, and then all the other inputs going on. Just continue to show up. It's okay. All of it's okay. Just continue to go. I love that, Alana. Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is so amazing. I mean, each one of you have given us some amazing nuggets, and each was so unique. And like you said, Julianne, that was amazing to come up with something different. And it was okay if you came up with something that was similar and just reinforced it. But it's so nice to hear one that we all have similar feelings. I think each one of us could say, like Alana, that we have had fears. I know I've had terror about speaking in front of people, and yet I bet we could each go through and tell some unique things. And so I want to talk about fear, because I want to talk about what Alana mentioned, because I don't know about all of you who are listening out there, but I would imagine that each one of you have felt some fears about how to market yourself. In fact, if you have, put a 3 in the chat if you have felt fears about marketing yourself. And then I would like to hear from each of you how you have overcome your fears. So if you could first identify what you were afraid of, and second, how you overcame it, I would like to hear that. And I am going to start with you, Dr. Lisa.
I was actually a Dancing for Birth coach. And for me to show dance moves on Facebook Live, I was terrified. Those were like my very first ones. And my coach said, just submit the first one. Don't think about it. Just click. And I did. After doing that first one, that second one got a little easier. And the third one got a little easier. And now here I am with the trainer bunch. So if we just get over that first hump. You know how people say, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with that first step. It starts with that first Facebook Live. Just do it.
Awesome. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And just like Julianne said, just start, just do something, because I think everybody does want to learn about the journey. If we all came out perfect in the beginning, nobody would relate to us. And we've talked about how important that is to be able to relate. So thank you, Dr. Lisa. And I love that we're the trainer bunch. It's really fun. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, I love the trainer bunch too. I think for me, it was the fear that, someone has already said this before. There's already coaches out there. There's already authors out there. There's already people on social media talking about it. And what helped me is I trained with Mary Morrissey, who's phenomenal. And what she teaches is just do it afraid. Like, even if you're terrified, just do the thing. And I realized that there is someone out there that's going to resonate with your unique voice and your unique way of saying it, even if they've heard the same message 1,000 times before. So get out there, do it afraid, and know that someone will take your message to heart.
Oh, Dr. Chris, I'm so grateful that you said that, because I think that is a universal fear that, there's already somebody that's written a book on that. There's already somebody that has a podcast on that. And yet so many people forget what you just said, that nobody can duplicate me. Nobody has lived my life, and nobody has my personality. And so I have so much uniqueness that I can offer, even if it's the same topic. So thank you. That was a mic drop moment. Thank you so much for bringing that up. All right. How about you, Alana?
Oh my goodness, I'm getting so many memories of fear, right? So in a former life, I was a stage actress, and I loved it because I memorized sometimes 2 hours of a script, but I was always portraying someone else. And I'll never forget the first time I was interviewed on radio. I think I was in college, and I froze because all of a sudden I didn't have a script. They're asking me my opinion. I'm like, oh. So yeah, it takes courage. It takes courage to step in and say, this is what I've learned, and I want to share it with you because it's had value in my life. It's had values for others, and I know it has value for you. So trust in what you have to share.
Oh, Alana, you brought up such a great point, because I never thought about that, about how as an actress, it's not you, so it's not as scary. I still think it would be terrifying, but to have it then be on the radio and be you. And I think that is one of the things that all of us feel afraid of, is that vulnerability when it is just us. And so taking courage to do it, like Mary Morrissey said, do it afraid anyway. So that's great. How about you, Julianne?
Thank you. I love this question because there's so many fears, and I would say that I tend to be a fearful person, and most people might not know that. But here's the thing. I've survived every single fear and embarrassment and humiliation, every single one. And so I've changed my relationship with fear instead, because it pops up all the time. And so if it doesn't pop up, it makes me realize, if there isn't a little bit of pee trickling down my leg, then I'm not dreaming big enough. I'm not doing the big enough thing. So instead, I look forward to being fearful, because that means I'm doing something bigger than me. And that's how I deal with it, is I kind of breathe into it and think, oh, this is that thing where I'm changing the world. Okay, I got this. This isn't about me. And all of a sudden I can show up.
Oh, Julianne, oh my word. Yes, I would never have known that about you. I have often described myself as a scared little bunny rabbit. Just run, because I get scared. And I have dealt with a lot of fears. And so what an amazing thought to change my relationship with fear and to think, oh my goodness, if I'm doing this, this is a big thing, and this is exciting. And to remember that I've survived all the other things that I was afraid of or humiliated about. Julianne, that was awesome. I thank you so much for sharing that. How about you, Lauren?
Like many of us, one of my biggest fears was public speaking. And to overcome this fear, and I still feel the fear a little bit, but they say feel the fear, do it anyway. I went for a TEDx talk, and the fear wasn't only in delivering that talk, but it was in sharing the message that came with that talk. There was a life-altering equestrian accident that had led to me wanting to pursue psychology and help other individuals and coach and speak and podcast. And at that TEDx is where I met Mo Rock. It's why I'm sitting here talking to everyone today. So I leaned into that fear. I showed up shaking in my cowboy boots and gave that talk. So I think with the fear, the best thing to do is to lean into it and expose yourself to the fear. And each time you do that, you'll feel it a little bit less and you'll start to get comfortable with that fear and use it more as like excitement for what's going on.
Wow, lean into the fear. Did everybody write that down? I hope you're taking notes. These are amazing thoughts. And these are thoughts you can go back to. You can put this next to your mirror. Lean into the fear, because look what happened because Lauren did. We got to meet Lauren. And so we're so glad that you're a part of us. Thank you for that, Lauren. How about you, Ai?
Yes, I love everyone's comments about fear, because I'm in fear because my language, this English is my second language. So sometimes it's really hard for me to speak like on this kind of live. But every time I jump in like this, I can build my confidence. And then, yeah, everyone accept me and understand me and I feel confident. So that's why I always try to do things even when I think I can't. I'm very fearful.
Oh, that's so brave of you. I mean, arigato. I couldn't say I couldn't have a conversation in Japanese. So I applaud you for coming on and overcoming your fears. Way to go. I'm so proud of you. How about you?
Yeah, I do agree with what all the ladies say. That whatever you want is really at the other side of fear. So that is why we are all here, because we do it in spite of fear. And I feel like when we are actually in our comfort zone, that means that we are not growing. So when Julianne mentioned that if it's not, you're not peeing in, having a little pee in your pants, like you're not really growing, you're not expanding as a person. So I also agree with what Lauren mentioned. It's always leaning into your fear. And I shows us that even though her language is like, English is not that good, she still came, she still showed up. And I think this is really the attitude. And I feel like another thing to think about is really sometimes if we think too much about ourselves, we will be too self-conscious and we will worry how people will perceive us. But if you have a mission that is bigger than yourself, like what Lauren mentioned, is to think about how you want to serve others, I think the fear will also disappear because it's not about you.
Right.
You're not showing up, you're actually doing a disservice because your message could have impacted and transformed somebody else's life. Only if you choose to step out of your comfort zone and lean into fear.
Yes, we are doing a disservice if we do not show up and step outside of ourselves and show people that we are open for business. So, oh my goodness, audience, did you just love that? Was that just amazing? Oh, these are such incredible ladies. And if you would like to be a part of the trainers organization, we have room for you too. And so, Parisa, what did you think about our session with all these wonderful ladies?
The one word that comes to my mind is relatable. Everything that was shared from every question, from every response was relatable. And I think that's the most powerful and potent way that we can actually move forward with the information that we are listening to, we're gaining, is how do I implement it? How do I actually apply all of this information, all of this wonderful knowledge? Like it can be great, but if you're not applying it, it's just, flowers in a vase. It's not doing anything for you. So everything that was shared here today from every incredible woman here on this screen everything was so relatable. And that provides just so much value, not just to myself, but I know that it provides value to everyone else listening.
I agree. I totally agree. Well, ladies, thank you so much for being with us today. It was awesome to let the world meet all of the trainers with the Los Angeles Tribune. All right. And next we have a panel that is coming up. One of our trainers, Alana, is going to be hosting our next panel. And she has brought in some experts. And so, Julianne, oh, come on, Julianne.
She's stage diving. She's just stage diving. She's keeping us on our toes.
Julianne, about your thoughts going into this next panel.
I'm so excited to hear everything, even though I'm not going to be on the stage. I'm very excited to pull out my pen and my paper and start taking some real notes, because already just listening to these ladies, I'm excited to see what's coming next, because we've only just begun.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that is so true. Julianne, thank you for being with us on our last panel. And Alana, we are excited for you, for your panel coming up. And we will start bringing up your guests. And so Alana is, like she had mentioned before, that she has had a lot of experience in the corporate world. And so she is familiar with marketing, and she has brought in some great industry experts. Hi, Deepak, how are you?
Good, I'm doing great.
Yay. And Lisa, we're glad you are here. And so Alana, we will let you take it away.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I was saying before, it never ceases to amaze me, the quality, the content of these Los Angeles Tribune events. So I've been with the Tribune for over a year now, and it is a delight to be here today talking about marketing, because I used to be a marketing consultant. That was my thing. And of course, now I'm a mindfulness coach. My podcast is Creating Abundance. I'm with the LA Network's podcast network. And what I also love about the Marketers Forum is that Dan Kennedy is our keynote, and he challenges us in our marketing to attract our clients, not to chase them. And he calls it magnetic marketing. And in my mind, that's what life is all about. That's what Creating Abundance is about. It's about shifting our thoughts so that we're attracting the life that we want, the opportunities that we want, the clients that we want, the house, etc. You can call it the law of attraction, mind shifting. But I think magnetic marketing, some of it, at least the way I use it, is really being yourself, being authentic, knowing who you are, knowing who your audience is, and giving them everything you've got. Just sharing from your heart, from all of your years or months of wisdom and knowledge. And so with that, I do want to ask the audience, do you believe if your thoughts create your reality? If so, put a 1. We're going to go with 1. Number 1, if you believe your thoughts create your reality. I know I believe that. I've seen it true. Oh, you got a 1. Thank you, Deepak. Awesome. Awesome, Lisa. And so these panelists here today, I have worked with in one shape or another, either creating an online course or being featured on each other's podcast. But in every situation, there's always been an element of marketing involved. So I'd love to start with you, Lisa. Please share with the audience who you are, what you do, and who you serve.
Absolutely. So I am Lisa Mannion. I'm known as the business marketing architect primarily. And I basically teach marketing with integrity, and we flip the script and do things a little differently. I focus on taking the pain out of planning and the pain points out of marketing so that we are truly connecting on that deep level with no manipulation, agitation, or pain points needed. I'm also very adamant that business is personal. So on a personal note, I'm a cancer thriver. I also teach Train and Transform about healing with love because I was able to do that with no chemo and radiation. And I also wrote a #1 international best-selling award-winning book that I'm so honored to share with the world as my love letter to humanity, because I also have 2 amazing bookends in the form of a foreword by Dr. Joe Vitale and an afterword by Neil Donald Walsh, 2 of the amazing icons from The Secret. I serve primarily mission-driven women and multi-passionate entrepreneurs and business owners across the globe. However, I also do work with men. I'm not excluding you. I just tend to create my messaging to attract women. And by being so clear and succinct in that messaging, as a byproduct, men are like, hey, can you do that for me too? And of course I can.
I love it. So I bought Lisa's book, and it was beautiful. It was beautifully written, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about it later. But talk about serendipity. I had just completed reading it. It's loads of wonderful, holistic, natural remedies. You shared your story in your book, and the very next day, I invited a friend over for lunch, and she had just been diagnosed with cancer. And I just took the book and gave it to her. So, you never know just what's going to help each other. So thank you for sharing your story so profoundly and sharing all of the wisdom that you learned that helped you naturally, because it's helped her. And I know she's been passing your book along to others. Deepak, tell us who you are and who you serve. And
Yes, thank you. I'm really super excited to be here today. So I have a couple different markets that I serve, but since we're on the marketing panel here, I'm going to focus on one of my segments, and it's helping newer-ish entrepreneurs. So maybe they just starting, maybe in their first couple of years, really get their message out, really start to build their business, get their first clients or their next tier of clients with right from the get-go. Maybe they have a small list, they don't really know what to do, and really help them understand like their value proposition, and then like how to actually talk to their ideal customer using like the language that the customer is actually talking. Sometimes, we think we know what the customer wants, but like that's not the language that the customer actually think is their issue or their problem. And I love that we're all talking about this, that we're all coaches, but ultimately, we're as business owners, we're our own marketers. We are marketers. That's actually our job number one.
that makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for sharing that, Deepak. And I'd like to elaborate a bit on what you just said about branding. I mentioned it earlier, and I think it's so important. Branding is telling the world who you are and what you do, but doing it so visibly with your website colors, your design, the fonts you use, what your offerings are, your services, what your social media platforms look like, your pages. And so I'm actually going to move over to Lisa, because I think this might be an area of your expertise too, the authenticity and the importance of speaking our voice and how important that is to the world.
It is vital. And I really love what you said about the authenticity piece, because that is it's crucial. You cannot do anything if you're not keeping it real. And I love what Deepak said about the value proposition. If you can't get really clear on your value proposition and be able to clearly and succinctly share what you do and who you serve, but more importantly, how it impacts the world, your message will fall flat. And when it comes to branding, yes, the visual elements are extremely important, but your brand truly is your promise to the world. So if you are not delivering on that brand and on that promise, you're also falling flat. So what I'm really excited about when it comes to messaging is my proprietary values-based challenge, solution, and invitation communication framework to create marketing messages with integrity, because it helps people really it helps us meet people where they are by acknowledging the challenge and tapping into the deepest desires. And then in the solution piece, really showcasing our true value proposition, how we can help, how we make a difference, the transformation that we make in the world, sometimes real world dollar results, things like that. So that when you finally get to the final piece of it, the invitation, you can just very gracefully share, hey, would you like to take the next step? So it doesn't have to be pushy or hard sell. And then you can craft those messages that magnetize your ideal clients. So you're attracting ideal clients, not chasing not so ideal clients, which I think we've all done back in the day when we first started. But I've been doing this for over 21 years now through Right On Creative. And I know that the number one thing that trips people up is not tapping into their values and not being clear about their message.
Excellent.
Can I piggyback on that? Alana, can I piggyback on that?
I was just going to say, absolutely, Deepak, I would love you to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so I love what Lisa said there. I just want to say, like, again, whatever our message is, whatever our branding is, and we want to be true to that, just like Lisa said, but let's give ourselves some grace too. Sometimes we're going to fall down. And I think the key is like to be honest and authentic and truthful with our audience and our potential clients. Like, hey, I fell down. I made a mistake. I didn't live up to what I'm saying, and be open and honest. And like, we all have, warts. We're not perfect either. And to be, open about sharing those things where we're like, hey, I'm telling you this, but I misstepped here. Or I know I always say this, but actually for the last 2 weeks, I haven't been living that myself. And just be open and clear, because we're all human. And I think that builds, connection with our potential clients as well.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And I'll never forget, years ago, I worked with a coach. Coaches have coaches. And she advised to keep a big, wide separation between yourself and your client. And I have failed at that miserably because I care too much and I'm very empathetic. But I think for me, it's about building trust and relationships and to show that vulnerable side, not completely, but yeah, we're human beings, and every leader, whether you're a CEO of a, Fortune 500 company or you're own a mom and pop store, you run it and you're human and we make human errors. We all suffer. We all have good days and bad days. So tell me a little bit, or tell the audience a little bit more, Deepak, about this client that you're helping to grow. Tell us a few more things that you do for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, these newerish entrepreneurs, a lot of times they have a notion, right? And there's all this, stuff that's out there in the media, and like, you need to be on TikTok and you need to be on this, and like, I'm going to follow these influencers, and like, hey, there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff, but it's like, where are you at right now? And I think a lot of times you need a reality check. And that's, part of my role as a coach is like, no, this person that you're trying to emulate, that's not you. That's not your voice. Let's find your voice and let's find your right audience for you, whatever that might be. And just really, fine tune that for them. Too many people are trying to be other people, especially newer entrepreneurs, newer coaches. They see someone up there and they're like, oh, I want to be like them. It's like, you can't be like them. You can do some tactical things and follow along. And let's be honest, we don't always know the backstory of these other people as well. So I really like to work with my clients to like, keep it simple, find your voice and find who's your actual audience and start there. And you can do things later, but like at the beginning, just be yourself.
Absolutely. I love that. All right. So here's a new question. There are so many platforms out there with emails, podcasts, summits. What do you think is a valuable platform, social media, and why? How do you reach people on that platform, Lisa?
Well, I use a multitude of platforms, but I'm not an early adopter of new platforms. So when there was the big buzz that everyone's going to leave Facebook and do a bunch of things and go to Blue Sky and do all these new things and start with Threads, I like to say that we might not want to try to be all things to everyone. And this kind of segues off of what Deepak was saying. We want to find out who our ideal clients are, kind of where they're hanging out and where we enjoy hanging out as well online. So while I think social is amazing, regardless of what platform you choose strategically to utilize, I believe that nothing beats genuine, true connections with people. And for me, connecting with my clients actually comes in the form of, or new clients, I should say, comes in the form of referrals. Quite frankly, that is what actually brings things home for me. And I'm delighted because that just means that I'm actually standing by my brand, following my promise, doing what I say that I do. And then people are sharing that and more people are coming my way. So absolutely leverage technology as much as possible, but keep it very real. And remember, people are people, not numbers.
Good point. People are people, not numbers. That's great. Deepak?
Yeah, very, very similar. I think it's important to be on the social media and pick the ones. There's some I'm not on. I don't choose to be, and I can only be on so many. I don't want to distract myself with every single platform. But referrals is great, and the best way I like to get people to know, like, and trust me is actually meet them in person. Go to events, create my own events, have people come to me so they get to know me. I think if I had to guess, I've never run the numbers, probably 90%, 95% of my customers, either they followed me forever before they finally felt like they could reach out for a year or longer, or they met me somewhere, or they came to my event, my own event. I'm not getting clients from social media directly. It's a nice tool and it's a way to get people to move them to something else. But yeah, I think you got to just what works best for you. And for me, that's meeting people in person.
Getting out there live. I have to agree with you. When I had my wellness center, it was wonderful to have people there and to talk, and you get to really get a sense of each other. That being said, I'm in Europe right now, and I get to be on this platform, and we have people from Asia and all over the world. So there's something to the ability to share your voice through social media, through virtual events. I think it was Julianne Mercurus who mentioned earlier about reinventing something. And so, in other words, if we have a podcast, I have a podcast. Deepak, I know you do. Lisa, do you have a podcast as well?
I do.
Okay, awesome. So it's like taking that podcast and then creating something else from it, such as clips for social media or I don't know, any kind of thing. I actually used mine recently to create a summit, and it was a lot of work, but it was wonderful. So what do you think about that topic? How do you use marketing technique and reuse it again? Lisa?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Repurposing is so important. And I think especially on social media, since we were just talking about that, while it is a social platform, I tend to approach it also from a branding and marketing a branding and positioning angle, because we can share a really beautiful piece of information on social, but it moves so quickly, it's going to be seen and then gone. So I actually leverage technology to repurpose many different pieces of content and have them automatically populate some of the various social media channels that I can't be on all the time, because I am one person. And I think it's really important for us to leverage technology in the right way to get that message out there. And I love how you said, you take pieces of your podcast, Alana, and, recreate new content for that. We can do that. And often what's very overwhelming for people, especially when they're starting out, they think, oh my gosh, I can't write a blog post and an email and do a video and do all of this. But I help people create content strategy plans so that we're creating that core piece of content, and then we're breaking it down for all of the other applications that are needed. And so it's not as challenging as one might think. You can keep the same content, the same theme, and repurpose it for different applications on different platforms. So you can write your blog and send it to your newsletter people. You can then share it on social. You can turn it into a video. You can turn it into a podcast. So I think if we start thinking really strategically, we're going to leverage in a much better way.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'll piggyback. I agree 100% on what Lisa said, and I'll just maybe add this little extra twist: is it doesn't always work. It's kind of has to really feel what we're feeling. But when I write a post, I'm on the plane, something happens, I got inspired or something, I try and write it such that there's logical segments where it can be a long form post. So that goes to my email or to someone's newsletter, somebody who's promoting me. But then even those little segments can be tweaked and they can be social media pieces. So one long form email could satisfy 1 week of email and be like 4 social media posts all in the same week by just writing one thing that was just flowing out of me anyway, that I just wanted to share, that came naturally. I'm not overthinking it. I never overthink. I mean, I did in the past, way back in the day. I was like, oh my God. But now it's just like, I just share from what's coming up in my world, what's coming from my heart, what I got inspired. Probably being on this panel will inspire me to write something, right? So, but I'll repurpose it. So yeah, I agree 100% with Lisa said as well.
I love it. So there's the strategy piece, and then there's also the flow. And it reminds me of the entrepreneur who creates a business plan. And the business plan is not to be used always. You don't just read it every day and did I check that off? No, it's just to kind of it's a brain dump. You get everything out and you see it, you know what your strategy is, and then authentically you move through it. And if you need to go back to the strategic pieces, you do, and often shift them. So now, knowing that we each have our own podcast, I'd like to go in that direction a little bit. I'll never forget when I first joined the Los Angeles Tribune, I was working with Michael Silvers, the VP, and he said, Alana, you're going to start your own podcast. And I said, I am? He said, yeah. And I said, oh, okay. And a few months later, voila, I created my podcast, Creating Abundance. And I was really inspired by a fellow colleague here, Sandy Scarlatta, who created the podcast called Happiness Solved. and she actually trained us here at the LA Tribune. And I was really inspired that I could highlight someone like each of you, but not just highlight your expertise, but really get a little bit deep and get your stories. So for me, it's all about creating abundant health, wealth, and happiness, showing people that you can thrive, you can cross over those bridges, you can leap over the holes, and you can succeed. And it's all about inspiring each other. So that's what my podcast is. And again, I reuse it. I get to share it all over the platforms, and it gives me great joy because I'm helping others to spread their word too. Let's go with you, Deepak. Tell us a bit about your podcast.
Yeah, my podcast is the Deepak Saini Show, and it's found on all platforms. And really, when I started, I had some very strategic reasons for wanting to start it, and maybe that'll be a question later. But really, my podcast is about just highlighting exceptional stories with exceptional people. And it could be anybody that's related in my field, could be people that I really admire, that I want to connect with, or also quite often topics I don't know anything about, and I actually want to know something about it. So then I just go find experts in that field. So those could be authors, those could be people in the business or finance world, crypto experts, anything related to coaching or health. It doesn't matter. I use my podcast as a way to scratch my own curiosity itch as well. So when I want to know something, I could read their book, or I could just interview them for like 45 minutes and get the gist of it. So that's how I like to use my podcast for a variety of very strategic purposes, not only for myself personally, but also in my business as well.
Great. Lisa?
Yeah, so I take a little bit of a different approach. My podcast is called Your Message Matters and can be found on all of the major platforms as well, but it's a micro podcast. And what I mean by that is it's bite-sized business tips in 15 minutes or less, designed to break the trance, challenge the status quo, and engage critical thinking. So at this time, I'm not actually bringing guests on. And my strategy around all of this is to be of service, but also I put more energy into guesting on other podcasts, because that's another way that I'm seen and heard and connect with people. And I have been known to get some really fabulous referrals and connections once I've been on podcasts. I may start a podcast for Spiritual Sugar where I interview people, but that's another story. So for now, micro podcasting, because a lot of the studies are showing that people are listening in bite-sized increments.
I love it. See, we're all doing something a little bit different. Very quickly, if you can think, what was the worst marketing experience you had? I'm sure the audience has all experienced something, whether it's fear-based or press the wrong button or sign the wrong name or sent the email to the wrong person. But what was that for you, Lisa? Can you think of something like that?
There's a couple of things that have really been distasteful for me that I have experienced. Number one is telemarketing. I'm just not a fan. It doesn't work for me. It's like someone showing up in your inbox uninvited, just calling you for no reason, just to pitch you with no relationship. So I can't think of a specific instance. It just gets on my very last nerve. And also when it comes to email, I can't stress this enough, and we all know this, but I'm going to say it again anyway. You really need to be invited into people's inboxes. I cannot tell you how many cold emails that I get that are actually spam and could cause a big fine from the FTC for violating the CAN-SPAM Act, that are asking me if I'd like to hire them to get, 20 new leads a week and have 20 conversations with new people. And I'm here to tell you, no, I'm not interested in that. I don't even know who you are, so I definitely don't want to talk to you. And I don't want to talk to 20 people every week. I'm very meticulous and careful about curating the people that I play with. And I think that's really important. So again, keeping it real. If it doesn't feel right, it's probably not right. So for me, no telemarketers, please, and no spam.
Creating boundaries around your inbox. Yes. How about you, Deepak?
Yeah, I'm going to share a mistake, but I just want to really, really quickly piggyback on what Lisa said. And this is the approach I take. If you're cold DMing me, or especially email, if you don't have an unsubscribe, that just tells me you're not professional. You don't have a real company. If you don't even use software that has unsubscribe, I'm not going to work with you. Like bottom. So anyone's listening who you're doing that, like take that as a tip. And I'll play on the flip side. I got terrible advice years ago about doing the whole LinkedIn DM cold thing, blah blah blah. Like, it's terrible, and it just felt icky from the get go. But I'm like, I paid this guy to like help me with my marketing. I'm going to listen for a bit. I was like, terrible. And now, fast forward like 5-6 years, like I'm getting that back, and I'm like, it's the universe punishing me for doing that for some period. So also, don't do that. I don't know who's teaching this. It's terrible. Nobody likes it.
Oh, I love it. What I find in with coaching and learning and training is what resonates with one person may not resonate with the next. And so I'm on board with what you're saying. For me, I really like to implement boundaries. But for some people, this different kind of selling or marketing really works. And before I forget, I do want to mention the Los Angeles Tribune has a podcast network, and we are up on their page. And I want to thank Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and everybody who has made that real for us so that we can get our word out. So podcasting really has been a beautiful way to connect, not just with the audience, but with colleagues. So that's a lot of fun. What do you think is a change agent in marketing today? Quickly, we're going to just do this one a little bit because I have one final question I don't want to forget.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Well, honestly, I'm just going to go back to basics. It's authenticity and keeping it real, just to segue off of what Deepak's been saying as well. We've got a lot of synergy here. I don't jump on the bandwagon for the latest and greatest, right? Let's keep it real. And too many people aren't. Too many people are getting really bad advice and using techniques and tactics that simply damage relationships for life as opposed to building them.
And I'll say, to me, a change agent is someone who's willing to lose a client by telling them the truth they need to hear, that they don't want to hear, but they actually need to hear, and being okay with that you might lose them. But that's what they need.
I agree. That's a hard one, but it's true. And just know that there are millions and millions and millions of people in this world, all over the world. And as we've talked, it's best if you can be in person, but if not, this is pretty darn good. People can tune in and listen to each other and listen to us. So as we start to wrap up, I would like to ask, what is the one thing that the audience can take away with them? What is of great value that you have seen work for yourself, for your business, and for your clients in the world of marketing?
I'll start off here. And since it goes back to what I was saying earlier, until I really got clear on who I was and being more authentic and not trying to emulate someone or even like a coach that I paid, and they were good coaches and stuff, but just like, they seem successful, I'll try and lean the way, like, no, you have to be you. You can follow tactics and all this, but you need to be really you, authentic. And again, you need to be honest. It's like, it's like, look, hey, my relationships aren't the best. I don't get along with my parents. I'm not saying that's the truth, but just like whatever it is, like you have to like be authentic with your audience, and like you are a human too. You're not like robot, I'm the top coach, whatever. Like when that authenticity comes through, like there's nothing to worry about then.
I love that. I mean, we're so aligned, Deepak, and I'm so glad that we're doing this together. And I'd really like for our listeners to know that there are two things that will never go out of style: your message and your strategy. They will evolve and they will change, and you will need to pivot, but get very clear on your message and your strategy as to how you're going to get the message out into the world. That's it. I mean, there's a lot of other things that we need to do in marketing, but when you've got those two things down, you've got your message, so you know exactly who you're playing with and they know exactly who you are and what you have to offer. And you've got a strategy to get that in front of the right people, whether it's referrals, social media, or some other platform. You're golden. Nothing can touch you because you're going to be able to evolve and pivot no matter what happens with marketing trends.
Love it. Yeah. So let's see. What is the one thing? Authenticity. I'm 100% on board with that. Be out there, be brave, be bold, be your unique self, and get your word out. If you are really nervous, then practice. Practice. You don't want to sound like a robot, but practice what you're going to share with the world. create something, write it out. I always find that just like the business plan, it's so important. As soon as you get it out of your head and onto paper or a computer, your notepad, whatever it is, it starts to be more clear so that you can share it in words. So it looks like we have a few more minutes, so let's use it. One of the things I was thinking about is what was one of the transformative experiences in my approach to marketing, or in yours. So I'm going to share mine first. And I have three transformative moments in my marketing experience, or, as an entrepreneur. One was JV marketing. So this is about emailing. I always felt weird about emailing people, just like you said, do they really want to hear me? Well, JV marketing is all about partnering. And that's about saying to someone, I'm going to put on this event. Would you support me and help spread the word? It's like co-promoting. So that was one. And that's still a big deal for me. And I love this in marketing. That way you're reaching a lot of audiences, not just your audience, but your colleagues who have the same or similar audience. The other was the podcast. I'm having so much fun with the podcast, and I know that the people listening to it are enjoying that as well. We are a joint venture right here, really, with what we're doing here today. And what was the third? While I'm remembering the third, Deepak, why don't you share what was transformative in marketing for you, whether in your business or in your client's business?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put a little bit of a different twist, because my number one transformative was also JV, incorporating JV marketing, and you've already shared that. I just want to say that, I think there's a lot of marketing programs and a lot of coaches and what have you, and none of them, there's some bad ones, let's be honest, but like all of them are good, but like, are they right for you at the right time? I've taken a lot of programs, paid a lot of money, and it's like, and it's good stuff, but it's like, I wasn't ready in my journey for that yet. So I think to really be cognizant of that, so that and that's what I try and do for my clients. I don't work with everyone. I try and work with the people that I know I can help, and that it's, the right fit for them at the right time. And at some point they're going to have to get somebody else. Just like I've moved on from coaches as I've capped out with the coach I had. I was like, great, now I'm going to move on. So I want to share that. But yeah, JV marketing has like really transformed my business.
I'm all about the JV as well, but I'll say the most transformative thing for me, and why I'm so passionate about teaching this, was owning my voice. Way back in the day, decades ago, when I knew in my heart of hearts and soul of soul that pain point marketing was not working for my clients anyway, at least not to create long-term sustainable results, I was quiet and afraid to share that, because I didn't want to disrupt everyone or go against the gurus that supposedly been doing this for so long and knew everything. So when I finally did own that, it took on a life of its own. My philosophies were featured in Inc. magazine and all of that. So I share that not to brag, but to illustrate that when you keep it real and you really own your voice and you have a message that sets you apart, roll with that, because it's going to take you far.
I love it. So own your voice, really step into it. And even if that makes you a disruptor, go ahead, disrupt it, be the change maker. I love that. Books, I wrote a book during the pandemic, and it continues to rise to be a #1 bestseller, and it reaches so many people with a message that is so very important to me. And so clearly it's a great message for others. So I'm just, we're just going to keep on talking here. So books, but I know what it was. It was online courses. So that's how Lisa and I met. I had developed I created my first online course, which everyone who's listening, it's so worthwhile. Talk about getting all of your information out and into a package that you can share with everyone. You can turn it into an evergreen program. And that's a great way to meet people. And then they can come and follow you and ask for more. Hi, Karen, you've returned.
Oh my goodness. Lisa and Deepak, you guys have had the most amazing insights. And Alana, you had the best questions as a host. So thank you so much for being with us. I was just taking notes like crazy, and the chat, lots of people were so excited about the things that you were saying. And I thought that was really great, Deepak, the way you said, it might not be the right thing for you right now, and that you have outgrown, coaches and programs, and you have moved on. And sometimes those things weren't applicable, and to really figure out what works for you right now. And Lisa, I was just so many things that you were saying were just like these little nuggets. That business is personal. Everybody related to that. I was just like, oh my goodness, because we're always saying, oh, it's not personal that happened, but business is personal.
It so is.
I thought that was really great. But thank you so much for being with us today. You guys have so many more things to share.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll get to hear from you again. I know a lot of people were saying they wanted to look you both up and Alana and listen to your podcast, all three of you. I can't wait to listen, because I didn't know, Lisa, that you had a podcast too. And so I've listened to Deepak's. I've been a guest. I've listened to Alana's and been a guest. And so can't wait to listen to you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, Alana. That was a great panel.
Oh, it was so much fun. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, audience. Continue. There's so many amazing speakers sharing their wisdom. Until next time.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Our next guest is Stacy Chillemi. Stacy, we are so glad to have you with us. This is so awesome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So Stacy is a 20 times best-selling author. I mean, a lot of us out there just want to be a one-time best-selling author. To have done it 20 times is absolutely incredible. She is a passionate storyteller, and she empowers other people to be able to tell their stories, which I think is incredible. She has also been a co-producer on Dateline NBC. Yes, you heard that right, Dateline. And Stacy has experience with many different forms of media. She has a podcast called The Advisor with Stacy Chillemi, and she helps other people start their podcasts and promote their podcasts so that they can tell their stories to the world and the stories of their guests. And so, Stacy, welcome to our Marketing Mastery Summit today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for having me once again. This is a privilege.
Well, great. So Stacy, if you could tell us a little bit about you. So Stacy had some health issues in her life previously. She got a virus and she developed encephalitis, and that led to epilepsy, which wasn't that one of your first experiences with media and writing the letter that got you the responses? Was that kind of your first step into media?
Oh, it definitely was. After struggling for so many years and living life like it was a roller coaster ride, when I got to college, it was very challenging. And I got to the point where I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to finish college because the stress of late night studying and everything that comes along with college. It increased my seizures and, all my dreams and aspirations. I wasn't sure if I was actually going to be able to accomplish them. So the Epilepsy Foundation back then had a magazine, and I decided to write a letter, ask them to publish it. And I said, would you please publish this letter? And I asked people, how do you cope with epilepsy? How do you live life with this disorder? And to my surprise, 300 to 400 letters from all over the United States and Canada wrote me, and they shared their stories. They gave me inspiration. They gave me advice. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't alone. And I was so inspired. And that was really the stepping stone that how it all began.
How many of you would think that, first of all, would even think to write a letter, to the Epilepsy Foundation? Here you are struggling with this disease, wondering if you're going to be able to accomplish your goals and dreams that you have. And so Stacy was so resourceful, and she was so proactive to write this letter, and then to get, hundreds of people that responded. What that shows me, one, is, first of all, Stacy's creativity to find a way to reach out. But second, she resonated. The things that she said in her letter resonated with other people. And that is a real gift, Stacy, to identify the pain points that other people have and to connect with them. And you did that on your first media opportunity. So I just have to say you are really gifted in that. And so then tell us about what happened next and what that led to for you.
So after that, I actually, I took a lot of their information and I created my own regimen. And I was actually by using all their advice and creating that regimen, I was able to actually learn how to actually cope with epilepsy, get through college. And that was when I started working in the city. I graduated and I was now a working girl and just living life. And, I was working for the media and it was a very exciting time for me.
Yes. And so then was that the last of your media experience, or what happened next?
Well, after working for a while in the media, I had an episode where I felt an aura coming on, and it was a feeling that a seizure was going to come. And so when that happened, I just immediately tried to find a space where I could go, and there was no space. So at that point, I had fallen to the ground and I had a seizure. And shortly after, the laws were different back then. I was released from my position and I just left there with my head up high. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to let this get me down. And I said, one day I'll be a success. And I didn't know where I was headed, but I knew I was going to be a success. And then I immediately started my own freelance business. And from then on, I worked with a lot of different celebrities and a lot of different people who now own very large companies, successful companies. And one day I met an herbalist, and the herbalist actually needed a lot of research and writing on holistic living. And I was really stunned by all this information. I said, wow, a lot of these things could pertain to me and actually, maybe help me. And I started to apply a lot of holistic living to my life. And my seizures went from 12, 9, 8, 7 to the point where they were controlled. And I was able to learn how to live life and not have seizures. And I decided to write a book to help others. And that book became immediately a bestseller. And I included those letters in the book to give people inspiration. And I used that regimen I was telling you about. And it became a bestseller right away.
This is incredible. Out of this painful thing that you were dealing with and looking like it could be debilitating for you. I mean, here you had, you're at the cusp of your media career at Dateline. I mean, moving and grooving and just doing all these exciting things. And then to have a seizure and then be released. And then what are you going to do next? And to keep your head up high and to say, I'm going to do something great. This is going to be good. And to reinvent yourself basically and start your own company, and then to write your book and to have it be a bestseller. And again, this is so unique. People could, in your situation, could say, well, that's it. I'm just gonna watch Dateline. And that's all I'm gonna do anymore, and they could be resentful or they could be bitter. But no, you turn that around and turn that pain into purpose, which I think is very, very powerful. The other thing that I think this says to us is that our unique story is what will propel us forward. If I think, well, like Chris Ashley was saying in our previous panel, oh, it's already been done. I mean, I'm sure there's other books on, whatever topic I want to talk about. And so I shouldn't write my book. But yes, you should, because your story is so unique. And Stacy, that is where her expertise comes in storytelling. And so thank you, Stacy, for bringing that up, because I think a lot of us have had times in our life where we felt like, okay, that's the end. My dreams are crushed, goodbye happiness. And yet you discovered continuing happiness. Tell us more about your marketing experience.
Can I add one little thing though? I think what really inspired me to really move forward was when I received a letter from somebody. I opened an email up and the person said I was on the verge of suicide. I read your book. I found it in Barnes and Nobles, and you gave me the momentum to live. And because of that, I want to say thank you. And that's when the light bulb went off. And that's when I realized how powerful the words of wisdom really was. And that's what really brought me into the marketing world. And that's what really brought me into learning how to get the word out, how stories could be so powerful, how marketing, how you can, if I could get this across to the whole world, imagine the changes I could make. And that's when, and I always loved marketing because I always was a creative person. So it was just I love storytelling. I love being creative. And that's where all the passion came in.
Stacy, I love this. I love where your passion came from, because I think so many of us, that when we realize that we are making a difference for one person, it can just be one person. But when we see the light bulb go off, for them, or we see an aha moment, or they connect the dots, and they're like, oh, that's that. Now that makes sense. It is so fulfilling for us, because here we're sharing something that has helped us, where we've had an aha moment, or where we've connected the dots. We want to help people so that they can, move forward faster than we do. And so to get that letter from someone and to help them to stay alive is just so incredible. What a huge fuel for you to propel you.
Yes, it definitely was. It definitely was.
And then, like you said, you felt connected. It wasn't like you were just talking into the airwaves to nobody. You knew that people were getting your message, and it was making a difference. So I want all of you in the audience to know that you have a message within you. You have a passion within you that I know is why you're here today. I know that you want to learn, how can I share my message? And so, Stacy, for those of us who are listening who have a message that we might even feel divinely called, we might feel like it is our calling to share this message, but we don't know how to do it. And we come to you and we say, Stacy, I'm just starting out. What do I do? What would you tell us?
I think everybody has a story. Everybody has a message. And, people have to realize that your message matters, that, we can't compare ourselves to the person next to us. We can't compare ourselves to other people. Everybody matters. Everybody has a message. And if one sentence or 3 words in your message is heard by the world, or heard by a large group of audience, you could connect with that person, give that person the motivation and the inspiration to want to change their life, and that person's life can be changed forever. And I say the best thing to do is we all have the power within us. We have to dig deep into ourselves and realize when we take away all these labels, all the labelisms of mom, husband, wife, this, that, let's go deep down inside and figure out, what am I passionate about? What do I want to do? What's meaningful? How can I use my story, my life, to help others? And that's when you have to really think about taking action.
Right. How can I make that difference? And then take that action. And so with your podcast, I imagine that one of the reasons why you even have a business to help people with their podcast is because of the things that you learned. Can you tell us a little bit about your podcast, The Advisor with Stacy Chillemi, and tell us what kinds of things you learned in your podcasting journey? Because we have a lot of podcasters out there that are, just trying to figure this whole thing out. We have the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, where we help each other figure these things out. And thank heavens, we have Michael Silvers and Cindy Scarlotta that have been just amazing mentors there. We have Mary Glorfield. And thank you to Mo Rock for putting this together so that all of you who want to be a part of a community can join with us and learn from each other. And so, Stacy, tell us some of the things that you have learned in your podcasting journey, and how you have come. Tell us how many, how wildly popular your podcast is, and tell us how the things you've learned to get you to where you are.
Well, it's called The Advisor with Stacy Chillemi. We have 1.3 million listeners, and it's all about self-improvement. And it's about mental health, because your mental health affects your physical health. 70% of illnesses are caused by stress, and your physical health affects your spiritual well-being. And when that is affected, all those things are affected. It affects your work, it affects your business, that affects your personal life. It's a circle. And when something in that circle is not right and it's not aligned, things get affected. So we have to keep that circle intact, and we have to learn how to do that. And we have people that come on the show, experts, coaches, doctors, everyone, and they share their message, and they share different tools, techniques, ways of dealing with life, so you can improve an area in your life that needs to be improved. And what I've learned through my podcast and the way I was able to grow it is that first, we have to realize that podcasting is huge. Over 57% worldwide listen to podcasts. And, radio is kind of going out the door. It's not as popular popular anymore. People listen to more podcasts than they do anything else. So we have a huge group, but people don't realize that most podcasts don't make it past the 8th episode. So really, there is a small cluster of percentage that take this seriously. And that's the first step. Do you take this seriously like a business, or do you take it like an interest or a hobby? Now, if you're serious about growing your podcast and you want to make it large, then you really have to treat it like a business. And the first thing I say to people is that you have to know how to market, and you have to know your business skills. And marketing is huge. People have to understand, that one of the most important components of building a business in podcasting is learning how to market yourself. And a lot of times you can market yourself organically. It doesn't have to cost you a fortune. You can cost you very little if you're smart about it. And many people have to also realize that you have to stand out. It's so important. A lot of people I see copy off each other, and that's not going to get you anywhere. You need to stand out. What is special about you? What makes you stand out from the rest? And one of the biggest things that helped me grow was I said to myself, I am $1 million podcast business. And I put that as a mindset. Now, if I'm $1 million podcast business, what am I going to look like? How do I want to present myself in front of the public? And once I put that mindset in my head, I recreated my logo, and I didn't do it myself. I had an artist do it for me. Then I made sure I had the same color branding to go everywhere. So when people saw those colors, those vibrant colors, they knew immediately that it was my podcast and nobody else's podcast. And then I worked on, content. Like if you look at Joe Rogan and you look at Howard Stern, when you hear their podcasts, their content is well scripted. It is done well. They present themselves with confidence, and they present themselves, they speak very profoundly, very well. They have good guests on the show, and people are attracted to that. People are attracted to the professionalism. You must be a professional. You have to present yourself as a professional. Why, if people want to come on your podcast and you charge a fee, some people charge a fee and some people don't. But if you do charge a fee, and some people would pay this amount to go to, and where some people will pay only a few dollars to go on. And why is the difference? Like, look at a product or service. Let's compare it to that. You go to a coach, and he's going to write you up a proposal, and one person says, I'll write you that proposal up for maybe $1,000. And then you go to another person and he charges $10,000. And then that person has tons of people paying $10,000. Well, what's the difference between the two? The two is how they present themselves, the professionalism they show behind it. And that's what's key. A lot of times I've been on podcasts, and the podcast person has, they're dressed sloppy. They're dressed with a sweatshirt and maybe like a cap with nothing in the background and maybe a crooked picture. I'm sure everybody's always heard their parents say, it's an old saying, your first impression is your only impression. And you really have to present yourself as a professional. And that's one of the key factors too.
You made a really interesting comment there, because why would somebody be willing to pay to be on a podcast versus do it for free? Well, when you look at the value that you're providing as a podcaster, because you have, these millions of views. So if I'm a guest on your podcast, it's very different than being a guest on the person that has one episode. Now that person may go on to have millions, of views, but you provide value as a podcaster. So I think that is really an important piece for you to market yourself. For all of you that are podcasters, think about what is the value that you specifically provide to your guest. Now, you might provide value because of your unique story, and so they might resonate with you, and the story might be that you're going to capture connection with so many people out there in the world because they're going to resonate with your story. So, Stacey, if I'm going to switch gears here for a minute as an author, if I am writing a book, or I've published a book and maybe I've become an Amazon bestseller, and then what? Because we have a lot of authors. We have the Women's Journal where we have authors. we are starting the Speakers Journal. And so all the people that want to be speakers now can also get their story out in the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Journal. And if you'd like to know more about that, feel free to message me. But Stacy, as a speaker, as an author, I've written my book. What can I do to market my message that is now in my book?
So when it comes to book writing, books are great for authority. They show that we are an expert in that field. We have knowledge. We know that field very well. Now, what are we going to do with that book? Are we just going to let it sit on the shelves and sell and just collect royalty? Or are we going to take that book and we are going to take what's inside that book and maybe break it down? And maybe when I would write a book, I would break down the chapters and I would recreate articles. I put those articles all over the place and I would write about it. And I would also do storytelling. Storytelling is so powerful. Look at Coca-Cola and their commercials. Coca-Cola tells storytelling in their commercials. They do joyful events, they do holidays, family get-togethers, and they give the people the impression of happy, joy, and a meaningful story behind it. Storytelling is powerful. You can change someone's perspective, gain trust and a bond just with a story. And so when you tell stories in your articles, people just don't want to know information. They want to know about the author. You want to make them feel like they're in the room with you. So you take those stories, you take those articles, you start posting them. You start posting them on different blogs. You start pitching to different places to have your stories heard. And before you know it, you will be seen, you will be heard. That's where I got on TV. That's how I got on the Dr. Oz show 5 or 6 times, because when they typed my name in and they typed keywords, my articles would show. And then the podcasts that I was on showed. But most of all, they saw my articles, they saw my story, and they wanted me. And that's what people have to do, is they have to incorporate meaningful articles, stories, tell about themselves, tell about how they've helped other people, and really make it personable.
Oh my goodness, Stacy, this is amazing, because how many of us are just chasing after, oh, where can I find my client? Oh, I'm just going to go check over here. I'm just going to go run after them. Wait, look at me. Listen to my story. And instead, they wanted you. They came after you because you put your stories out there in the media, because you were getting articles published that related back to your book. And so then to be invited on the Dr. Oz show several times, oh my goodness, how many of us would love to get a call? Hello, would you like to come on the Dr. Oz show or whatever show on Dateline? or whatever. And so, so as an author, let's say that now we've published our article in the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal or the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Journal, and maybe we have written that book, and so we're getting more, stories and articles out there. We're also maybe getting on some podcasts and doing some interviews, and so our message is getting out there. And now we decide, I really would like to be a speaker, and so how do I pitch myself to a producer like you at Dateline? Not that I would go on Dateline today, but maybe, I do want to go on Dateline today. Maybe I think I have an amazing story. Maybe I want to pitch myself to Good Morning America or something else like that. Right. What, as a producer, what are you looking for when someone pitches to you to speak on a television show?
Well, you have to look at each individual show that you're pitching to, and then you have to, when you write to them, it can't be a long letter telling your whole life story. It's basically a short introduction in the beginning, what your purpose, why are you writing to them, then explain to them who you are, and then you explain to them what can you give them. What can you give their audience? They want to know what you'll be able to give their audience. And then you close it very nice and shortly, and you give your information, you give your contact information, you put your links to your website where you should always have your story on your website. Some people just put a short bio, but I always think it's beneficial to put your story, the story that matters. What story, what in life brought you to where you are today? That's what people want to know about. People want to know that you're authentic. People want to know you're real. People want to know they can relate to you. Now, if you just write about you and you shine about all your accomplishments, they don't care about your accomplishments. They want to know about what you could do for them. And if they hear your story and they could relate to that story, they're going to want more. So it's not, a lot of times people just shine about their accomplishments, me, 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 me. It's not about you. It's about what the other person needs and what can you do for the other person. And when you give that information like that, it's recognized.
Oh, and I think this is just underlying everything that you do. What can I do for the other person? I mean, how can I help the person that has epilepsy? That's why you wrote the letter. How can I help the person that has, a concern about how to grow their podcast? I mean, everything that you do is about service, which is such a beautiful thing about your heart. And I think if you're feeling the heart-centered serving attitude of Stacy, put a 2 in the chat, because I know that this is going out across the airwaves. And sometimes we think we can't connect across the airwaves, but you're showing us that we really can. So if I'm pitching to the producer, or I'm pitching to the editor of the of the publication, and I know they're getting lots of emails, lots of people pitching. I made it short. I told my story. What else can I do to stand out in the sea of voices that are also pitching themselves?
Yes, you have to differentiate yourself from others. You have to show, why are you unique? You have to, that's the time when you have to go inside yourself and say, look at your story, look at you. Why am I different than others? What makes me stand out from the rest? And that's when you have to do your soul searching. For me, I realized that I have a story that I've gone through many things in life, and I've learned. I've gained empathy. I've gained looking at life through a different pair of eyes. I am able to read people just by speaking with them, looking at their body language, understanding their needs. And the biggest thing by doing that, by having what I went through, and then by being a listener, not a talker. And that took practice, because I like to talk. So I had to learn to be a listener. And that's everybody gets excited and we like to chitter chatter. But it's, if you really want to work with people, if you really want to get yourself out there and differentiate yourself, listen to their needs and then serve them. But don't serve them with just 100%. Go out of the way. Go 300%. 400%. It's good karma. The more you give, the more you shall receive. We're here on this earth to help others. We're not here to take. If you give to others, things will happen to you. And you're the main thing is, you're not going out there to say, what can I get from this? How can I benefit from this? Go out there with a frame of mind, a mindset that says, how can I make this world a better place? When that person comes to me and they want to get their message out, they want to get their voice out, they want to help people, it's my job to help them, to show them how to voice their voice share their voice to the world, be able to get their message out, and be able to make their dreams a reality. And that's my goal. And so that I do everything I can to help them reach that goal. And once I do that, if you're a business person, that you're going to get referrals, you're going to get people talking about you. Everything's going to happen naturally. And the most of all, you're going to feel that sense of accomplishment. And that's what it's about. Everything else comes naturally. When you do good things, everything else comes naturally, because good people always receive at the end.
Oh my goodness. That is just so beautiful, Stacy. And one of the things one of my favorite scriptures is, cast your bread upon the water and it will return again unto you. And that is what you are doing, is you are casting your bread upon the water in faith. And then it is coming back to you. And I have to thank Mo Rock, because he is giving a voice to the voiceless, and to provide a platform for positive media. And I know that's why all of you are here too, is because it's amazing to have a media company have so much positivity to provide education and to provide that so that we can receive transformation. And you are doing the exact same thing, Stacy. And so I want to, if somebody wanted to find you, is the best way to reach out to you through your podcast, or I know you also have a media company. And so tell us, if we wanted to get some help, like how would we get help if we want to speak or write or improve our podcaster?
You could definitely find me at stacychillemi.com. You can find me on all the social networks. People message me all the time and I answer their messages. You can, my email address is stacy@stacychillemi.com. You could just email me directly. I'm more than happy to try to help you in any way possible. And I just, anything I could do. I love helping people. I enjoy helping people. I got to say that if people didn't come out of the woodworks to help me, I would not be where I am today. And I got to tell you, a lot of times when I'm on stage speaking, I say I have gratitude that I have epilepsy, and people look at me like I have 3 heads, but I would not be the person I am today if I did not go through life and go through the obstacles in life. And I've been through many obstacles and I've overcame them, but I've learned through each obstacle, and each obstacle made me stronger. And now I like to give back what I've learned and what people gave me. It's now my turn in life to give myself to others.
Oh, Stacy, that's so beautiful, to be thankful for your epilepsy and to be thankful for the things that it taught you and the empathy that you have gained. And you have so much emotional intelligence. I just love that about you. And I'm so drawn to that. And I love how you love to serve. I love how you are helping us to find that uniqueness within ourselves, to be able to tell that powerful story so that we can connect with people, and then they will want us. So and then we accomplish our mission that we're here for on this earth, and we do share that story, and we bless people who are coming down the same path. And so thank you for all that you are doing to bless other people and to bless me, and to all the listeners that were on listening to this message today. So thank you for being with us, and we hope to have you again soon.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor. And thank you, Karen. You're a wonderful person. I listen to you all the time and I love you.
I love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you. And put some love in the chat for Stacy, because it's just so fun to see all the comments that are coming up, and to know that your message is making a difference. Thank you, all of you listeners out there too.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, that was great. I don't know about you guys, all of you who have wanted to know, how can I get my message out there? Stacy just had some amazing tips, and she just barely scratched the surface. Like Julianne said, we're just barely getting started. I'm like, could we have another hour and learn more tips from you? So that was really great. All right. Well, our next, hey, Parisa.
Hello. I thought I'd join you up here and join you in this conversation as we have a few minutes before our next speaker comes up. Wow, that was pretty impactful. So one of the main things that I took away from Stacy is like how you show up is that initial, message, that initial, obviously it's your first impression. Yes. And that first impression is really setting the pace of how you are marketing yourself, how people are perceiving you genuinely on a human level, on a business level, on so many other levels. And I love how simple and relatable that is. I think I'm going to keep bringing that word in today as many times as I can, because I think that we can be so flooded with information, being that we are in this information age.
Yes.
And it can be really challenging on how to actually apply it, but not that we're incapable or unintelligent on how to apply it, but where do we start? What's good enough? What's a good enough place to start? And is it even worth starting here? Like the basics are so basic. The basics are so simple. That's too minimal. No. It's actually the perfect place to start. And that's what creates that foundation. I really love the way she explained that and made it in presence to the fact that it is such a significant part of this entire conversation. It was really amazing.
And Parisa, I think you hit on something so key right there. So many times we struggle with the not good enough feeling, and that is just pervasive. And when you're starting a podcast, when you're starting your book, or your article, or you're starting your speaking, I think every single one of us have that thought and that feeling that comes up. And so to have somebody like Stacy that is saying, you have unique gifts and your story needs to be out there, to have somebody that would empower me like that. I would love to have a coach like that was just over here whispering in my ear, yes, they need to hear your story. And you do that for people. I mean, with you being so relatable, you give me courage to take that first step and to overcome my feelings of it's not good enough, because I'm like, oh, Parisa believes in me. Okay, I'm going to take the next step, on that journey of 1,000 miles. And Parisa, I appreciate that so much about you, because you love people so much and you are so encouraging. And that's one of the things that's so beautiful about the Los Angeles Tribune is we are surrounded by people like that. It's the most amazing community. And our next guests have those same gifts. And I just love that about the next two people that you're going to hear from.
Alicia, welcome back, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Parisa. Thank you, Karen. I just want to reiterate what Karen was just saying about you, Parisa, because you truly have a gift to help people connect with their own stories, but in such a thoughtful way. It was Lisa who earlier said that people are not numbers, people are people, and individuals' ability to connect with the person. Everything happens after that. But when you're connecting with them for a number, it's just not the same. So, Parisa, just appreciate your gift to the world, and also yours, Karen, too. And I think what's been so remarkable about the conversations that have already occurred during the Marketers Forum that I already know will continue is that people are remembering that people are people first. It's very, very easy to think of everything as transactional, to a number, a benchmark, but people are people. And I think that heart-centered marketing, heart-centered connection, and also pouring into people to say your story matters, to be authentic, right? There can be many formulas of how to connect. This is the strategy, but be authentic yourself and connect yourself with those that you're connecting with, and everything else will flow. So I wanted to add
Absolutely. Mic drop, Alicia. That was awesome. I'm going to let you ladies take it over, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Alicia, there was something that Stacy brought up that I thought was really quite savvy, if I dare I say that, as it pertains to this. And so I'm gonna take like 1 minute to explain this before our next speaker comes on. And she was saying that, people don't want to hear about your accolades. Like, to know them is one thing, but that's not how we connect. We don't connect because of someone's accolades. We connect because we have a relatable story. We have a relatable experience of life, or journey of life, or characteristics of life, right? And she was bringing this up as how important it is to have your story, not just your bio on your website, but your actual story, because that's what helps people relate to you. And it took me back because I was like, oh, that's such, to not presence, not push forward the accolades, but more so the story. That's so counter culture to what I feel like we are indoctrinated to believe, that, oh, the accolades are going to be what people bring the things. But I'll be honest, the accolades can open the door for you. Yeah. Absolutely. But does your story keep you there?
Say that one more time, Parisa.
Your accolades can get you in the door, but does your story keep you there? Does your story allow you to stay there and have a conversation? Does your story allow you to be relevant? And as she was bringing that up, I was like, oh man, that is such a great reminder. And I was like, do I experience that? Do I do that intentionally? I'm like, no, that's actually been my journey.
Yeah.
I remember I put my swimming accomplishments to the side, and I wanted a new way of experiencing people, new way of people knowing me differently than just my athletic career. And that's also why I'm characterizing it like that. It's because I wanted people to connect with me. I wanted to connect with people based on my story, based on my conversation, based on what I could bring, based on what I could hear and listen to. And I'll tell you, I've had the most incredible people come into my life based on that. And it's like the added benefit. They're like, oh, you have that? You've done that? I'm like, yeah, that's me too. But this is also me. This is me.
Yeah.
First.
Wow. That's such wisdom there, Parisa. I've thought about that often too. Like, having to walk in a room and not feel the need to credentialize yourself, but just to be there, to experience. And, and there's so many, when you say it and when you share, and yes, Jason Antelek said it, you have such a gift of sharing relatable stories, Parisa. But, how can people think about nurturing connections and marketing without feeling the need or the pull to credentialize themselves, but sharing what that experience is going to be like and creating space? And so I'm so glad that Stacy brought that up in the previous segment, but I'm really also really glad, Parisa, that you reiterated that sentiment, because yes, credentials may open a door, but how do you stay there, and how do you connect? And credentials can have you walk into a room, but how do you grow a community that is a lasting community? And so these are such important kind of concepts that you've highlighted here that I know that we'll continue to hear in the conversations today that are going to be around heart-centered marketing and being authentic in who you are, not what you've done, right? Being authentic in who you are and allowing that to lead. And then, of course, let people know what you've done, but I think it's a yes and situation. Like Stacy said, like share your story and also share what you've done, right? That's important for people to understand and to recognize. But there is so much more to that. And so with that being said, we are getting ready to transition to bring our next guest on. His name is Peter Swain. He's joining us. I'm going to ask him where he's actually joining us from. He lives in the UK, but he travels a lot. Right. He is an AI expert and authority in this space. Peter, there's a lot I could share about you with our audience, but we appreciate you for joining us today. Would love for you to share with our global audience here more about what you do, Peter, and how your work is continuously evolving and how you're continuously adapting to what is going on in the world. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us here today.
Well, thank you very much. And yeah, today I'm coming to you from sunny Miami.
See, there you go.
Last week was Orlando. The week before that was Boise. Next week is New York. I am blessed to do what I love doing, which is speaking to people like yourselves and the audience about AI and everything in the world. And a fun fact, not an AI fact, but a fun fact, I learned as a teenager to make candles in order to get girls' attention. Because I was like, here's a candle I made for you, super successful, and now saves me like hundreds of dollars because I get to make these candles. But there you are. That's a fun fact for you. But I was just listening to what you said, and you just reminded me of something which I think might be really useful for everybody. I'm of the opinion that everybody is a great marketeer and they've just forgotten how to do it. Because if you think about, and I'm gonna give the non-colorful version of this story. If you think about intimate relationships, like how do you form intimate relationships with a boy or a girl or whatever that might be? We're in 2025, the world, or 2024, the world is different now. But it normally involves walking up to somebody in a bar and saying something like, "Hi, my name is, can I buy you a drink?" Right? And then there's lots of listening that goes on. Loads of listening if you do it well. And then if you listen enough, you actually get to say, "Can I buy you a coffee? Can we go can we go to the theater? Can we go to the movies?" Humans are great at forming connections with other humans. But as soon as we put the screen in the middle of the equation, people forget that that's all we're doing. Like, marketing is just forming connections between one human and another. And as you said, Parisa, it's not about our credentials. You don't walk up to a woman in the bar and go, "Hey, did you know that I was the world's most..." Like, yeah, okay, go, be gone, leave me alone. You don't even walk and tell your story. You walk and show an interest in their story. And then you form a connection and a relationship. And I think all marketing is doing is just doing that at scale. So yeah, we're doing super cool things around AI, but essentially all we're doing is just helping our humans be more human and make more connections.
That's such a wonderful perspective to share, Peter, to say that everyone is a great marketer. They've just forgotten how to do it. And so what are ways that people can make that leap, that jump today, this week, in terms of going back to that remembrance that they know what they're doing? It's just the technology or the ways that they're connecting with individuals through their phone or through their computer is just a little bit different. And so it may require a little bit of coaching or nurturing of how to connect on that digital platform.
I remember once doing a consultancy contract for a friend, actually, and she was a past life regression hypnotherapist, right? You can't get much more niche than this, past life regression hypnotherapy. And she was in so much pain. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and she had the professional Google ads and the professional this and the professional this, and she was getting nothing. And what we did was delete her website, delete her Facebook, like got rid of all of it, because her story was, and I'll try and tell it quite quickly, but her story was so emotive. Unfortunately for her, her mother had passed away in a car accident, and she'd been on the phone to her mother when this happened, which is, I can't even imagine what that would feel like. And she bounced from alcoholism to rehab to drugs to alcoholism to rehab for 5-10 years. And at the end of that, she tried to kill herself. And on the way to jump off the bridge, she went past this place that did past life regression hypnotherapy, and quite logically went, well, who cares how much the credit card bill is, right? I'm about to end this. So she went in and she talks about having this experience and having this connection with her mother. And she said that whether it was true or a placebo or just it didn't matter. It worked and it solved her problem. And she just wanted to give that gift to others. And I was like, right, that's what we need. We just need that. We don't need any of this. We just need that. We just need this video telling this story. And yeah, we need the text below it because not everyone watches the video, but we just need this. And she went from hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenditure with zero return to more bookings than she could ever possibly handle, because she told her story. Because what we love about other human beings, it sounds a bit weird, but we actually love all of the trauma and the damage that we are, because we're not perfect. We're not robots. We're humans. We make mistakes every day. We go through traumatic experiences every day. Things happen to us every day that form our personalities. So if you love yourself or you love somebody else, you're actually loving the collection of traumas that they've been through. So speaking into that with complete authenticity is what gives other people a connection. That's what gives you the ability. So I think that's my number one lesson for everyone is, if you're not Tom Cruise, if you can't deliver the perfect line at the perfect time, which is a crazy 0.0 of an O of a talent, your only other choice is just be yourself. And whether you fumble it or whether I've done videos to hundreds of people where I forgot my own name. Like, hi, my name is, I can't even remember my own name. And it's just authentic and fun and wonderful and brilliant. So I would just tell everybody, just lean in to being you. All of you. Like, no one you're talking to is perfect. Everybody is beautifully flawed. And it's those flaws that make us awesome. And it gives people a power and a freedom. And when you tell your truth, it gives people the ability to tell theirs, and you invite them into a space where they can own some of those problems as well. So that would be what I say before we talk about all the wonderful techie geeky stuff. Just be yourself, because AI is going to automate everything else. The only thing that's going to be left is your human condition and your human connection. So that thing is the thing we have to maintain.
Woo! That was a bar. I mean,
well, Stacey was good, right? So I had to come up with something.
Yeah.
Always one up. And go ahead, Alicia.
No, dropping so many gems of wisdom, Peter, but you said it time and time again, but to repeat, you said to be yourself. And it's so interesting that you mentioned this woman that had gone through so many life experiences. When she captured that, it kind of goes back to what Parisa was saying earlier about kind of credentializing yourself, right? And how do you actually connect with someone when they know who you are? It's one thing to say what you do, but who you are, people connect with that. So you mentioned that you deleted everything from her site and she started from scratch. And sometimes, people are out there trying to remix what they already have, right? Oh, I have this, let me just change this. But what you're also kind of sharing and giving people permission to do and to say and to look at is, what do I actually have out there? Does it make sense? And you're giving people permission to start over. It's okay to kind of rebrand yourself, remarket yourself, and find your voice, which is your true voice from the inside out. Peter, how do you connect what you just shared about this woman's really remarkable story about how you shifted, you took what was off of her site, she recorded a video, but how do you then take that next step forward and connect that true authenticity, people's true stories, with how they show up in the world using AI, which is very programmatic. It is very technical, and it is trained with a lot of different people's kind of collective stories and information that they share in the world.
Yeah, so AI is awesome. I love AI. The thing about AI, the first thing that people have to kind of experience to understand what this is that it's not a tool. It's an intelligence. Like, the trick is in the name. It's an intelligence. Now, it's an intelligence without ego or an emotion, but it is an intelligence. And as soon as you realize that, instead of saying, why isn't it working, which is what you say about a tool, what you can start saying instead is, what am I saying wrong that's leading to this outcome, right? So we try and get people there through the programs and the various things that we do, of saying, imagine you're having a WhatsApp conversation with an expert, and have a conversation. Like, anyone that talks about prompt engineering, I'm like, no, this is not engineering. This is not a tool. This is a conversation. And fun fact on this one is, we have this mastermind we do every week. It's super fun, but we see women accelerate about 4 weeks earlier than men. Like, it takes the average guy 8 weeks to accept that this is an intelligence, not a tool. And it takes women an average of about 4 weeks to get to the same point. Because the first thing we ask people to do is name it. If you're going to talk to ChatGPT on a regular basis, give it a name. And people go, that's weird. And I'm like, well, do you call your dog dog? And they go, well, no. I'm like, well, why not? It's not a human. And they go, yeah, but it's different. I'm like, yeah, it is different. I agree with that. But if you give your dog a name, you give your cat a name. Some people give their car a name. Like, why is this any different? And as soon as you start naming it, you start having a conversation with it. And as soon as you have a conversation with it, you start getting way different results. So yes, it's been programmed with all these stories, but as soon as you tell it, no, I want you to be this. So you can get it to contain itself of like, no, I need you to be an expert marketer. I need to be an expert marketer with 25 years of experience in this, and this, and that, and that. Now do this, and it will. Alternatively, you can also do things that, like I do, I have a virtual version of my wife, right? Because when I started working out, I could get this to pretend to be another human. I'm like, well, why don't I get it to pretend to be my wife? Because I'm sure I'm going to ask people, even though I can't see you, all the guys, put your hands up here. The amount of times that we have an interaction with our wife or spouse and go, what did I do wrong? Like, how am I having an argument right now? Like, I don't understand. So I just literally programmed a virtual version of my wife, so I could go and say, what did I just do wrong? Like, I have a coach for me to coach me on my wife, and it's programmed to act like my wife. So you can take this wild, wacky technology and just get it to A, do fun things, but B, do useful things as well.
Wow. I have never heard of that way of integrating AI into anyone's life before. Like, allowing it to coach you, to give you that insight. It's like, and it's such a simple question, like, what did I do wrong? What's happening right now? Like, what did I miss? You're right. It is a conversation. It absolutely is a conversation. Because ultimately it's rooted in that connection, and that disconnect in that hypothetical conversation with your wife is based on that connection, based on that conversation, the lapses in that communication. That is such a really interesting way to apply or to integrate AI into a very practical sense, into a very relatable sense. Like, I'm not a wife and I've been a wife, and I'm thinking, like, man, that is so smart.
Yeah, somebody asked me last time when I said this, they're like, does your wife mind that? She's like, are you kidding me? Like, she's ecstatic about this. Like, I'm literally like half an hour later, I'm like, hi, I'm a moron because I did. And she's like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I have another one for both of my kids. And I will regularly say to AI, I want you to pretend to be this child psychologist. And I want you to watch me have a conversation with my daughter. My daughter's 9. She's now starting to ask questions I don't understand. And I want you to grade me on that conversation so that you can feedback to me and course correct me on how well I have this conversation with my daughter. because I refuse to make a mistake. Well, obviously we make mistakes, but that interaction has to be my best self. Full stop. End of story. How I show up as a dad has to be good. So
Yeah.
we use this all over.
And Peter, that's so insightful because you were just talking about how you're using AI to further connect with your wife and your daughter and understand things from their perspectives. What did I miss? How can I evolve? How can I engage and interact better with them? But definitely see a lot of parallels there to how people can use AI to understand their audiences, their communities, their customers, to say, what is my customer thinking when I share this or I position my service, my offering, my product, whatever it may be in front of them? Is it resonating? Do I think they will understand this? Is it landing for them? And so what are some of the ways that people kind of taking the framework that you kind of just shared about how you can connect with your family, but using AI to connect with their target audience, or maybe they completely missed their target audience and they need to kind of reframe who that even is, but how can they use AI to actually understand who they're reaching, how they're reaching, and then evolve how they're actually making those connections?
Jane just in the comments just put something absolutely perfect. She has what's called a custom GPT, but we'll ignore technical phrases for a second. She has a version of her ICA, her ideal customer avatar. And this is something we teach people quite regularly. Have a version of your ideal customer, and when you're writing a headline or writing an email or writing a website or doing a blog post, or it doesn't matter, you use that to say, will this resonate with that person? Now, if everybody wants to have some fun, it kind of maybe a little bit car crash fun, but fun nevertheless, you can ask it to look at your website and say, who would this appeal to? Right? So you can take your website and say, please analyze this and tell me who this is, who you think this is aimed at. And we found that most people, when they do this, are quite shocked that they think that they're trying to reach a 35-year-old man from the suburbs. And actually, the AI thinks that this is actually written for a 48-year-old woman from the country, right? So we talk about this all the time, of using these personas, as we refer to them, to generate either personas of your wife. I have a persona of me that goes to my team that says, hey, if you want to ask me for a decision, you ask it first. Do not bring anything to me until you've brought it to the virtual version of me, because it will coach you on how to bring it to me. I have ones for my children. I have ones for my attorneys. I have ones for my business partners. And we have ones for every single one of our customers, so that our ideal customers, so we can say, hey, what offer we should make. And that goes even further. You can even take this to the extent of saying, hey, I need an extra 50K of cash flow in the next 3 months. You know my customers, you know my products, you know my services. What do you recommend I do? And that came up for us, for example, of like, oh, you have a monthly membership. Well, why not do a pay for 10 months and get 12, like pay 10, get 12. So you can pull some of the revenue forward. So you can use it to advise you, not just in marketing, but across the full gamut. You can get this thing to be a facsimile, not a perfect facsimile, but an 80% facsimile of anyone that you can imagine. You want Gandhi and Martin Luther King and Steve Jobs to critique your business plan? Sure, tell it you are to pretend you're Gandhi, you're Steve Jobs, and you're Elon Musk, and you're Martin Luther King. Please evaluate this plan and tell me what's going to go right and what's going to go wrong and how you would improve it. And it will do it.
I love that. That reminds me of a prompt that I threw into ChatGPT. This was like, I don't know, at least over a year ago. And I wanted to I was playing around with it, and I was like, give me your best insight on, or explain to me this. And I had it, and I prompted it. It said, with the lens of Eminem, the rapper. It was Eminem. It was, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on this now. Oh, Gary Vaynerchuk and the psychologist Jordan Peterson. Very different schools of thought. Very different people. I wanted to see what that alchemy truly was going to become. And it was fascinating to really just connect with that insight and like I'm not going to say like the psyche of that person or the people, but really connect with that resonance. and that really streamlined that connection as well, streamlined that communication. That was, I love that example that you provided. That was great.
It's crazy cool. I have so much fun with this stuff. It's crazy fun.
I mean, Peter, people are saying that this conversation is blowing their minds. It's really like you're teaching people and giving them permission to engage with AI in different ways to really be an advisor. And there's something that you said that I want to go back to ensure that this really lands with people. But you even shared, I believe you used Steve Jobs as an example, have him critique my plan, or this is my goal, this is what I'm trying to do, this is what I do. What are ways that I can expand what I do to connect with more people? And as AI continues to evolve, there are so many use cases, but appreciate you bringing some of these insights in for our global audience that's tuning in around how they can really have an advisor that can help them, and how they can take Parisa called it the residence of, or the wisdom of people that have been around before them in certain spaces to really kind of connect some dots for them, and to think for you, as because people are tuning in today, they may be so frustrated with how they're able to connect with audiences. They tried a marketing technique, it may not be working, or they invested into a tool, a strategy, or course that was giving them advice around marketing, but they're not necessarily seeing that ROI. What are maybe 3 insights that you can share with our audience around strategies they can implement today, this week, that don't cost money, but can kind of move that needle forward for them in trying to figure out how they can connect with their audience?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you for that. It's a great one because you've set it up perfectly, and you didn't even know you were setting it up. This is the truth of it. If it's the right message to the right person at the right time. I have watched marketeers like Gary Vee, Frank Kern, Russell Brunson do a Google Doc with a payment link and do millions and millions of dollars because they understand the right message to the right person at the right time. And the best marketeers I've ever seen spend far more time thinking about that than they do about any tactic or any execution or any, how do I write my ad, or should I do Facebook, or should I be on YouTube, or that's not their question. Their questions are always, what does, exactly as it was Stacey, I believe, said, exactly as she was talking about, of like, how do I understand the person sitting in front of me, and how do I know how to reach them so I can go and, the oldest thing in the book of entrepreneurship, find out what they want, go and get it and give it to them. That is really all we're all doing. Find out what they want, go and get it and give it to them, and you'll earn money. But I often allude it to, you could have the best Facebook site, the best website, the best marketing, the best collateral, but if you try and sell dog food to a cat owner, you are really not going to get very far. Whereas you could have the worst website with the worst collateral, with the worst thing, but if you have the best dog food in the world, you will get customers from dog owners. They'll just find you. It just happens. So I still spend a good 2-3 hours a week, and I've been doing this for like 30 years now, thinking about my customer, looking at what they have said in the forums or the places that I run, looking at what they said to my clone, because everybody now can interact with my clone, which is super fun. It's on my thing there, peterswain.ai, if you want to check it out and tell me how amazing or how terrible it is. If you spend your time going, what does this person want? What keeps them awake at night? What causes them to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with existential dread? What is that? It doesn't matter whether you do a Google Doc or a Post-it note, or you write it on a window, or you write it on a restroom stall, it will work. Whereas if you haven't spent the time thinking about that, it doesn't matter how well you execute. It's strategy before tactics, strategy before tactics, strategy before tactics. So my 3 things to kind of shortcut them into one: right person, right message, right time.
Very insightful there, Peter. Right person, right message, and right time. And, earlier we started off this segment, you were sharing about how people can kind of be more authentic with their voice and sharing their story. And then you talked about right message, right person, right time. If people are shifting, they're saying, maybe I've tried something I've been doing for a while and it's not working, and they're trying to step into whatever that next experience looks like for them in terms of how they connect with their audience. What can you share with them about the staying power of trying something and staying with it and maybe shifting, but not ditching it until you can actually see if it does work?
So I do this keynote sometimes, and I talk about how do we teach our kids to walk. And I ask people how we teach them, and eventually you reach the conclusion that we don't teach our kids to walk. Right? There's no PowerPoint. You don't buy a course, and there's no Klaviyo thing that's like how to teach your kids. We don't do that. What happens is our kids stand up all on their own, which is awesome. And then what we do is we run across to them and we hug them and we kiss them and we go, that's amazing. And we call the relatives and we get them a cookie, we get them a glass of milk, and we make this huge big deal. But the crazy thing about it is actually the thing they did really sucked, because what they did was they stood up and they fell on their butt, right? If I did that and I went, Alicia, look, I'm walking. You're like, no, you're not. You just fell on your ass. Like, that's not walking. That is the antithesis of walking. And I use this example because as parents, we instinctively understand that our job is to just congratulate and love on our children. That's our job. Our job is to just go, yeah, you got this. It's amazing. Because the reason they stand up again is because you gave them that. And yet somewhere in our teenage years, we forget to do that for ourselves. We forget to be our own cheerleader. We forget to go, that's amazing. I just really failed. I suck. This is so cool. Let's go and suck some more. And we go, oh, people are going to judge me. What if this? What if this? I can't do that. I can't do this. And our ego just stops us dead in our tracks, because knowledge follows experience, not the other way around. We don't know how to do anything until we fail at it enough. And this is true of everyone that has succeeded at anything. They have been through so many trials and tribulations to get there. I think the only mark of success is resilience. I've met super smart people that are successful. I've met super dumb people that are successful. I've met rich people, poor people, white people, black. But the only thing that all of them have that are successful is they just keep standing back up again and going, okay, let's go again. Right. What you got for me today? Let's fail again. So it's kind of my thing for everybody of just, you've got to remember to be your own cheerleader. You've got to remember that your failure is a point in the journey towards your success. They are not different things. Failure is the start of the journey. Success is the end of the journey, but they are on the same continuum. They're the same thing. It is not fail or success. It's failure leads to success. So for everybody that watches this, please go and fail as much as you can today, because that's how you will learn and that's how you get better. So resilience is my number one watchword for everybody is, can you keep failing and keep standing up? Because if you can, your success is inevitable. It's absolutely inevitable. And people like the Tribune and people and events like this help shortcut that and get it shorter. But whether somebody's here or not, if they're committed to their journey, I am absolutely assured they will succeed. Super cool spaces like this help you get there quicker.
Failure and success are on the same continuum. If we can just rest on that one, rest with that one, sit with that one, chew on it, marinate in it, wow. Yes, because you're so right. The piece about as teenagers, we stop doing that for ourselves. We stop telling ourselves to get up after we've fallen. That's true. I sat with what you said just right now. I'm like, oh, that's when we start dimming and silencing ourselves, and we stop letting ourselves be so overtly, I want to say wrong, but so overtly in a mistake or in a learning or in feedback.
I had the pleasure to coach a 15-year-old entrepreneur last week. And we were practicing his pitch for this charitable thing he wanted to do. We did 5 versions of it. On the first table, he did $0. On the last table, he did $6,000. Because I was able to say to him, don't do that, do this, change this, tweak that, tweak this. And it was such an amazing experience because every time I gave him feedback, he just went, okay. And he just went and did it. And I was like, if only the adults I work with could do this. Like with the I spent, and myself included, when I get coached as well, I'm like, it's a year before the lesson kicks in. With this young boy, it was minutes. And he's like, yep, no problem. Because there was no ego. That he didn't have any of that. He was just receptive to the messaging, and he's like, okay, let's go. Let's fail again. And he went and he sucked. He was terrible for the first table. By the time he gets the fifth, he's a well-practiced machine. So I just, for everybody, just, it's such a travesty that the education system that we have, and I don't want to get political on it, but it sits us in SATs and LSATs and GSATs and all these things that basically say your value comes down to a numerical output. And over above this, you're great, and below this, you suck. And that negates the brilliance of humans. And AI is going to take your job, but it's not going to take your career. Right? AI is going to take your job, but it's not going to take your career because it can do the work, which allows us to sit in this space of, well, what am I bringing to the equation as the human? Where am I connecting with other humans? And my AI is doing the work, but I'm bringing the connection. So we're about to all find out our true value, which I think is awesome because I think we're going to find out we're pretty valuable.
That we are. We are all so valuable. And Peter, you brought up another fascinating point. You were talking about schools and scores, and want to relate this back to something that Lisa said earlier again, because it's like a theme today. People are people. People are not numbers. And so just always leaning in and remembering that Dame Doria was on a little bit ago. She said, mistakes are a key to mastery. You don't know what you don't know, and you don't know what's going to work unless you try. And it's really giving yourself permission. Say, let me just see what happens. And also to maybe giving yourself permission to listen to that nudge or that instinct or something within you that says, try this, do this. You don't necessarily know where it's coming from, but you were pulled to do that. So we're going to bring our next guest on in just a moment, who I know has been listening intently to join our conversation. But Peter, would love to hear from you. What role, in this world of technology and trying new strategies, what role has kind of your intuition or listening to your gut played in how you connect with people and how you've been able to grow the value that you share with the world?
I have always believed, and I've got some great mentors, of which one of them is coming up earlier, and Aaron, and Doria was another one. And I've always believed that money is a byproduct. Money is just a form of energy, and it's a very convenient form of energy, but it's just a form of energy, but it's just a byproduct of doing the right thing is always the right thing to do. And I used to, historically, when I used to say this sentence to people like, oh, I've been thinking about this for a while. And actually, it was my code word for I've just quite come up with it now. But I didn't want to ever say that because it sounded all woo. But now I just go, yeah, this is what's present to me. This is what we're going to do. I am a terrible strategist. Like when people say, okay, what's phase two? I'm like, I have no idea. All I'm good at is getting a bad problem into a better problem. I'm really good at taking today's problem and getting to a better problem. That I'm super good at. But when people say what's phase two, phase three, phase four, I'm like, I have no idea. Can't even comprehend what happens next. And I believe it's because most people are so busy trying to think about 2, 3, and 4 because they want to be perfect. They never actually execute on number 1. Like for everybody here, like if you're like, well, how do I do marketing? Here's what you do. You finish watching this today, you open up Facebook Live or Instagram Live and you do an Ask Me Anything. And you sit there, and if nobody shows up, awesome. If somebody shows up, great, answer their question. Like it's the first steps. If you don't have that ego, well, what if no one shows up? Well, great. Then you haven't lost anything. You're going to do 20 minutes anyway. Who cares? It's just take the next step and trust yourself that the beautiful thing about life is because we have no do-overs, you'll never know if it was the right decision or not. Like you can't go back and replay it again. So you can't actually ever go and do the opposite to find out if you were right. You can't do it. You can't know that the decision you made is the right decision. So just do the thing that feels aligned with you so that at the very least, you get to say, yeah, I did it the way I wanted to do it. At the very least, just be able to say, I did it my way. Like and hopefully, and I truly believe if you do that, you will get the outcome, because the worst case is chasing money. It just, people can smell it a mile away. We all know, and if I say to everyone, think of one famous person that's chasing money, everybody will go like that. Yeah, I know who that person is. And chase the connection and chase the adding of value, and trust that the universe will do its thing and reward you accordingly.
Wow, I love that. Everything about that. We're going to bring our next guest on, who, Peter, I know that you have worked with. You said that he was your mentor just a moment ago. His name is Aaron Scott Young. And Aaron is someone that works with individuals, with businesses, does help them grow to scale while also thinking about risk management. And so blends, I would say, that kind of intuition, gut feeling with strategy to help individuals get to the next level. Aaron, I know that you've been tuning in, hearing this conversation that we've been having with Peter. Would love for you to kind of share what some of your reflections are from what Peter has shared about how people can really connect with individuals from an authentic perspective as part of how they connect with the world. Welcome, Aaron.
Well, hi, guys. Good to see you. Hello, Peter. Seems like Peter and I were just eating dinner on Sunday night. But and so I just would echo what Peter said. I mean, Peter is a technology and marketing guy, right? He's learned how to do that and be really outstanding at that. I'm not a marketing guy. I'm a big vision, lead a company someplace guy. And what I will say is you need that, whatever complexity you want to create around making something happen. So using all kinds of different, like nowadays we have all these apps and technologies and funnels and click, all this stuff that happens, right? But from the viewer's perspective, it needs to be really simple. From the viewer's perspective, it's got to go, do I even care at all about what's being said? Because we sometimes want to force our thing onto people instead of noticing, what do people actually want to improve their life? What is it that they're thinking about, struggling with, excited about, terrified of? And how can we give a really simple message that then and they go, oh, that's what I was looking for. And Peter is really good at going, I can use all the complexity, but I can boil down the conversation to something simple, which is something I really enjoy with him, and something that I'm gonna do something that, which I hope is okay. And my wife may tell me later that I biffed it on this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Peter just was talking about this 15-year-old kid that he helped do this charitable work with, and was helped him raise money. So Peter had just come from that thing when he came over and spoke at my event a few days ago in Orlando. And he told me that story and showed me pictures of the boy. And I thought, oh, that's a really great story. I could say the same story about Peter Swain when he needed a nudge. I can think of a specific night in Iceland in January where we sat for hours and had a conversation about what is happening, what was supposed to be happening, and what should happen now. And I went to bed, and Peter stayed up all night fixing all kinds of stuff to deliver to the audience he was going to see the next morning in a fabulous way. And so Peter is also a practitioner of taking counsel and acting on it. And he comes across so soft and squishy and like a big teddy bear here. But I would say Peter's a pretty tough guy and can be in your face pretty much in a great way. But I've been delighted that in our friendship and in our business relationship, Peter is very quick to tell me what I need to change, and I listen to him because of where he's an expert. And when he comes and wants to know what I think, like he said, sometimes it's hard to know where to go to the next step or the next step, but he's really good at figuring this part out. Having people in your life that can do different things and are really great at those things is incredibly valuable. And so we want to surround ourselves with people who play at things we have to work at. And Peter plays at things in a marketing and technology world that is completely foreign language to me, but we agree on it's got to be about the customer. It's got to be about what they want, not what we're trying to push on them. And the more we can follow that great quote that Peter used of the easiest way to get rich is find out what people want, go out and give it or get it, and then sell it to them. And you said give it to them, but I promise you there's selling involved in that last part. So there you go. Does that answer the question, Alicia?
It does. I mean, in so many different ways. And I also think it really speaks to how people connect, right? How you both pour into each other. And that's part of connecting with your community, with your audience, with your clients in such a meaningful and truly important way. Parisa, I know that you have been listening in, and there's so much. I mean, I know we talk about this all the time. Aaron, you are a visionary strategist. Peter, you help people kind of understand who they're connecting with. Aaron, would love for you to share maybe 3 strategies or principles that people can think about where they're trying to nurture their creativity, understand who their audience is, as Peter was sharing with us earlier, but they're also trying to take that step forward to implement for the now and also for the future. Peter said people think about steps 1 through 4 and forget to do 1. But once they've done step 1, how do they actually set themselves up for success for steps 2, 3, and 4?
Can I ask you, Alicia, to clarify in what circumstance? To start a company, to do marketing, to go to the bar and ask somebody what their name is, like Peter talked about? What do you want me to answer the question?
I love that clarifying question, Aaron, because there are so many people in our audience that are at different stages of their business, their speaking, their authorship. So I would say for someone that already has a product ecosystem that exists, but they're trying to connect 1 or 2 layers and levels deeper with people that are in their community and grow that community, what can they do?
Okay, everybody, get your pen and pencil out, or paper out. So here's what I would say to that. First of all, identify the outcome that you want to achieve. So you make a plan for steps 1, 2, 3, 4. But what we really want to know is A, right, or alpha, if you want to go Greek, and omega, right? Or is that Latin? Maybe it's Latin, not Greek. But anyway, we need to know where we're starting and where we're trying to go. Once we understand the outcome that we want to achieve, then we can go backwards and figure out, okay, either reverse engineer it or start at A and go, all right, if that's where I'm going to go, what are some things I'm going to need? Now, because you've asked me this question, I'm going to make a shameless plug. Okay, I had no intention of doing it before, but I'm going to do it. Right? Where is it? Yeah, point and do it. This book. Some of us were together the other night for a book signing at the Grove, right? And I signed like 70 of these books that night. Unshackled. That book is all about getting clear on the outcome you want, and then the step, oh, look at you, hooray. And then the steps thank you, that just made my whole day. Figuring out what is it we want to accomplish, and then going, okay, now I know where I'm going to go. What am I good at? What am I not good at? Like, I'm not good at artificial intelligence, but Peter Swain is. There's another book on my shelf back right here called Who Not How. Most entrepreneurs are trying to figure out how to do everything instead of just identifying an expert who already knows how to do it and then get them to do that piece. Now, caveat. Most entrepreneurs that I meet, they like are looking for some like magician or savior to come in and fix everything for them. So like if I'm sucking at sales or I'm terrible at marketing, oh, I'll go get Peter Swain, or I don't want to use Peter because Peter is great and I use Peter for stuff. And Peter and I are partners on some stuff. We work on projects together. So, but we'll go get somebody and we'll say, here's money, you go do this thing. And we leave them what we couldn't figure out, we give to somebody else, and we say, you just sort it out. And then we wonder why they didn't magically create exactly what we had in mind, even though we couldn't even articulate what we exactly wanted them to do, right? And then we get angry, like somebody just ripped me off and took my money, but what you did was didn't take responsibility for your own outcome. What you did was say, I'm afraid, I'm not good, I'm going to hire somebody, and if they fail me, they're a swindler, they're a bad guy. Instead of saying, here's marketing, and this person is good at this little part of it, and then we need somebody else, and then somebody else. I know that Peter was just at Russell Brunson's event. Peter is a great, intelligent marketing and tech guy. He still went to the guy who knows better than anybody else how to build funnels and learned. And what we would use Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels for is not specifically what we'd use Peter Swain for, or Jay Abraham, or whomever else, or Dan Kennedy, who's going to be on, right? So first thing is we know where we want to go, and we understand where we are, and then we start figuring out who do we need to surround ourselves with, and then as we make steps, we must track those steps and keep score where we have to be accountable to somebody. Maybe it's our spouse, maybe it's our business partner, maybe it's our employees, maybe it's you just have to get somebody like a coach to be your accountability partner. But without accountability, entrepreneurs who tend to be big ideas and crappy implementers will just sit around and do everything they can think of to do around the project and never get to the project. They'll say, I need a signature speech. I need a book. I need a website. I need, but they never go knock on a door and say, I have this really cool thing, are you interested? Right? Because they're just not good at implementing for the most part. And so what we have to do is be accountable to somebody so that we will make steps in the direction of our dreams. We have to do that. I've said before in interviews, maybe even on this platform, most people, but I'm just going to say here, most entrepreneurs suffer from a lack of specificity. They talk about general things, but they never get really dialed in to exactly what they're offering, exactly what they are good at, exactly why we might want to trust them. If we can't get really narrow in saying, here's why you would pick me. If you say, here's why you would pick me because I can do anything, that's going to be a problem. But if you can get really clear about what you're great at and then stay in that lane, you can become wildly successful by being in a very narrow lane because you're the best or one of the best in that lane. And then get a bunch of compatriots to come around you, and you can build a whole freeway for those people, and you can get somewhere fast. But you need to know exactly what you're good at and exactly what you're promising, and be positive you can deliver on the promise so that people trust you. And the more they trust you, the more they will show back up for you. And in my whatever lower third, it says Laughlin USA, which is Laughlin Associates. We're almost 54 years old, that company. And we've worked with hundreds of thousands of business owners. And the reason we've survived since the beginning of the 70s to now and have thousands and thousands and thousands of clients is because we don't get too broad. We get really good at what we do, and we fulfill on what we promise. And guys, it doesn't have to be a lot more complicated than that. We want to stay on top of things like artificial intelligence is right now. Because if we don't learn it, we will get left behind. It's like saying, oh, who needs this, who needs one of these things? I've got a dial phone. What's a website, right? I remember in the middle 90s going, what the hell's a website? What are you talking? The World Wide Web? What is that? That's not real. Well, it's awfully real today. And if we don't ride the front of the wave, we will get run over by the wave and crushed onto the rocks. So we need to stay on top of technology. We need to employ a variety of ways of communicating with our message to people. But at the end of the day, keep it simple. Figure out what people are looking for and find a way to, with integrity, bring it to them in a way that's not just great for them, but is also profitable enough that you can continue and that you can weather the storms of business ownership and the ups and downs of COVID and the 2008 crash and fears over political, elections and all this stuff. There was no civil war, right? We all survived. Just like I remember Y2K back when it went from 99 to 2000 and we thought the grid was going to shut down and the banks wouldn't work. But guess what? The sun came up and the ATM still spit out $20. So it's all
shared there.
All
Aaron. Yeah.
So, there you go.
I love that, Aaron. You talked about the macro, but you talked about also people taking that personal accountability for saying, what am I doing? What's working? What's not? And then also figuring out what am I good at? Where are my gaps? And how can I lead with that? Brian Tracy, who's going to be joining us a little bit later this week, always says, like, you have to take personal accountability for where you're at. And once you can do that, you can figure out what the next steps are to figure out where it is that you're trying to go, in your business, in your life. Peter, I know that you've been here with us, that you've stayed on. I know you have a question for Aaron. I would love for you to get into it.
Yeah, well, I want to fill in a bit of that story for everybody and then ask a question, because Aaron mentions him being in Iceland. But the reason Aaron was in Iceland was because, quite honestly, I sought him out. Right? We met a networking thing. I'm like, this guy is wicked smart, and he's a different type of smart to me, which was so important. It's like, I don't need more people telling me I'm amazing. I need people that can tell me stuff that I don't know and help me. So I remember calling him and saying, would you come to Iceland for me? And I remember saying the sentence, I promise you that I will be in your debt today, but over time you will be in mine. I remember saying this sentence. He's like, okay. Right? And it was, for him, his wife, it's a trip, and it was like $20,000. And it made no logical sense to the business. Like, it's not logical to spend that as a fledgling company. It just wasn't, but I knew it was right. And not only did he have insane amounts of value when we were there, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Aaron. And I wouldn't be going to Japan, and we wouldn't be doing a podcast with Sirius and because it's going back to that trusting your intuition of like, this is the right thing. I don't know why, but this is the right thing. And everyone else might think I'm crazy, but it doesn't matter because this is the right thing. So Aaron, my question to you is, I think you would agree that nobody is self-made. Everybody is standing on the shoulders of somebody else. How would you tell people in the audience to seek out those mentorships, and how do they get those who, not hows around them to help them develop?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I don't know how much time we have, but Alicia, you nudge me, okay, if we need to stop.
Okay.
My answer to that is three things. One is be good at what you're doing, even if it's just the beginning. Just if you don't have to be rich, you don't have to have a big company. Just figure out how to be really good at something so that you're valuable to the people that you run into. All right, especially if they're the ones you're looking for those who's. Or now we're just totally plugging Ben Hardy's book, but it's a great book. Everybody should read it. So first thing is make sure that you bring something to the party. That's the first thing. Second thing is you got to go to the party. You have to get out of your house, out of your basement, out in front of a screen, and go places like when he said come to Iceland. I was like, Iceland in January? Are you freaking kidding me? But we wanted to go, and we went, and we had a great experience. But I met a bunch of people that I didn't know yet. Right? I met a bunch of people, and they didn't know me. And some of those people became my customers, even though I wasn't there to sell anything, pitch anything. I was there to help out with Peter's event. But anyway, so the second thing is you have to show up at the party. And then the third thing you have to do is don't be a fanboy or fangirl over those people. Remember that okay, I'm going to tell a story real fast. So 2 weeks ago, I was at an event and I got a very short amount of stage time. And they had Bobby Kennedy and Jordan Peterson and Tucker Carlson, one of the founders of OpenAI, like all these big names on the stage, right? So I was a little name on the stage. And as I came off the stage, a guy that appeared to be much younger than me grabbed my arm and kind of pulled me down to him. And he was sitting in the front with the VIPs. And he said, wow, that was really good. That's as good as I've ever seen anybody do, you know, in one of those kind of talks. Well done, you. And I said, oh, thank you so much. What's your name? My name's Ben. Oh, my name's Aaron. Hi, can we talk on break? Yeah, let's do it. And a couple minutes later from the stage, the host references the same guy. That's Dr. Ben Hardy, who wrote Who Not How. I'd never seen his face, right? But I was good at something. I showed up at the party, and then I got noticed by somebody for what I did. And that opened a door to begin a relationship with somebody that I had some, I looked up to him for the things he wrote. I'd really gained a lot by reading what he wrote, and I thought it was insightful stuff. And so the way you get to those people is in those ways. Get good at something, go to the party, and then show up in a way that makes you more of a peer, not peacocking, not being something you're not, but not being afraid of it and not going, oh, can I just please get a picture? Oh, can I just kiss your toe? Right? If you do that, nobody's gonna give a rip about you. But if you show up and say, hey, I'm early stage, but this is what I do, and here's what I've done, and I'd love to learn from you, but if I can help you, and then if they say, sure, try this one little baby step thing, and then you do it really well, then they go, oh, that worked out kind of sweet. That's how you do it. And pretty soon, those relationships that are solid in the book, and at least you have one of the books. If you look at all of the endorsements on the book, the publisher asked me, how did you get all this diverse group of people to endorse your book? And I said, they're all my friends. And he's like, are you kidding me? And if you flip through that, you notice it's a wide variety of people. Over time, if you keep showing up and you keep delivering on your promise, you will gain trust. And then it's a very short step to the next introduction and the next introduction and the next relationship. And that's the answer. That's how I would get to the who's that you really want to get to.
That's so phenomenal. You said go to the party, show up, be good at something, connect, say hi, right? You said hi, Ben. You didn't realize who Ben was, right? But you connected with him. He connected with you. And something that you said, it's so subtle, understated, but want to lean in. But as we close this segment, is that when you start a friendship with someone, a business relationship, you never know where it will go, but nurture it. I mean, the people that you have that have shared comments in your book, Kevin Harrington, John Lee Dumas, Larry Namer, Brian Tracy, Mary Morrissey, Marcus Jacob, there are so many more, but I think it's, we're here at the Marketers Forum. People are trying to figure out how to connect. We started this segment off with Peter. He said, be yourself, connect, be yourself, and share your story. And Aaron, I can imagine, I was not there, but when you were on the stage, you shared your story. Something that you said resonated with Ben, but you actually have to show up to the party and to share your story, and people will find something in there that they can connect with. Peter, Aaron, it was so phenomenal having you both on here today to share your wisdom, but also show how connections, nurturing relationships can flourish in ways that you may not have imagined. Peter and Aaron, you shared both from your perspectives, your story about your trip that you went on in Iceland. But, there's so much that comes with that, and can only imagine how both of your respective businesses, both of your authorship will continue to grow. In just a moment, I'm going to bring on Karen Hall as we introduce our next guest. But Aaron, Peter. It was so great having you join us today. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Great.
Amazing. I know that you were tuning into that last segment, Karen. Before we introduce Eleni, would love for you to just kind of share what is a nugget that you gleaned from hearing Peter and Aaron speak that you'd like to just reiterate. I mean, I have like 2 pages of notes. There was so much in there, but what is something that resonated with you? You're like, okay, I want to think about that a little bit more.
Well, I was amazed when Aaron told me the first time about when I got his book, and we were talking about it prior to today about all of his friends that wrote those forewords in his book. And I can just imagine, that the editor was like, these are your friends? and Aaron is such a good friend. And to have that friendship with Peter Swain, you could just feel the energy between them. It was just so positive. And then to have, Peter come and speak at his event, last week, and the Magnify Your Wealth, and to be able to have a friend like that I think that's interesting to me is not only how well they get along and how much they have in common, but also their differences, because one of Aaron's philosophies is surround yourself with great people who have strengths that you don't have. And that takes somebody that is secure within themselves to have somebody around them that has strengths that they don't have. And then the other thing that I love about Aaron is that his focus is on letting people fly, give them wings to fly, and don't micromanage them, and allow them to do what they're good at and celebrate those good things. And then they fly even higher. And so I could just see that between Aaron and Peter and all of the things that Peter was talking about, about how to use AI to do the work. And then we can spend the time connecting, with people. Let's build those relationships. Let's keep showing up, like Aaron said, keep connecting, and the success will come.
Wow. I mean, so many gems shared. Thank you so much, Karen, for sharing your reflections. I'm going to hand it back over to you to introduce our next guest. I'm really looking forward to this segment. Thank you so much, Karen.
Thank you, Alicia. Yes. So our next guest is Eleni Kalakos. And Eleni, we are so excited that you are here.
Oh, I'm even more excited.
In fact, so I have to tell you, the first time that I met Eleni, I didn't know her name yet, but I was watching, and she was going over, and she was getting ready to go on stage. So they hadn't said her name yet, but she was so excited, and I'm like, the energy is just bubbling out of her. It was just so fun. And then when she got on stage and she gave her keynote speech, we were all just enthralled. We were just totally with her. And so I wanted to tell you all about Eleni. She is an actress, singer, songwriter, and all of the work that she does is steeped in this work that she has done on stage. She's been on Broadway, and she has learned about marketing herself by being on stage. One of the things that she did after being on stage was she became known as the speaker whisperer, where she helps people overcome their limiting beliefs so that they can ignite their charismatic presence. And Eleni is always helping people to be able to be authentic, to be able to feel safe, to be able to connect with the audience in a way that is so genuine and so loving. And Eleni has so much love in her heart. And I am so excited for you all to hear Eleni tell her story and to share wisdom with us about how we can be better at igniting our charismatic presence. And so Eleni, thank you so much for being with us today.
I'm so happy to be here. There's nothing I like better than talking about this, because it took me so long to figure it all out. And I figure if I can share a few nuggets that I learned along the way and shave off some time and effort to people out there, well, then that's what I'm here to do.
When Eleni and I were talking after she gave her keynote speech at this event, and I was telling her how I was so scared about speaking, and I was terrified about public speaking. And she said, me too. And I'm like, wait, what? You don't look like you've ever had a fear of public speaking or being on stage. And so, Eleni, can you tell us about that process? Because I think one of the things I heard this quote once. It said that more people fear death than they do. I mean, fear of public speaking than they do death. I messed up the quote. people fear public speaking more than they fear death. And I was like, amen, that's me. I used to be that way. And so can you tell us about getting from that fear, which I think is pretty universal, to becoming confident on stage?
You know, for me, it was less fear of public speaking than it was needing to be perfect, wanting to come through and having people hire me, which was my entire job as a young actress in New York, right? And feeling this need to go in there and try to get it right, and the pressure to do that, which is what a lot of my clients feel when they step in front of an audience, pitching or presenting or whatever it is that they're doing. It's that sensation of, if I don't get this right, I'm going to fail. And that is the thing that just, it freaks us all out.
Yes.
You know, it certainly freaked me out for the longest time. And what I did not have was consistency under pressure in what I call spotlight moments, auditions, interviews. Interestingly enough, once I got the gig, right, and I was on that stage, I was pretty okay. But those eyeballs watching, listening, judging, not that eyeballs listen, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Watching, judging. That is the thing that just scares the bejesus out of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Eleni has said before that the work is easy, you know, being on the stage and singing the song and doing the performance, that's easy compared to getting the work and the process of getting the work. And so can you talk to us about becoming more confident in that process?
Well, I learned really early on, and it's really, these have been lessons that I've used throughout all of these years in the different iterations of my work. You know, as an actress, as a singer-songwriter, and then as a coach and trainer and speaker and all of this. I had a few really key people say to me, I just have to say that Erin said these words, go to every party. I heard that too, and I listened to that. But part of what I learned early on came from a lot of people who'd been there before me, which to me tells me that we need mentors and we need people to share with us their experiences and their wisdom. And I went after those people when I moved to New York, for example, just as I went after those people when I became a touring singer-songwriter, just as I went after those people when I decided to hang my shingle as a presentation coach and trainer. Yes. So I've known since the early days that other people know a lot more than I do, especially when I'm starting out. So the things I learned that I began to put into practice were show up consistently, meaning this was back before social media. I remember those days. And so at the time, you know, you had to actually walk around, and this was New York. So you walked. I would take my picture and my resume and I would go from agency to agency to agency trying to get an agent. I showed up. I said hello. 100 million times to the people at the front desk. And then, you know, every once in a while, I could see an agent peeking around looking at me. I sent pictures and resumes. I sent postcards of shows I was in. I got my first real agent because they hung up my little postcard, my 8x10, and a little postcard I had sent, and on which I had written, I am as unique as my name. I had written unique at the top. My name is rather unique. And he took it, hung it up in the office, and called me Unique. That's Unique. And I kept peppering him, just like everyone else, with info about me. Long story short, a role came along that was right for me. I'm 6 feet tall. They needed tall women. And he took the risk, sent me in on this audition, and I booked it. But consistency, whether it's through social media, whether it is, you know, going to events, showing up at events, right? or in spotlight moments, consistency is king, not shirking the work around showing up. That was one of the biggest things I learned. And then I learned, hey,
Can I pause you? Can I pause?
just jump in, Karen.
Yeah, some people like I sometimes I have moments where I feel like I have ADD. I'm like sometimes I struggle to be consistent, and I know I've heard a lot of people. Why is it so important to be consistent? Could you answer that for us before you go to the next point?
Yes, because again, I'm going to use. And by the way, I was never on Broadway. I was very close, but no cigar. But off Broadway, but not Broadway. I want to make that clear. But imagine a Broadway actor doing 8 shows a week. People are paying the big bucks to go see that actor. And what you want and what you're hiring when you get someone of that ilk, that caliber, is someone who can bring consistency. Because, and they're not going to knock it out of the park every time, but they're going to be between like an 8 and a 10 on a scale of presence and expertise and all of that. They maybe one night is not so great, but it's not going to be below really an 8. What's important is that people can rely on you. That sense of they know you're going to bring it. This is how trust is developed, for one thing. Trust is huge here. And so, and you can only become consistent over time. It is about mastery, doing it a lot, doing it over and over again, getting better and better and better and better. Saying yes, for example, to every speaking opportunity. Putting yourself out there on social media or having someone help you do it consistently. Having a LinkedIn presence through a newsletter and doing it every single week, even if you don't feel like it. That's the key.
Okay, thank you so much for elaborating on that, because I think so many of us hear that message, but it just kind of goes over our head. But understanding the why, about why it's so important for building that trust so people know they can rely on us, that's huge. So thank you. Okay, go on to point 2.
Well, I was told, I really understood the value of putting a list together of what I would call my advocates. Okay, the people that really believe in me. We know who these people are because they love you. They love you up. They tell people about you. They introduce, I'll get a lot of my clients that way after all this time. But it works both ways, They love you up. You got to love them up. And so the things that you can do to love them up matter, staying in touch with them, sending a little gift from time to time, doing something special for them. And I think this is the attitude to take with existing clients as well. They might be working with you in some kind of a way, but certainly, surprising them with things that they, special things that they may not expect. A little group activity with other clients that you can bring together, a little above and beyond kinds of gestures. And those are the people, and I believe also your current clients are the people who'll bring other people to you. But we tend to ignore them. We tend to be looking for the new clients all the time. And I think, why not take advantage of the people that already believe in you and work with you, and consider talking to them and bringing more to them? Marketing, in a sense, to the people that already believe in you. And I learned this early on, again, because I had a mailing list, and I loved my mailing list, and they heard from me a lot, and I did everything I could to make them happy. So that was a huge thing for me.
I love that, Eleni. Market to the people who already believe in you, and don't just keep looking for the new client. I mean, it's like having people at a party and like, well, I don't really care if you're here. I want to have a new guest go. How do you feel?
And consider, I always think, consider trying to figure out what you can do in addition to exploring other offerings, so that you're marketing without marketing. You're really just trying to help, because I think it's all about trying to help people. That said, I want to go back early on. Actors learn how to brand, but we call it typing. And so that means knowing yourself really, really, really well. Know thyself is the first of 5 presence principles that I teach that are part of my charismatic presence philosophy. And it means knowing at bedrock what you have going for you, also what gets in the way. And it also means knowing, what you're truly good at and having a very clear indication of what that vision is that you're trying to achieve and how you uniquely can achieve that. So as an actor, you have to know, like I was 6 feet tall and exotic looking, and I wasn't going to be cast as the girl next door. So anything that I had around that had to be in alignment with it. It is like this to this day with me. Pictures and any kind of marketing is going to be in alignment with my core branding. And it's taken me years to figure out what that is. I just want to say that to people out there who are going, yeah, I know, but that's so hard. Yeah, but you keep chipping away at it and you keep honing it, and it morphs and grows over time as well, right? But the core that is you, the thing that you bring that no one else can, your yumminess, which is a professional term in my world, that is yours, period. And you got to know what it is because it's your differentiator, and it's got to be everywhere.
Yes, that's so true. Thank you for that. You give us hope because branding has always been like a baffling thing for me. And I know a lot of people, when they think about marketing, that kind of stops them dead in their tracks. And so just to think of what is unique about us is like the great place to start, and then keep going back to that and refining it over time and be patient with that process. You really do give us hope with that.
It's true. And I was thinking, just looking at you, because on my screen it says Karen Hall, Queen of Empathy. Yes. Because one of your great blessings is your deep empathy, and that is your brand. It is just, and you're standing in who you are without effort. That's what I mean by brand in a lot of ways. It's not about putting something on, it's about revealing, right? It's about revealing, showing up. To me, it's all about showing up as who you really are.
Oh, I love that idea, that revealing, that unveiling.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to add, well, I've got to use this color, or I've got to use that thing, that unveiling and revealing. Oh, that's a beautiful way to think of that.
But to me, this is what charismatic presence is all about. It is about having the courage to stand in front of your audience of one or many and show yourself without apology. Human, real, not perfect. This is what it's all about. If you can't do that, then I don't really care how great your services are or what else you might have to offer, because you're not being genuine with me. And see, I'm going to take a step forward toward you if you show up that way, because I can actually connect with you. And that takes courage. I mean that. It takes courage. Because we all want to squiggle away from the moment. We do everything we can to squiggle away from the moment.
Well, yes. So go back to the pillars of your charismatic presence. So one was
is know thyself.
And
your blessings, your blocks. This is actors. That's all they know. So that's where that came from. Be thyself. Again, this is what we're talking about right now, right? To have the courage to show up when others are watching and not hold yourself back, right? Prepare thyself is the third one, and that's gigantic. If you were with me in my office, you would see on my wall, it says, practice builds confidence, confidence builds presence, and presence is power. I believe that with all of my heart, okay? It's about being ready. It's about getting yourself ready to step into that moment, right? And to step into that networking event, right? To step into that media interview, all of these things that allow yourself to market yourself without marketing, right? Letting people feel you, rub up against you so they can go, I like her. I kind of want to hang out. I'll bet there's more she can teach me. That's the point. So prepare thyself can mean everything from rehearsing to getting your 3 presence planes, your physical presence, vocal presence, and energetic presence ready to rock prior to stepping in. And then it's commit thyself. Commit thyself to making bold choices, right? Ban wishy-washy. And that means in those impromptu moments, being able to just go, yeah, baby, I'm in, and just going for it, giving it the best you've got. And we were all in these moments where I call it the murky middle of discomfort, right? And so being able to manage those because you're willing to just grab it and go and trust yourself is key. And then finally, the last one is turn thyself on so you can turn other people on. That simply means using your unique skills and talents and when you're turned on, your audience will be turned on, and sticking your feet and your toes deeply into what I call your soul role, what you're here to do at core, at your deepest level, right? I myself, my soul role is being an elevator. I'm here to elevate others. I happen to do it in this work, helping people, be more present and confident in their presentations and so forth. But honestly, I've been like this since I was a little kid. Ask anybody. So it's that core reason that you're here. You harness that, you are unstoppable, actually.
Wow. Lady, this is amazing. Your soul role. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys recognize that mic drop moment. Because I think that most of us feel deep inside that there is a unique purpose why we're here on this earth. And we do have a mission and a calling that we're here for. And I think a lot of us are trying to figure that out. But once we feel like we know what it is, if it's to be a speaker, and we're trying to get that core message within us out to help other people, I think that you're right. That's when we get on fire. That's when we turn on, and we're so excited about being able to share in that way that we feel will, accomplish that purpose for which we were created.
It's so true. And I know there's probably a lot of coaches listening and people who are often dealing one-on-one with people. But there's something to be said about being able to share your message with many, right? You're affecting more people who can spread the word. You can help more people. And I believe, and speaking of marketing, I don't think there's anything better than speaking as a way of marketing. I call it the showcase strategy. My own coach, the wonderful Mark LeBlanc, calls it that. And I love it. I've been doing it since I was honestly forever, because I believe, how can you hire somebody if you don't see what it is that they do? That's why there would be auditions as an actor, or why I would go to do showcases to perform my music as a singer-songwriter to people who ran venues. Then they could go, oh, she's really good. Let's hire her, right? Same reason to create books or CDs at the time when I was putting out my music, because you could give them to people. They could hear you, right? Or in the case of speaking, see a really excellent reel, see you speaking, or better even yet, see you speaking live in person, or hear you on a podcast, anything that is going to help them hear you, right? And so you can also create a showcase for yourself, once a month, do something for free on the internet, put your face out there, put your wisdom out there. That's part of that showcase strategy, which I believe in with all my heart.
That's a brilliant idea. And a lot of times I hear speakers say, well, I don't have a stage. I don't know how to get on stage. And I'm like, you have a stage. You've got a phone. You've got a computer. You've got social media. There's your stage right there. Use it and showcase yourself.
You're totally right. And when we were little kids, we never thought about that. We didn't go, I don't have it. We just made it. We made a stage. We insisted that people listen to us. The truth of the matter is, and I say this to a lot of the entrepreneurs that I work with who are pitching, I'll say to them, that's a great idea. But if you don't get yourself out there and you don't pitch it, no one's going to hear it and it's going to die. So the truth of the matter is, you got to put it out there. You got to put yourself out there. It's necessary. And if you have trouble with that, if you really do get really fearful around it, then get some support around it. There's plenty of people out there who can help you manage that. Honestly, don't let that stop you. Don't let fear stop you.
Yes. So one of your strategies is helping people to overcome those limiting beliefs that are stopping them in the tracks and to break those lies that bind. And so could you talk to us about that process? If we're trying to know ourselves, we've identified some of these limiting beliefs, then what? Because we're like, we can look at all the evidence and say, my brain's finding lots of evidence why this is true. I mean, my voice cracks, my knees shake, I'm not very good at speaking. And so that was what my brain did when I did those things. It would say, this is not a safe place for you. Look at what happened last time you tried that. And I didn't speak for a long time. And so if I was coming to you at that point in time and I was like, I'm not sure it's a lie, I think it's true.
I would say to you,
it is binding me. What would
Yes.
you recommend for me?
First, I would say to you, Karen, just because it happened before doesn't mean it has to happen again. You've had many experiences in your life that have shown you that, actually. We would look at that first. Secondly, I would say, okay, let's meet Mo and Schmo, your little judgers, and let's see what they're saying. We all have a match set of these little guys on our shoulders. They're nasty. Their entire job is to remind you of that horrible time, right? And it's smart. They're trying to save your tushy. They're not, they're wanting to protect you. The problem is it's kind of a weird way of doing it because it's keeping you from the very thing you need to do in order to improve and get better at it, right? So, they're gonna cut those lies that bind. And I love that you used my term. The lies that bind are simply fears that have become beliefs that really are driving the bus, meaning you. And I hear them all the time from incredibly, high level CEOs. Every one of us has them. And they sound like this. You're going to get it wrong and everyone's going to laugh at you. You screwed up the last time, it's going to happen again. You're not smart enough or educated enough to be taken seriously, right? And so you have to be able to take those things. I often will have my clients, I will have them list them. And I've seen like page and a half lists, single spaced of these things. And then I'll have them transform them. I'll have them turn them into what I call power phrases. So one I had as a young actress was, after a while, because I'm 6 feet tall, and I kept being told, you're so good, but you're just too tall. So I started to believe that, and so I had to come up with something different. And what I came up with was, I love my height. It's perfect for roles that require presence and authority, like queens and spaceship commanders, right? So, but seriously, I had to retrain my brain, and that's what I have my clients do. I literally have them come up with power phrases that go against those lies that bind. They transform them, and then read them, listen to them. They become new beliefs that drive them.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. The way you flipped that, instead of saying or believing I'm too tall, because that would have been so easy to believe. Well, there's no little cute part for me, because I'm not the little tiny thing. I'm the tall thing. And to turn that around, this requires presence and authority and power as a queen. Oh my goodness. That is just beautiful, Eleni. I just love that. Oh my goodness. Well, Alicia, are you just as amazed as I am about how she is flipping the terrible twos, the too short, too young, too whatever, into the power phrases? Oh,
I love the power phrase, shift and reset for the mind, Eleni. I love that you said, with my height, I have presence and authority. For me, it was my voice. My voice is a little bit lower. And for me, it's my Nina Simone voice. And I had to step into it and own it. People would always come up to me and say, you have an interesting voice, or you have a low voice. And I would say, I know, thank you. I appreciate it. So I love that, Eleni, because it really is those kind of subtle, not so subtle reminders to yourself of who you are. But it also really can shift how you show up in the world. There were so many amazing insights that you shared, Alini, but a lot of it was like going within so that you can connect on the outside, like figuring out who your branding is, who you are on the inside, so you can step out into the world and be that person. And you talked about kind of your training in entertainment where you're acting as another character and people have something to say, but really quieting out some of those voices to figure out like, who am I today and how can I step in? Alini, it's been so marvelous hearing from you. Dame Doria is saying, love these teachings, rock star, bring on the queen power. We got a new hashtag, the lies that bind. Do not listen to them. And really just listening to your inner voice in a different way. Alini, we'd love for you to go into closing remarks that you have to share with our audience. It's been so wonderful having you on to share so many gems with us today.
Thank you so much. This has been such a joy. You know, all I want to say is this: there's really only one of you. You're here for a reason. Your voice matters. It's up to you to bring your presence to spotlight moments and share your wisdom and perspective and knowledge. Nobody can do it for you. Take the risk, leap in and show up. Step up and speak up with everything you've got.
That is so good, Alini. Oh my goodness. And I love how you are the speaker whisperer. I'm just going to pretend you are over here on my shoulder, knocking off Schmo and Joe and getting them off and hearing the power phrases to give me that courage to stand up and show up and be myself and get my message out there. It's been a joy. You're an awesome speaker whisperer, and you are an awesome example of igniting that charismatic presence.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Alini. It's been a pleasure to have you on. And thank you so much, Karen, for your insightful questions and kind of sharing what a lot of people are thinking. Like, what do you do with those voices? How can I show up? I love that she brought that kind of perspective into fully walking in to who she is and all she's about, and really talked about that transition and that journey to own all that she is and to be that queen and to walk in that spirit and in that grace. Thank you so much, Karen, another queen, the queen of empathy here, for such a really, really magnificent, I have to say, segment with Alini. For those of you that are tuning in, this is the Marketers Forum. We are live November 20th to 24th. As you can hear, there are entrepreneurs, speakers, authors, business owners, executives, all talking about how they show up in their life, show up in their world. In just a moment, I'm going to bring our next co-host up with us today. Karen, it's been so great seeing you. I know you will be on in just a little bit, and I'm going to bring up Donna Campbell, who is going to help introduce our next guest. She has a name that I just say, it's a beautiful name. It resonates with, I think, the world in such a magnificent way. But Donna, I know that you have been tuning in today as part of the Marketers Forum. What have you been thinking? And what are you thinking about as we get ready to bring up our next guest with a special, special name?
So I love that she has a special name, Alicia. I've been going back to the very beginning with what I said. There are so many people out there that have businesses, that are entrepreneurs, that are leaders and different people in their own right, but struggle in getting their information out to the masses. And that's what this forum is all about. Marketing, exposure, media, sharing your voices so you can grow exponentially, because we believe so much in creating the world a better place. It's gonna take a huge team, and we're putting that team together. And if we come together, we exponentially grow, and we can really make an impact in this world, especially with putting out with positive media. So it comes full circle for me every time I'm on one of these shows.
It definitely comes full circle. People's stories matter. And when they're ready to step into all of that and share their story with the world, there are so many ways that they can do that. Donna, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce our next guest.
Yes, absolutely. Here, I have gotten to know her over the last couple of months, and I am very blessed that she has come into my life. She was a great connection. through, and I'm just going to put her name out there, Miss Marie Diamond. And so our next speaker, our next presenter here that's going to be sharing, I'm going to bring her up to the stage while I say a few key words about her. Her name is Alicia Doss. So there's the name connection. We love that name, Alicia. But Alicia Doss has been in the spiritual healing world for a number of years. She is also has a background with psychology and some different aspects. She has a book that's going to be coming out, and just so many other gems. I know, Alicia, I can't say them all, and I definitely want to spend the time here with you. So for you, what are you most passionate about with the work that you do?
I am most, and it's lovely to be here, Donna, and hi, Alicia. I'm most passionate about, well, what the conversation has been today, empowering people. I don't know who died and made me their cheerleader, but I am just so passionate about people really actualizing their God-given message and gifts. You know, not trying to have something for everybody, but to really actualize what Spirit has given them to share, the universe, their higher selves, their creativity, whatever we want to call it. It's all about really, truly being who we are fearlessly and serving, because goodness knows we need more light on our planet at this pivotal time.
We absolutely do. And I know one of the areas that you have a lot of information and knowledge in is really about mindset and mindset with marketing. So how does that work with marketing and with selling?
Well, I love that question because it was a question I had, and for decades, really, I did the work. It was all word of mouth, and it was beautiful. But I had such a calling from Spirit, again, the universe, whatever we might want to name it, to serve in a greater way. And I resisted it, like many of us do, who are very heartfelt, and we want to give everything away, and we want to just allow it to happen organically. When I shifted my mindset to seeing what we call marketing, which can have a pejorative kind of connotation, right? Ooh, marketing sounds slimy, right? And when I shifted that to connecting, I stopped calling it marketing. I called my team my connecting team, not my marketing team. And when I thought of it as, how do I connect to you? How do I allow, in my case, I do a lot with archangels and the very highest archangels, and really our own archangelic heritage, right? So how are we an angel? How are we messengers of God? And how can we manifest that, not to go back in time to who we were, but to go beyond time? And so when I shifted it to how do we connect, right? How do I connect? How do I share my gifts? And I also changed sales to serving. So how do I connect and serve rather than market and sell? And then I could get on board with that. Then I could get enthusiastic about that. Then I could come from the heart and offer what Spirit was giving me to share in a way that, yes, would bring resources so I could do the work, but would truly serve and change people's lives.
That's so beautiful, Alicia, that you talked about. You changed sales into serving, right? How can you serve? So when people are thinking about how to connect with their community, with their clients, with people they already know and nurture those relationships, like Eleni was just talking about in the segment before, but then with also people that they've never experienced before, how can they bring some of that divine wisdom from their guides? Like you had shared that you connect with the archangels and the ascended masters. How can they bring some of that divine wisdom into those new connections that they're looking to forge?
Well, I think by realizing that there are no new connections, that we're all one. And, and if we connect heart to heart, I was an actress, and towards the end of my career, when I was shifting to being a spiritual intuitive, I just didn't resonate anymore with the Hollywood parties. And when I switched it to coming from the inside out, I could talk to anybody, right? Because we're all one. So I think when we go, where's the God in that one across from me? And realizing that it's just God talking to God. It's just spirit with spirit. And then being allegiant to that highest voice within, really being allegiant to that highest voice, then there are no others. I think it was the Maharishi when someone said, what's your biggest tip for getting along with others? He said, there are no others. And I would say the same thing with marketing and selling. There are no others. This is just love, giving to love.
That is just beautiful there, and an absolute agreement, because there are no others. And I think that's really what the word namaste is really about, seeing the light in other people. For you in the marketing media realm, and being where you are at today, knowing the celebrities that you know, the podcasts that you host, the people you are connected to, what do you think was the biggest challenge most everyone went through in the realm of connecting? We'll say it that way.
Yes. Well, and I've been so privileged, and I really think it's all a God thing of speaking with just beautiful legends, Marianne Williamson and soon Neil Donald Walsh and Sonia Choquette, who's about to come on. And I asked each of them through the years, a similar question. And it's really all an inside job. It's no matter how big, and I've been privileged to know some of the biggest stars and et cetera, no matter how, quote, big and successful someone is, there's always that next hill to climb. And if they're, so when they get to their next hill, was it their rolling, who was it that said, you've got to serve someone, right? I can't remember the rock star that said that, but you've always got to serve someone. So we all have our next hill to climb. And I think that with some of the beautiful spiritual teachers I've had on, when I've asked them, do you still struggle? And of course they say yes. And how do you surmount that? A lot of times what the biggest struggle is overcoming the voice that says, nah, rest, or you've done a lot, rest, right? Or the voice that says, ooh, people are not going to want to hear that from you. Stay in your lane. Give them what they've been wanting, all the bestsellers, et cetera, that they've wanted for decades. And it's like, no, I'm being called to do something entirely different. They may hate me for it, but I have to be allegiant to this highest voice. And it's amazing how I've heard that from some of the biggest rock stars in our spiritual influencer circles. And it's so beautiful because it's that beginner's mind. And, I think the only thing we have to fear is staying the same and not answering that voice. There's an Anais Nin, I don't know if I just butchered that name, Anais Nin quote where she says, there came a day when to stay coiled tight in a bud became more painful than blooming.
Wow. Mic drop there. Staying in a bud is more painful than blooming. What do you say to that, Miss Alicia Magnus Lewis?
So much. Staying in a bud is more painful than blooming. Yeah, it's so much. But I think it's an invitation, right? It's a permission to take action. It's a permission to try new things. It's a permission to go within to say, what do I get to remember or understand about myself, and how do I want to put that out there? It really gives people permission to take up all of the space that they're meant to take up and walk into all that they're meant to be and all that they're meant to explore too. As people think about marketing, as people think about maybe doing things differently or doing things more authentically or from within, it could be a little bit daunting. So Alicia, you spoke a lot about that connection's already there, that people can go within, but for those that may be a little bit hesitant or they're not fully sure what that actually means, what are ways that they can kind of evolve or shift so that they create the space to actually hear what's being said within and they can walk out into the world with that?
I love that question because I think that in our earnestness, with so much going on in the world, we can do a spiritual bypass and try to live, from the seventh chakra up. And I think we have to address the whole person. So I think the only thing that can stop us from really expressing from that highest voice is not really ministering to, taking care of, healing the smaller parts of us that quake. So for me, I'm kind of a consciousness nerd, and I studied psychology and life coaching as well as the spiritual. And so I think that we sometimes need to clear away the fog of our lower voices so that our higher voices can shine. Now, with that said, I will say it's really not about fixing the mind, right? Which is so prevalent now. It's really about transcending the mind. So we don't want to overlong look at our shadows such that we don't allow our higher selves to speak, but we have to address the whole person. And we come back then to this very grounded topic of marketing, so it's like sometimes it's not about psychology. Sometimes it's just called post the thing, do the live, do the event, just do it. And jumping, right, is really what we needed to do to quiet those voices.
And speaking of voices, because it's so important to be heard, whether in our physical voice, but maybe it could even be an angelic voice. I know you have a book coming out this next year, Your Angelic Ancestry. It's back there behind you. Can you share with us a little bit about the angel voices and what we might expect with that?
Yes, thank you for asking. So angel means messenger of God. And so your angelic ancestry, discover your archangelic name, Alicia, discover your archangelic name, heritage, and higher purpose, is really about not having to connect to archangels outside of us, but going within, discovering our own angelic heritage. It's like ancestry.com for the angelic. Yes, you do have a gossamer shining presence still in the angelic realm. And again, it's not about going back to try to squeeze into your pastel robes. It's about bringing all that present so that we can live in that divine remembrance that angels live in and be a clearer channel to allow those surprisingly pragmatic but celestial voices, those shortcuts to God, to speak through us and to us.
That is beautiful. Very, very beautiful. And one of the other things that I wanted to highlight here is, Alicia, you are part of the Pillars of Power movie that we are producing with the Los Angeles Tribune, The Hidden Secret Behind Achieving Greatness. What would you say that little hidden secret might be if it was for you?
For me, it is all about absolutely surrendering and allowing that higher voice to speak through. It's about each person truly embracing the secret that they are God, that we are all love, that we are the truth of the mystical, that we are shimmering, leaving stardust in our wake, embracing that and realizing that sometimes it's a challenge to step into that numinous self. But there, when we do that, is where the peace and the expansion is.
I just want to let that sit. I mean, it's so beautiful. It goes back to that word of permission. But Alicia, you said that voice within, it's surprisingly pragmatic, but celestial. It's almost like, that voice within, that gut feeling, that nudge to act or to do something. It's guiding us in the right direction. It's pragmatic, but it's also coming from beyond what maybe our logical minds can understand, but a place that's encouraging us to move forward. Yes, Debbie Predator said mic drop moments. There's so much there. Alicia, how can people, kind of going back to connect to how people in their everyday can create space to really hear that voice first off, and then what are ways that they can do to take action? Is it just to take the action in that moment? Is to write down what they maybe heard to try and understand it and then to move? What kind of guidance can you give to people today that are trying to maybe make a shift in their business and they got a voice, but they're not sure what to do with it quite yet, but they know it's pushing them in a certain direction?
Well, I would say two things. One is probably my favorite tool, and I call it the divine pause. So it's really, or angel moments, if we're using angels, could be soul moments, God moments, and it's you could set a timer, you could set alarms, but to take little moments throughout the day, and I'm talking 30 seconds. Let's do one now. So if you would just close your eyes, open your heart, unless you're driving, in which case open your heart and keep your eyes open and just really drop in and be aware of connecting heart to heart with everyone on this call, and really being aware that you are never alone. And on your hands are the hands of archangels and spirit and the universe enveloping you in its wings of love. This, my beloveds, is who you are. So that was perhaps 10 seconds. So it's really maybe doing it 5 times a day and really connecting in with spirit so that you exercise that muscle of connecting several times a day, even while you're especially if it's like, oh my God, do I do the webinar? Do I launch the thing? Do I, and it's like, just stop. And your alarm goes off. It's time for my God moment. When you don't have time to do it is when you need to do it most. Right. And so it's really putting it throughout your day, not just in the morning where that's important too, but in the morning where you're meditating, but putting it throughout your day in your business while you're on a call. And the second thing I would say, as far as business is to take that divine pause before you decide to do something, especially if it's something big, and just drop in and go in the silence, in that divine unknowing, and receive the answer. And if you don't hear the answer, then you do it again until you receive the answer, because to the extent that you're in alignment is the extent that the universe conspires to bring magic and, I believe, success. That's been my experience, success into your life.
Wow. Yes. And those divine pauses have been happening ever since we've had you on with us. And to receive that answer, and when you don't have the time to do it, that is when you need it the most. Truth. That's all I'm going to say. Truth here. I am going to invite one of our next hosts as we transition here to a panel, but I've been watching her backstage and I know she has a question for you. So I'm just going to bring Tiffany up here to connect and say hello.
Oh, hello. I am so happy you're in the movie with us.
Me too. I'm so happy to see you. Tiffany and I know each other, but we didn't know we were connected in this way too.
Divine.
And bringing in the angels to our planet, to the movie, to this, symposium. Oh, I just love you. Thank you so much.
Love you too. So happy to see you.
Likewise.
Tiffany, it's so great to see you. Alicia, it's so great to have you on today. Jane Slacksmith said, loving this conversation being brought to marketing with heart and purpose. And I think, Alicia, what you also brought to the conversations today was marketing, but business approach, but going within, not seeking the answers outside, but really tuning in with what you're meant to tune in with as you make decisions. And people are always faced with decisions, how to show up, what do I want to say? But you're also reminding people that as you think about what your next step is, listen, because your spirit, your soul, your heart may already know what to do next. It's been so great having you on, Alicia. I know our audience is going to have many more opportunities to connect with you as you will be in the upcoming film, The Pillars of Power, that we will speak about a little bit more depth in just a moment. But Alicia, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It's been such a delight to be with you all, and happy holidays.
Yes, thank you, Alicia. Happy holidays too. Wow. So, Tiffany, it's so amazing for you to join us. We're about to have a really dynamic conversation with some individuals that are going to be part of the new up and coming film, The Pillars of Power, Unlocking the Hidden Secrets to Success, that is directed by Donna Campbell and our CEO, Mo Rock. Tiffany, you are one of the producers. I'm one of the producers. Tiffany, would love to hand it over for you to introduce some of our guests that are going to be joining us here today.
Absolutely. So let's bring them on. Yay, this is Greg and Antonia. Oh, hi, Natalie. Hi, Cynthia. Amanda. Already the consciousness of our planet just started up-leveling. Oh, okay. So let's start with Greg and Antonia because I've known you the longest. We dive into that subconscious mind stuff, and they are about core talk, like talking to your body to create health and to get your mind, body, spirit aligned for success. Yep. Hi, up in Northern California.
Hey, bomb cyclone away here.
Nice. Okay, and I'll introduce Amanda. Hey, Amanda. She's in Orange County with me, just 20 minutes that way. So, fellow sister healer. And if you look behind her head, she brings in lots of lots of matrix energy and frequencies of vibration for healing.
The matrix of oneness.
That's right. That's right. Cynthia's out in Sedona, gorgeous Sedona. And she's also very spiritual healer, and she does stuff with the hands, like being able to read people's hands. So I look forward to hearing some of your hand stories. My beautiful Susan from Florida. Hi. Yes. We do the done differently consciousness talks, bringing in any kind of shifts that are going to elevate one another. So I'm really excited.
We're
Natalie,
definitely seeing different possibilities for sure.
Yeah, Natalie, I haven't had the pleasure yet, but I'm so excited.
Me too. Natalie, we're excited to have you on. I think what's so beautiful about all of you joining in today is how you all serve the world, to take a word out of Alicia's segment from previous, serve the world through healing, but through heart-centered connection, which in today's dialogue all day has really been, I don't want to call it a theme, but a resonant thread that has kind of rippled through all of the conversations that people have been having, because it really is about going back to seeing people as people and not numbers, and being able to connect, and then also enabling people to heal certain experiences that they've been through so they can actually step into and walk into themselves fully. Antonia and Greg, would love to hear from you more about the work that you do with Care Talk Holistic Healing and how you connect with the community that you have nurtured and the clients that you serve.
Yeah, what we love about Core Talk is that it really is about your body and not so much about what's going on in your head, because the body is really, it knows everything about us. It knows what's happening when we're having the experience that we are. sometimes our mind can kind of play games with us. It'll lead us into seeing things in a way that might not be that heart-centered feeling that we really want to be relating to the world with. So we love to talk to bodies out loud and ask them, what do I do to really get the feeling and the depth of the experience that I want, so that I'm not kind of just going by what my mind is telling me to do all the time.
Yeah. We love to help people realize that when you think from the shoulders up, the brain wants to keep you safe, but the body wants to fulfill your dreams. And that's why we talk to the body.
I love that. And as you talk about how we connect with the body, how are ways that people could then take that connection one step further to actually connect with the individuals that they're serving, the individuals that are connecting with their products and services, but in a different way that feels more heart to heart, in the words of Alicia earlier?
Yeah, it's so important to come from our hearts. So we really teach people how to even more connect and communicate from our own hearts. And when we do that, that automatically sets up that energy exchange of communicating to the other person's heart. And by modeling that kind of energetic, positive experience, people are automatically drawn to you, and they automatically see that love and fullness, you know, and divine expression that exists within you, and they're able to see it in themselves better, so that they can go out and fulfill their mission. You know, having that connection makes it easier to have the connection with others.
That's beautiful. Susan, tell us a little bit more about your magic, sister. Unmute, please.
Susan's on mute, so we're going to make sure she can unmute. There we go, Susan.
I got it. Thank you. Yeah, so I have the distinct pleasure of working with the angelic realm, and we go into someone's subconscious and we pull out the unconsciousness that's in there, and their whole life instantly, dramatically, radically, and permanently changes. And when we're pulling out the programs that no longer serve them, we end up dumping their cup out so they have more space to invite in that which they'd like to have in their life, and things show up like magic.
Love that you do that, Susan, because sometimes people can fear connecting with the world, showing up in the world, and they may not actually know why that is. And so maybe some of that is kind of stuck in their subconscious, or there's an energy flow that is blocked that's not enabling them to show up in the world. So what are ways that when people connect with you or understand even like how their energy flows and how their subconscious can maybe stop the activity, the growth that they're looking for in their business, that they're like, I'm doing all the things, I'm going to all the seminars, I'm writing down all the strategies, but it's not working. Maybe sometimes it's a reflection of within. Would love for you to talk about that a little bit more, Susan.
Yeah, I would love to. So there are things that we've brought in with us from past lives that we decided then that we'd always remember and never forget. It was so traumatic for us. It could be the way we died, how we were treated, our lifetime, whatever it happens to be. And we said we'd always remember and never forget. Well, those two words are forever words. So when you come in the next go around, you install it. And of course, you come down through the birth canal and you have amnesia. That's just how the soul recycling program works here on the third dimension. And while you're here, you have these things that are showing up you have no idea about. You have no remembrance of any of it. But because you always got to remember it and can never forget it, you have to reinstall it to make sure you don't forget and you always remember. And it's things like that that I'm able to see that's running. And you show me your whole life like a computer screen, and you've got 1 trillion tabs open at the top, Alicia. And then you're on the front screen trying to create your life, and you're just watching this Microsoft ball rainbow spin around in a circle, and you've got to shut your computer down and restart it, or do a scrub and get rid of the duplicates of stuff and make more room. That's what we do. So back in the day, I'm from Gen X, we used to run the defragmentation program at nighttime, and then you'd wake up in the morning and like all your files will be put back together and you have more space. That's what I do for you in your energy field and for your life. Like, it's a total game changer.
Absolutely. I love the defragging. It feels so good.
Yeah, it's almost like Control Alt Delete on your computer because there's no processing space. So we have to delete some things or close some windows so that we can have clarity and we can focus and we can really continue to walk forward with what it is that we're trying to do. And I think it's such an important part of the conversation during the Marketers Forum, because you can write down all the strategies, have the notes, but really understanding what's going on the inside that may be slowing what you're trying to do, or creating maybe relationship building. You have a block within, and so you actually can't connect with your community or your audience and the way that you're trying to. That's so insightful. Susan, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. Amanda, co-create your success. You know, what does success mean for you as you connect with your audience, as you market with them, serve them, and how have you gone about building connections and rapport with the people in your community?
That's a great question. So first of all, co-create your success is really about you co-creating within yourself, as well as co-creating with the universe. So however you think of that, you know, people have talked about the angels, spirit guides, the divine, all of that. So for me, success is really about co-creating that connection at that soul level. What did you come in here for, come into this lifetime for? And when you're resonant with that, when you're energetically aligned to it, then what you're able to do is easily put yourself out there, easily market yourself, and you're able to be visible. However, as a couple have already talked about, when there's this out of alignment energetically that's maybe held at the cellular memory, because of past life bleed-throughs, because of conditioning programming, maybe even family imprints, lineage encodings, any of that can get in the way of you energetically being able to put yourself out there and to even deliver a message that makes sense to somebody. So for me, the success is about being able to really synchronize with your soul's energy and your soul's purpose and plan. And as you're energetically aligned to that, clearing out those energetic blocks, those bleed throughs, those patterns, then you're able to fully embrace the potential that you came here to express and to deliver and be of service to others.
Beautiful.
So good.
Natalie, I'm really excited that you're here and in the movie, and I want to hear more about you and your special sauce. And also, since this is a marketers forum, I want to bring in like that spiritual, you know, secret sauce into the mix. So tell us a little bit more about you and how you bring that into your marketing.
So I'm Natalie, and I'm also known as the Bon Vivant girl, someone who enjoys everything in life. And my mission is more hands-on with my clients. I help them wake up with a smile every day. If I have to put it in a sentence, I'm helping individuals to reclaim their happiness from all those external factors and to get the power to live fully. So my magic is the smile, I guess.
Aww,
I help them to shift their mindset and be the best of themselves, you know, bridging that gap from their current life to the life that they dream.
That's so wonderful, Natalie. You talked about it's the smile. How can individuals, it's going to be an interesting one here, but I'm going to run with it. How can individuals help their work, how they show up in their life, their branding, their messaging, some of their marketing messages, smile in a way that truly connects with people, the way that a a true smile does, not just like a smirk or a fake smile, but that true smile, Natalie?
I think it's by finding the positive in everything. And by putting those positive messages, there's no way that they cannot smile. So really in marketing, I think we should really enhance on the more positive messages than on bashing, like on negative ones. And that will help them to smile and to bring the smiles around.
That's a great reflective point there. Sometimes people will market themselves by pulling down maybe their competitor to say, I'm not like this.
Exactly. It's
right. But you're saying like pour more positive energy and just go with connecting and talking about how you serve your audience, not taking someone else down in the process to elevate yourself or make yourself look better. That's such a, I think, understated and nuanced, but such an important perspective to have. Donna, I see that.
Well, and with heart-centered marketing, it is about elevating not only the people that we're trying to impact, but globally,
Exactly.
So
And
we want to bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everybody agrees it's all about the energy. If we put out that positive energy, it's contagious. I see some thumbs up. It's like really, it's all about that.
Yes, it is. Donna's joined us. I think that she's on mute right now. So we're going to wait for Donna to get off of mute. You are all in the film, The Pillars of Power, unlocking the secrets of success. And the pillars are all about bringing your mental health, your spirituality, money conversations, how you connect and build relationships, and your health into the world. Donna, I would love for you to share more with our audience that's tuning in right now about the pillars of power and why conversations like the ones that we're having right now in this panel around energy work, around healing, are so critical to how people show up in the world personally, but also with their businesses.
Yes, absolutely. I think one of my favorite quotes, my favorite lines in everything with the Pillars of Power is to really inspire a new generation of leaders and change makers who really recognize that the secret to extraordinary success lies in the holistic integration of mind, body, and spirit, grounded in both ancient wisdom and modern science. And so for me, this is really about how do we align who we are on the inside to what the world perceives who we are on the outside. And I think authenticity has a huge piece in that, because I've seen people, you are either the same person you're on stage as you are off a stage. And then I know there's people, there's a energy or a persona of who we believe them to be on stage, but they're not that same person in their personal relationships. And so I think authenticity is a huge key to that. So I'm going to ask Dr. Alicia and then Cynthia the same question. What is one thing we can do to stay in integrity and authenticity with who we are privately behind the scenes and who we are out in the public for our marketing and our branding?
One thing we can do is to truly have the courage to tell the whole truth about who we are, to share our message courageously and as fed to us by spirit, because it always is, without apology and without dilution. So the pure love and essence of who we are, no matter how out there, no matter how afraid we are of how it will be received, that we are more allegiant to the voice within than to the smaller voices without that tell us the world's not ready, that tell us we're not ready. Because the truth is, it's not about feeling ready, it's about being called.
I love that. Being called. All those little mic drops. Cynthia, I am going to ask you the same question as well.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, authenticity is a huge part of my work. because your authentic self is actually located right in your very own hands. So your hands are the reflection of your soul, your personality, your free will. And the more that you can understand that, the more that you can really be that. So I definitely would recommend someone being curious about who they are and ask yourself, who are you in every day, in every moment, and what wants to co-create through you. And that should be your guidance tool every breathing moment of your life.
Yes, absolutely there. Absolutely. Tiffany, it looked like you had something to share there.
Well, being able to, I was just thinking about what she said about breathing it into every area of life. We need our breath. We need to be in our heart center as we're breathing. And that to me is part of what helps me with authenticity. My mission, my entire being and purpose here is just love and serve. That's it. Love and serve. And however that is to be expressed in each moment is just a gift. And every time I get to serve, it's like, all right, God, I give it to you. Thank you for this opportunity. I love it. And I love you. Right. And that's just part of what it means to be authentic for me.
We love that response, Tiffany, because it asks people to think about, I don't want to say question, but to think about, like, how are they showing up in the world? How am I connecting? What am I saying? What am I doing? Amanda, would love to learn from you as you've expanded Co-Create Your Success. What are kind of the ways that you integrate strategy with authenticity within yourself, with going with your kind of gut or intuitive instincts to actually connect with your audience?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, like what are ways that you integrate strategy with also going within and kind of intuition to actually connect with your audience to help them know what Co-Create Your Success is all about and attract those that you really want to work with to your space, and then maybe those that you're not serving, it doesn't align because you're doing all those things that are in alignment with who you are.
Right. Thank you. So I utilize the Diamond Co-Creative System, which is based on sacred geometry. So it bridges the science and spirituality together. And what I do is I go within, activate the system, activate what we call the Diamond Energy Codes to help me connect at that soul level and at that authenticity, because that soul level is that authenticity, right? And really ask if this certain strategy will benefit and serve those that whatever we put out. And looking at a particular strategy or program, is that resonant from a heart-centered, powerful way that can really make a difference in someone's life? And so I always start with that going within and activating the system, the codes. And from there, I let, it's called Co-Create Your Success. I let the spirit guide me, my soul, my guides, the divine guide me, because you can put all kinds of things out into the world. But, rather than spitball it, be very strategic. That's in soul alignment for ourselves first. And if it's that, then it's going to serve those that resonate with the message, resonate with the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question for Greg and Antonia. Like, what role does intuition play in the way you bring forth your business, your marketing, your essence into the world?
Intuition is so important because it's kind of the beginning point all the time of, what am I aligned with that I've been thinking about, and what are my desires? What's my vision? And then we use that intuitive spark to bring up, what do I ask next? What questions do I need to know? What are the actions that I need to take to create the success that my intuition is leading me towards? Because we want to engage this whole intuitive spirit so that we can have what Donna was talking about with the authenticity, with your unique gifts, with your skills, with what you love to do, so that that success and the intuition that you're having become melded together. And what we know from working with entrepreneurs at length is that when we can talk to their bodies about what's just right for them, when they have that intuitive spark, and if that's the direction that their body is going to support in their whole spirit, their mind, body, and spirit, then we're going to have flow. Then we're going to have alignment, and exciting things happen at that point.
And if I could just add, is that intuition is our beautiful starting point and sometimes the middle point, but that's why we talk to the body specifically, because the body has even more of that mysterious download that sometimes our intuition misses or our mind misses. And so we always double check with the body, make sure the body gives us a yes or no about what direction is right, what partner is right, what strategy is right, so that we are going in that authentic direction. And we're just not using totally our intuition, which sometimes can get the brain a little bit involved. And sometimes we get incredible answers from our body that we never would have intuited in a lifetime.
Those are some really, really good key points there, Greg and Antonia, because without going inside to really get and have those answers, we don't necessarily have all of the information just from the, we'll call them data points from the outside world, to really what those next steps are. But I want to take this a little bit deeper here with the word authenticity. And Susan, I'm going to call on you here, because there is a piece of authenticity that we have with our branding, because our world is oversaturated. Authenticity tends to be one of those buzzwords that we use. So how can a business truly embody and convey authenticity in their messaging to build trust with their audience?
So cool. I love this question, Donna. Thank you. So it's so interesting because we get confused a lot of times with like who and what we are. So we're actually the being, we're not the body, right? So the body is the one that wears the clothes. The body's the one that eats the food. And the body's the one that really, really, really likes for you to make a lot of money, because it's the one that likes to be pampered. So authenticity happens to be including your body into the decision-making of your branding and your purpose and your goal and where you're taking your business. So our body is more aware than we are, because we have points of view about things and our bodies don't. So in working with clients, we empower them. And I know a lot of us do this, empower our clients to be able to choose and ask, and intuitively, yes, but also the infinite possibilities that are available to us, because you only know this much. Like they say, I don't know, we use like just a little bit percentage of our brain. And, we only know what we know, but God has access to everything. And it's infinite possibilities that we have available to us. So it's not always about figuring it out, because that's what you were taught to do when you were kids. Figure it out, find the answer, make a good choice. It's about asking your body, because your body knows more and it has less points of view about it. So was that helpful, Donna, for you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely there. Natalie, one of the topics and the themes that we have been talking about is really building connections versus marketing. So how do you go about with connecting to the soul, and how can a marketer tap into that emotional resonance inside?
I think we have to first start to talk about what bothers other people, because like the marketers, it's if they just give a solution and it doesn't talk to people about their problems, it's not going to work. So tap into what is painful. And for me, what I see with my clients, it's always the self-love, self-confidence. So helping them to get there, it's already a big step. And then giving them the solutions, obviously.
Yes, absolutely there. What would you think would be one of those solutions that might be common with bringing out that authenticity in this world, with marketing, with branding, and building that connection?
Being true to yourself. And I always use this, I mean, figuratively and literally, the mirror exercise. Like, look in the mirror and see how beautiful you are inside and out. So that will really start empowering you and finding that self-love and self-confidence. And I really believe that that's the key for everything.
Beautiful, beautiful there.
So, Alicia, I know you've joined us back in for this conversation. Would love for you to help us deep dive a little bit into a topic, a buzzword, a really kind of way of being that some people kind of struggle and navigate with as they're trying to take up space, connect with clients, get something out there in the world that their spirit told them, nudge them, you know, you should write that book, you should go on that podcast, you should be on that show. And then that deservability factor kind of comes up, and they're like, I want to do this and I want it, but I'm not sure what to do. Alicia, can you talk a little bit about deservability and how people can navigate how they feel about their own deservability as they figure out how to show up in the world?
Absolutely, Alicia. And that is the first time I've gotten to say that with somebody with my exact spelling and everything.
Me too. Nice.
That's great. Deservability, yes. We all have that. And we don't want to, we have to figure out a better phrase, but we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. That humility, that beginner's mind, that open slate is gorgeous, because we always want that, okay, Lord, I got nothing, you got to fill this, right? We always want that openness. And ego, if it can't be the greatest of the great, will be the lowest of the low, because it has to be special. So we want to be very careful and discern. If I'm doing this, oh, I'm not ready, what do I have to add, etc. We want to realize we're probably an ego, right? Because the soul does not ask, you know, who am I to do this? The soul says, I'm not doing this. God, the universe, spirit is doing this. So let me create the space so that spirit can come through and fill the space with love and ordinariness, right? There's my spiritual teacher used to say, ordinariness is the prior condition to God, right? Because that's where we're all one, and that's the sameness, and that's that juicy, we're all in this together. We're not the individual waves in the ocean. We're all waves surrendering to the ocean of love and allowing ourselves to be in the flow. So it's really not, you know, we might want to change our question from who am I to do this to why do I think I'm doing it, right? You know, so it's really about, for me, if I'm asking that question, then it's about just being gentle with that part and surrendering it and allowing the spirit to come through.
Wow, I love that. Shifting the question away from who am I to do this, right? To what do I get to do with this? I know I changed it up a little bit, but it was so powerful. I really sat in it for a moment, Alicia. As we go into closing remarks, and we're going to start with you, Alicia, would love for you to share something that you haven't touched upon yet, but you really want people to kind of understand or walk away from today thinking about as they think about how they're showing up in their business today, and maybe subtle shifts that they can make to their approach to really help them connect with their audience. So we'll start with you, Alicia, and then we'll go to Antonia and Greg and then Susan.
Well, what I want to say to people is you are more beautiful than you know, and we need you. And I'm going to demonstrate what we all keep encouraging you to do, which is, take that leap. So I'm just going to let Spirit answer that question, which is kind of scary for me, but it's what we're talking about, taking the risk. So what I hear is, beloveds, we are all in this together. You are not separate. If you think you are separate, you are in a place of pain. If you would be in a place of the most deeply divinely ordained comfort and joy, be aware that Spirit am moving through you every instant with every breath. Your breath is always there to remind you, because God is breathing you when you forget. So just this moment, taking a deep breath, and as you breathe in all the love of the universe. Know truly. And as you exhale, just melt into this precious present. For you were born the beloved, and we are so in need of you at this pivotal time. Come forward. Amen.
Come forward. So beautiful. Antonia and Greg, your closing remarks for today.
Yeah, what's so important, especially when you're making decisions about how you're going to interact with your clients, is to be in the moment, is to be present with what you are feeling deep inside. And what other people tell you to do might not always be the best thing for you. So to always have that ability to tap into your innate healing system, your real spirit of what's right for you, because that's what's going to guide you to be able to make decisions that are going to really connect outside of yourself to other people in a way where they're going to really feel that authenticity and your uniqueness that you're going to bring to the conversation.
Because in the moment is where the connection is. In the moment is that authentic connection, the authentic love, the authentic expression and exchange of energy. So being in the moment, feeling everything, getting that information from your clients and giving that just right time experience and knowledge is what will really help every day and every moment. It's something to keep really top of mind, to be right here, right now with your clients and with yourself.
Wow, that's truly beautiful. And Susan, we're going to go over to you for closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I firmly believe that when you look at the emotional chart, the highest vibrational frequency emotionally we can be is gratefulness. And that's just below God's consciousness. And when you're in a state of gratefulness for who you are and what you're bringing forth, as well as your client, your customer, and the people that you're working with and those that are working for you, you are actually being in service. And you're there to support. And when you come forth with those frequencies, with that feeling, with that heartfelt gratefulness for them and for where they are, you're able to touch, tap in, and turn on a different possibility of people falling in love with you.
I love that. And next we're going to go to Tiffany and then Amanda and then Cynthia to go into their closing remarks, as well as Natalie. And then Dr. Alicia will help us introduce our next guest. So Tiffany, over to you.
This applies to marketing, but also life in general. So I touch my heart, I breathe into my heart. And so let's just touch our hearts, breathe in. Smiling at your heart, feeling your heart smile back at you. And then just ask, what would love say? What would love do? And then from that space of what would love say, write your marketing materials. There's so much beauty in that. People will feel your essence and want to work with you and line up. You know, they're like, hey, there's something about this person. I feel their essence. I feel the divinity within them, even if I don't know how to put words to it. And they'll want to buy, you know? It's that simple. You got to work with people that you truly, genuinely connect with and resonate with. And that to me comes from love.
I love that. Pun intended, Tiffany. Amanda, over to you. And then we're going to go to Cynthia and Natalie before we introduce our next guest.
Well, what came in from the guides was just a reminder to everyone, you're unique, and really tap into your uniqueness. You know, there might be 100 people doing the same type of thing. Like there's tons of coaches, energy healers, marketers, all of that, but you're unique. So tap into your soul's essence and wisdom, align with that, trust that, and allow yourself to really be guided. Follow the energy that is being given to you, that is being channeled in, that is being downloaded. So many of you have great ideas, inspirations, and you came here for a reason. And our mantra right now is be the light, shine your light, and be out there and make the difference that you came here to do. Whatever it is, whatever genre, whatever you're guided to do it. Just do it, as they say.
Just do it, like Nike says.
Yes,
Cynthia,
exactly.
over to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, when I first got started doing this work, I made the mistake of thinking that I was supposed to help everybody on the whole planet, which is unrealistic. So yes, you, just like everybody was saying, you are unique. You are a beautiful being of light. And you also are meant to work with specific people, and it's not necessarily the entire world. So ask yourself, who do you really like to work with? Who do you really want to work with? And then ask yourself, what is the step just behind where I am right now? And that can lead you to your marketing message. So that's my message for you.
Amazing. And Natalie, your closing remarks before we shift. Thank you.
Well, everybody said everything I thought, but be yourself. That's what happens when you're in a room with so many amazing people, you know? Be yourself. Trust yourself, because your ideas are great. It's true. There are like so many people out there doing maybe the same thing than you, but you are unique. And so if you start to believe on yourself, have that self-confidence, you will shine through your marketing. So don't think twice. Just go for it and enjoy the process, because that's the important part. If it's going to make you miserable, don't do it.
Wow. So beautiful. I love this conscious conversation that we're having around marketing, but the flow and the alignment and working with the right people in the right ways and really tuning in within to then connect with the world on the outside. Natalie, it's Susan, Cynthia, Antonia, Greg, Tiffany, Amanda, it's been such a pleasure to have you on. We're going to transition. I'm going to ask Alicia to introduce our next guest. There are so many more insights that you all that have been tuning in will be able to get to hear from our panelists that have joined us today that are part of the Pillars of Power film. There's so many more, but we really want to make this conversation about consciousness, marketing, spirituality a part of everyday conversation. And it certainly has a lot to do with connections, how we market and how we connect with our community. So Alicia, I'd love for you to introduce our next special guest that has joined us today all the way from France.
France. Yes, I am so excited.
We are, this is such a treat for everyone. We have Sonia Choquette. Sonia has written 32 best-selling books, translated into 30 languages. She's the top teacher of intuition. She is a true legend, and I can tell you from having the privilege of knowing her personally, she is deeply heartfelt. She is a complete love to everyone she meets. And she's truly a living treasure. You will feel the presence of intuition and your own magic as she speaks. Sonia, welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm so honored to be with such a gorgeous community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for being here with us today. We know you are in a completely different time zone than the rest of us here. And you've been backstage patiently waiting. You've been listening to the discussions that have been happening. Share with us a little bit of your insight, and I'm just going to call it intuitive marketing.
Well, I think the important thing is to understand that at the core of marketing and really the core of the world going around is relationships. And if you're going to have a successful relationship, you have to first tune into what's relating, who's relating to who. And this is an interesting, just a bit of an anecdote. The planet Venus, because I'm listening to all this spirituality, is the planet that rules beauty and love and connection and romance, but it also rules business and money. They are connected. In other words, they are the energies of what creates a harmonious and resonant relationship. So marketing is a word that we use that actually is trying to communicate how can we create the most dynamic, mutually beneficial, uplifting relationship. And that is very difficult to almost impossible to succeed at the highest level if we're relating on the wrong channel. If my self-conscious, needy ego is so focused on what I want from you, then I'm not going to be seeing you other than as a means to my end. And that's how the ego perceives things. It tends to look at the whole world as me against you, and either you feed me or you scare me. But if you shift the relationship and you recognize that the breath in me, the energy in me, the essence that gives me consciousness is my spirit. And my spirit is not here to get. My spirit is here to serve and to connect and to co-create. That's what lights up the spirit. So if I am relating and connecting with someone spirit to spirit, not role to role, but soul to soul, then we establish immediately a resonant and mutually symbiotic capacity to communicate and understand one another. So this is why I was listening to all your beautiful teachers about coming into the body and into the heart is where we actually experience that energy of higher self. It originates in the heart center and then it expands outward. So marketing is bringing your most creative spirit to a situation and be very interested in seeing the authentic self in another, seeing that person in a third dimension reality and asking, well, who are you? How can I serve you? And can I? And if it's not me, what can I offer you that might be able to serve you? So you're not looking to get, you're looking to connect, co-create, and manifest something meaningful for both of you. And so the way to do that is to change the channel of the I you're talking about and start with the I that I am my spirit, and my spirit and your spirit energetically found each other. And let's trust that. Let's be interested and trust that, so we don't have to be afraid, and we don't have to be scared, and we don't have to pump ourselves up. Let's just trust that there's a part of us that can show up and be met at a place of genuine availability. Now, this is something that I help people with. If you show up in your heart energy, interested in another, we are energetically symbiotic. Another person will actually biologically feel that, and they can't help but respond. They cannot help but meet you there. And that's the beginning, to meet me at that place of soul to soul, spirit to spirit. And it immediately drops the self-consciousness of the ego that would interfere with all that marketing. And then let's get down to business, the business of what we're trying to experience in the earth plane, whether it's we're trying to experience a restaurant or a new outfit or build a building. All of those experiences are creations. So what can we create, and how can I help you create the experience you want? And then it's fun. And then it becomes intriguing. And then you begin to, you use outer senses and inner senses. Pay attention, listen, watch. These outer senses are not a problem. They are the way to read the physical energy and then activate the inner senses. The inner sense of listening, clairaudience, the inner sense of feeling, clairsentience, the inner sense of knowing, claircognizance. What that is you're reading the energy. You're reading the physical frequencies and you're reading the energetic frequencies. And we are naturally designed to do this. And if you're not defended, self-conscious, and imploded in your ego, this will come pretty naturally to you. These are our natural abilities, and we're doing it all the time. We say it when we say, I can read the situation, or I read her mind. What we're talking about is I'm getting you. Even that phrase, I get you, is an intuitive phrase. It's like I am receiving the totality of you. And I want to support that. People who feel like you get me, they want to be your client. People who feel like they're seen accurately and you're genuinely interested will lean into you. And then the engagement is not about the tug and pull of I'm selling, you're buying, it becomes what are we going to create together? And it gets really fun, really fast.
Wow.
Right?
So much wisdom, so many gems shared, Sonia. I wrote it down. You said it's not about to get, it's about connecting and co-creating and manifesting mutually beneficial experiences for leaders that may be trying to understand what it means to connect more consciously with their community, with their customers, and are struggling to balance maybe profitability with staying aligned to their core values and to that core connection, having that trust and faith. What would you like to share with them as ways how they can kind of nurture and explore this pathway?
Well, I've mentored leaders all over the world for many years in many different industries, big leaders, creative leaders, artistic, medical leaders. And what I know is that we need to remember that people are going to remember you and trust you based on the energy you put out. If you put out an energy that might have all the flowery words, but inside, because you're fearful, you're going to be pushing and you're going to be like a football coach and they might hear you, but they won't remember what you're saying because people do not remember what comes from the ego at you like this. Energetically, that's repulsive. So I call that eggs on Teflon. I mean, you hit it, you'll remember the impact, but you won't remember the message. Real leaders inspire others to pull up their best. And that word means to bring the spirit in. That's what inspire means. You breathe in, you breathe in and you communicate to others. I trust you, but I'm not trusting your ego. I am trusting the spirit in you, the best you, to want to serve with me our mission. And when you speak to that part of people, but not just speak it, you vibrate it, you energetically live it. People trust you. So if you're going to be a good leader, and I have been very good leaders, and I have worked with some really bad leaders. And what I'm saying is something that Maya Angelou once said, people tell you who they are by what they do. Believe them. And I want to add that people tell you who you are by how you vibrationally communicate, by your energy. And believe me, you're obvious. No matter how you can smoke and mirrors and put on good suits and cool shoes and happy smiles, if your vibration is not coming from the heart and congruent, people feel it. Now, they may not have the language, they might not have the consciousness, but they have the experience. And that's going to make them lean back and not give you their best, because they have to protect themselves from your dissonance. If you're congruent and what you say and what you feel and what you mean and what you do align, and that your energy is inclusive to their well-being as a leader. Like, I am not going to just have you all serve my goals, but we are going to create what serves our goals. Those are the leaders, and they are energetically, they are so powerful without being intense. They can be at ease. They can be calm, but they are effective. And right now, the planet is waking up. People's inner senses are coming online like popcorn. We are feeling it. We are, all of a sudden, I'm having an intuition. I'm having a dream. I'm having a sense. And so we have to, as leaders, recognize to speak to the highest consciousness of people. Not to the consciousness of us, but to the consciousness of the ones we are serving. That's what makes you a leader, is that the difference between a leader and a manager is a manager is taking care of and trying to make sure everything's okay. But a leader is inspiring and is taking care of everybody. And there's no difference. And so when you have leadership energy, there is no them. There's just us.
I love and resonate with everything that you're sharing here, Sonia. But I do have this one question, because it pops up in my mind so many different times. And it's a question that I get asked often. And it's about handling rejection. We share our heart, we share our energy, we're authentic, we show up in our trueness, our oneness, but yet sometimes we still experience rejection.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I think half of America, at least, is feeling that right now. I mean, we were just showing up and being so great, and all of a sudden we got rejected. Being a public intuitive guide for 45 years, I'm used to rejection. I have been rejected, repelled, called names, but you have to ask yourself, well, what part of me is reacting to this rejection? I got rejected yesterday. I asked my sister to do something for me, and she flat out said, absolutely not. And I was so offended. How could you do this to me? And I really had to sit with it, because I'm conscious enough to know if I'm having a big reaction, I'm trained, I'm conditioned, and I've lived long enough to know this is a moment where I can grow. I can either be in third dimension, victim consciousness. I'm so brilliant, and spiritual people can fall into this trap. How can you reject me? I'm just so full of love and beauty that, you are really missing it. That you are really blowing it. But rejection is just understanding another person's consciousness doesn't get you. They're not resonating. You're not hitting a note of commonality. You're not understanding where they are. And so it's a vibrational disconnect. And if you can take it as, okay, there's one of two ways to go. It was mentioned by your panel. We're not a vibrational match. And I don't need that us be a vibrational match. I'm going to move on. Or, I do need us to be a match. So what in me is missing something that I'm not understanding or communicating well about you? I'm not reading you well. One of the biggest reasons people might reject you is because you're not understanding what they need. You're missing it. Number two, maybe they don't want maybe, you know, I do with one of the experiences I have with rejection is a lot of people are insecure. So the power they have found is the power of no. I'm going to just say no. I'm going to withhold. I'm not going to be in the playground. I'm not going to be in the sandbox. So read that. Is this really a rejection of me, or are you exerting the power that you have learned at this point? The power of no. Because I think my experience is that probably at least 50% of rejection is the power of no. That's as much power as people have learned to have. In which case you have to accept. But I also, even in my own experience yesterday, I sat for a good 4 or 5 hours in funk. Big funk. I got rejected from my own sister. You know, I just was like, this is so wrong. But I knew that this was because it was a moment. I call rejection teachable moments. I wasn't particularly signed up for the class that I was being taught, but I thought, well, here it is on my lap. And I realized that, you know, what's really happening here, it has nothing to do with her rejection. It has to do with, it's very similar to some original rejections in my life when I wasn't as conscious and did take things more personally. And so I need to clear that out. Now, why I love your question is because we are in a period in this planet right now with a lot of clearing. So that is going to be experienced, as we've just collectively observed in many people's lives, as a massive rejection. So that is an excellent question, is to develop the resilience and the insight to recognize to read rejection accurately, to really not just feel the experience and say, that's my intuition, I'm being rejected, because to feel an energy doesn't necessarily automatically mean you're interpreting it correctly. Dig a little deeper, give it a little breath, give it a little pause. And if you're all worked up, you're in your ego, have some compassion, take a bubble bath, pat yourself on the back, say, that stunk. Breathe through it. When you calm down and all that adrenaline passes, revisit. Use your inner senses. Was it my voice? Was I communicating wrong? Did I ask him at the wrong time? Did I miss? Review. Be grounded and be interested in why that happened and what you can learn. That really is core. And then you'll get an answer. And then you'll get over it. And that feels really good.
You see why I love this woman, why the world loves this woman. So, Sonia, I'm going to, as much as we would all love to ask you incredibly spiritual questions, going back to the theme of this seminar, which we need as spiritual teachers and leaders. Let's talk about sales. How do you, see, I even hesitate saying that word.
I don't. I'll tell you how to see sales.
Yeah.
You know who taught me sales? Wayne Dyer. He was one of my dear friends. And when I first started publishing my books, I went on tour with him. And he was so good at sales. And I had a hard time saying, here's a book I wrote and read my book. And he said, Sonia, if you were in a city in a blackout and everybody was barefoot walking through broken glass and you were the shoemaker, do you think it would be loving to keep the light out and hope they find you? Or would it be more loving to turn your light on and say, look, here's something for you. I see you're struggling. I have a solution. Here it is. And that's service. So if you can see, sales, when it's about, I want something from you, will always feel funky. But when sales is, look, I got a solution for you. I am aware that you're struggling. Here, consider this. It might be perfect. And you don't have to walk around in the dark in broken glass suffering. And I think that for me just turned on a light. It's like, of course, isn't that what, if you're hungry for bread and the baker's down the block and nobody told you he's around the corner, well, that's not nice. But to have the bakers put the door open and the bread smell, oh my God, hooray. It's a solution. So let's Sales feels funky when it's coming from I want. And sales feels fun and fulfilling to that purpose of wanting to serve when it comes from, let me help you. Now that I have your attention, let me help you. And I'll give you a choice, but at least see what I can do. And then it's not hard at all.
That was brilliant.
I love that. Moving.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you, Sonia just launched a book today. What's the title?
Well, it's actually the book. I just have it only because I just did the launch an hour ago, which is why I showed up late because I got my time out. But it's called Read Life Accurately. Recognize and respond to what's really happening. And it's taking intuition out of parentheses, and it's integrating intuition and making it friends with your outer senses. We have a whole constellation of senses, and we need to stop the fight. We need to stop the battle, and we need to stop the segregation. Some people are all inner senses, and I feel and I sense and you do, but we can't ground that. Someone on the outside says, well, how is that going to help me get rid of my backache? Or how's it going to help me find the product I'm looking for? So inner senses are important, but so are your outer senses. Listen, pay attention, watch, observe, work together in this new understanding that we have both inner and outer senses, and they need to be partners. So, and then the second part of the book, and my work, it's really the culmination of my work, is don't just feel and think your interpretation is accurate. Don't feel like, oh, I have a bad vibe, you're a bad guy. It's like, well, okay. Is it me? Is it you? Is it the moment? Let's discern a little more. Let's go a little deeper. Let's not be quite so quick to assume we know what's happening. Let's just pause and be curious and peel this apart. Let me give you a story, example. I had a doctor client come, and he said, I'm very intuitive, I'm very aware, I'm very sensitive. I'm the kind of doctor this world needs, but I can't tell my clients that. And he said, more than that, I can't tell my business manager that because she would think I've lost my mind. Okay, so this is a doctor who's got these skills. She wants to grow our business, but she's very serious. I don't know what to do. Do I fire her? She's been with me for 20 years and I want her to grow the business and be more spiritual. Well, I'm talking to him and my next client comes to the door 3 minutes early. Guess who's at the door? It's his business manager. He is positively gobsmacked. And I think it's hilarious and perfect. It's a perfect vibrational magnet. And I said, you're not reading her accurately. You're projecting all your stuff on her. And you're assuming she's not aware because maybe her language is not quite the same as yours. But let's pause and see if we're going in the same direction. And then let's just see how we can creatively go deeper with that. And so I think that reading life accurately is combining all your senses, being discerning, present, aware, and deeply interested in what is really happening, what is really true. And from a place of the spirit we share versus my ego, which is kind of sensitive and hard to please. So it's just, and so you have, one of the ways to get to that state of mind is just humor. If you come in with some joy in your heart, and like one of your people in the panel said, just smile, you open the curtains of your heart. You let that fear cloak drop. There is nothing to protect. Let's just create together. And if you smile and if you're interested in, here we are, you and I got this and you got this problem, you have bare feet and I have a shoe. Okay. How are we gonna work this out that we both are happy? Because I worked really hard for this shoe and your feet really hurt. So what's the common connection that we can solve? Because then we'll both go home really feeling we helped one another. So if you just have a little faith in humanity, that part that wants to connect, that is in every human being, will show up.
That's so beautiful, Sonia. I feel like we all just got a master class on what the word integration and the embodiment of integration really means. Your inner senses, your outer senses, understanding discernment, and understanding that intuition as guidance, not as fact, right? But it's really the connection of all of those experiences. It is such a delight that you are part of Pillars of Power, that you've brought this conscious conversation to the Marketers Forum. There's so much that you said that I think is going to take some time for people to really process. I know I won't speak for others, but I know for myself, I took a lot of notes, but it's going to take some time to process. But that word integration of inner self, of outer self, of how we show up, of when we're ruffled up, is it them? Is it us? Like, we can take that mirror within. And, you know, as people think about their businesses and how they're engaging with their audience, with their community, there are so many key principles that we can lean on here. So Sonia, there's so many more questions that we want to ask you. I'll have to have you back on for another dynamic conversation. And we are going to move to bring up and invite our next guest to join us. Thank you so much, Sonia. Wow.
That was powerful, Alicia. And I am just still vibrating from everything. I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to this today and actually jot down all of my notes.
Yeah, thank you again, Sonia. I know you're still here with us. Thank you again. That was, what an integration. That connection between our inner world and our exterior worlds, and how we move around in that space, and taking us back to heart. Our next guest, it is a delight to introduce, really takes a heart-centered marketing approach to how he engages with the world. He has worked with presidents, people in the UN, executives of Fortune 100s, and he has gone down his own, I want to say, path of discovery, of understanding. Jagadish, it is such a pleasure to have you joining us today during the Marketers Forum. I mean, there's so much I want to share about who you are, but I'd love for you to share with our audience more about the work that you do and what heart-centered marketing is all about, and some of the experiences that you've had with world leaders, with executives, as you've shared your approach with them, and that effect has rippled into the world. Welcome, Jagadish.
Hi, thank you, Alicia. Hi, everyone. It's really good to be here, and I'm thanking everyone from the LA Tribune, to invite me here. And what I'd like to talk about a little bit before I go into my work and the work that I've done with, presidents of nations and the Fortune 100 people and stuff like that, is that there's different levels of understanding that we can have and apply. So this goes for marketing as well as, actually marketing is relationships also and everything. And this relates to the humanistic level of interaction and being and thought and concepts and ideas and the reality of human to human relationships and interactions. And so in marketing and in life is we have to relate to each other as human beings because we're conditioned by that so much. Many people only exist on the humanistic level, which is great. It's fantastic because that's above the animal level of existence, the lower ego fight of survival and power and things like that, wanting attention and things like that. Then we can go to the transpersonal level, which is the level that many of the people here on this show is really coming from, that transpersonal level of, oh, wait a minute, we're a soul also. We have a soul. And so if our humanistic level is our true self, because some people who talk about the humanistic level call that the true self, do this, find out what your true self is through this typology or that typology. We're talking about the humanistic traits and conditioning and things like that. And then we go to the transpersonal level, which is the soul level. Then that opens us up to communication with our senses, our subtle senses, let's call it, our subtle senses. So in business, many of the successful business people somehow have attuned their subtle senses, their gut feelings, or the communication from the subtle realms that are helping them be successful in this life. And they'll go ahead and work with that level. And that's, beautiful and wonderful. And then there's so that would be a truer self. Our truer self is our soul and all the gifts that our soul has and can develop, be trained in and develop, and the gifts that we call forth, so to speak. Then we have the transcendent. So the transcendent is our transcendent self. It's our truest self. So our truest self is actually who we are eternally. So if our human self is gone in this lifetime, right? Whether it's influenced by past lives or influenced by our ancestral impingements and psychic impingements and different things that go on. When this life is gone, that's no longer, we're no longer involved in that temporary reality anymore. However, we still, even though we don't have a physical body, we have our soul, and that's gone on into the astral realms or the heavenly realms. Our soul has gone there. So that's really, really beautiful. We're free of the bodily pain, but we're still ourselves, and we're congruence of all our other existences that we've had to the degree that we can be aware of them. The transcendent self, our truest self, is our pure spirit. So our pure spirit is made of the same substance that God is, the divine. That's the same substance. So for people who realize their truest self and are realize, I said realize. Anyway, so so when we realize that on a permanent level, that we are pure spirit, we're the same spiritual substance as God is, and we do not die, et cetera, all the different things. Then the light of God shines through us. So my advice really would be is to go deep into meditation, go deep into mindfulness meditation and other types of meditation that will bring you cutting through the ego, cutting through the different layers of temporary reality, which is, anyway, a temporary reality, and find your truest self. You'll experience it from time to time. In the work I do, that's the main focus of my work, is for me to do the sacred transmission so that the individuals, people, right, animals as well, but anyway, can experience their own divine nature. And you do that enough times over and over again, so you have the deep experience, which is, of course, very transformative. And until you come from your side with your spiritual practices and dedication, you come from what I have to offer, and other people who are at a similar place can offer, until you realize on a permanent level that divine light that is within and without, everywhere, permanently like that. Then if you're drawn to entrepreneurship, or you have already been involved in it as you do your transcendental practices, your practices to go beyond the mind, to go beyond discursive emotions and rise above all of that until you realize that divine light. And I say divine love. Okay, I say divine love bliss. It's written there. Okay, so divine love bliss is that spiritual substance, who we are. It's beyond a doubt who we are. Oh, there's doggies. And we can realize that, but it takes, like anything, it takes focus. It takes the company of people who have realized that true nature permanently. And it takes one's dedication and all of those things. And so when we can understand that and be balanced in the understanding of being humanistic, transpersonal, and transcendent, then we can be powered by the divine, get assistance from the transpersonal levels of existence, and meet people on a human level. And maybe that's the trifecta of where we can be. But one good idea here is that to not mistake a humanistic true self which is temporary, to our truest nature as eternal and beyond misery and suffering, like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jagadish, for your share of helping people understand our many forms of experiences and of evolution. And today, the conversation during the Marketers Forum has evolved as we've gone through the day, but a theme, a thread that has really resonated across the conversations is authenticity and connection and understanding our inner world to connect with our outer world and that flow and that alignment. And what you've shared with us today is really how we actually go layers and levels deep of our understanding of ourselves, of our healing and cleansing of ourselves, so that we can bring that person out to the world that then gets to create the business, that then gets to figure out what the marketing plan looks like to connect it with communities, that then gets to figure out how we interact or react to or just engage and experience those around us. You have worked with presidents of nations, with executives, with their works of how they show up as leaders, how they put their products and services out there in the world. What are some of those insights that you have shared, that you've delved into with your clients, that those that are tuning in today can kind of become curious about, that can explore and learn more about, or can say, this is why I understand why, a healing or a session with Jagadish through your transmission really impacts and elevates and up levels the work that I do and how I show up in this world.
Okay, yeah. In the work I do, the first level that people reach really is unconditional love, to experience that so fully that it overflows for a number of days after the events that I do. But in working with these different groups of people, including mega celebrities, A-list celebrities that I've worked with, but I've also worked with spiritual masters, genuine spiritual masters, and non-genuine as well. But the genuine spiritual masters of various traditions that I've worked with over the decades, there's a drastic difference. When I go in their field and do the work that I do, you know that they've attained the profound peace and all of these things. And so I'm just really working on the particular challenge they're working through, but their psyche, their soul is so cleansed. It's a whole different way of working. Everyone else that I've ever worked with, the soul has so much conflictive content and erroneous content and unsettled content. And so then that's one big difference. And this difference tells us the value of cleansing the soul, of cleansing, from the ancestral lines, which is part of the major work I do, to our own karmic content, to pulling out the different negative content in the blood, bones, and auric field, of course, and the chakras and the other systems that we have temporarily in this life. So with the work, I've been able to, working with the presidents of nations that were in war with each other and conflicts with each other, gradually worked out to be to settle in peace with each other, and now they are not at war with each other, et cetera, et cetera. As you know, I can't name who I have worked with, but and in the Fortune 100 companies, it was interesting that they attended the actual spiritual transmission work itself, and after that they were like, "Oh my God, can you give me a consultation on our nutritional line, that we're going to be putting out, or no, that they've already put out, but with not much success over the years." That was it. Sorry about that. And so these different things is that by cleansing, the deep cleansing of all of this until our conscious reality can see our own light shining through the divine light, from the Sacred Heart, if we want to call it a place that it resides, and then experience that light, eventually realizing that is actually who we are. And then we're really heart-centered. We're heart-centered as divine beings with seeing through, it's like divinity seeing through our eyes life. So we get to have the eyes of divinity, of the divine. And sometimes that can get us into trouble until we learn how to work with people again, like that. But it's worth the goal. We're talking about the difference between our temporary livelihood. In short, we can say that we come in alone, we come in naked, we don't bring anything but our qualities, into this lifetime, and we don't take anything with us. So the idea is to temper our goals in marketing and being entrepreneurs with the reality of what's eternal rather than what is temporary. And the other part I want to bring up is what you mentioned, Alicia, is many of us aspire to be influencers, inspire to impact. I mean, Los Angeles Tribune is one of the great factors in the world now of positively impacting the world. And so we do that individually in our communities, our families, etc., who we come into contact with. And we can do it nationally, we can do it globally. And the purer we are as an instrument of the divine energy, the divine power, then the better then the world will become. And that's been proven. There's different, I don't know what they're called, I forget, scientific testing that's been done on that kind of stuff.
Beautiful, beautiful, Jagadish. I have one last question here for you today, because you have worked with so many other amazing people and leaders. We talk about this inner heart alignment, who we are on the inside, the authenticity, the outside. What I'm really curious about here, because oftentimes people struggle with some of the outward expressions when it comes to money, to abundance, to profitability. What I'm curious about here is, what advice do you have for leaders who struggle to balance that profitability with staying aligned with who they are, with their core values and their personal integrity?
Yeah. Oh my God. A huge question, isn't it? it really comes to alignment with the highest virtues, integrity, and authenticity that you can bring to the table. And what was it? Someone said there should not be any millionaires in the world, or let's say billionaires for sure. In other words, we can have so much money just to create the lifestyle that we want, a humble yet affluent lifestyle. So what I'm just talking about is being sensible about our lives and understanding the context of our lives and who we are at our truest self nature, our truer nature, and then our true nature as human beings, is to balance those things and realize that improving the life of others in a genuine way, in goodness, then is the right path to do. And whether that brings you fame and fortune or doesn't matter at all. And there's, of course, many of the saints of all the traditions that exist, many of the great saints whose selflessness, which is an art in itself, which is a quality that one can cultivate, having, this great ancient knowledge and wisdom about how to cultivate what is selflessness and how to cultivate that. To be selfless enough that one gives their life to save someone else, or the selflessness of generosity that one may just make enough to live on and yet be a huge impact in people's lives, so that at the time we transition, the boost of gratitude and thankfulness for any given individual will actually boost them into higher levels of heaven. Just using words to talk about something. So I want to direct people to look at the importance of our eternality, of our life that keeps going on after we drop the physical body. And what I mean by that, I'll continue just a little, is that we want to put enough dedication and energy, and that can include our business. We dedicate our business and all the work that we do to experience and realize our truest divine nature, because that is the highest way we can serve the world. Each and every one that attains liberation, enlightenment, and in my tradition, it's liberation and divine love of God, liberation in something that is exalted and beyond even our individual truest self or truest nature, then can become co-committant with the work that we do as an entrepreneur and serving others to improve their lives. I don't know if that answered the question. I hope it did.
I mean, it answered questions. I think it sparked new questions. Jagadish, what a gift to be able to hear from you today. Liberation can create co-commitment with what people are trying to do with their business as entrepreneurs. You've said so much, but you just ended with that. And I think that's such a powerful statement, because what you're saying is that liberation can create space for more creation and in a different way. Jagadish, it's been so great to have you on with us today as part of this marketing summit, because some of the principles that you shared, some of the realizations that you touched upon just on the surface, I think is going to spark a lot of questions and reflections, and then ultimately actions, and so we appreciate you for joining us today as part of the Marketers Forum. You're also going to be in the Pillars of Power film. You're working on a new book that's going to launch next spring, but bringing really your healing, your transmission, your teachings further to the world. So thank you so much, Jagadish, for joining us today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Donna, we're about to bring our next guest, Deepika, on, who I
Yes.
think has really lived in her own liberation and figuring out who she is and who she wants to be, has really lived in that, and is co-creating in life every day. But we're about to bring on Deepika in a moment. But Donna, please share your, we've had the Pillars of Power cast, Sonia and Jagadish, and some deep conversations around consciousness. Would love to hear your remarks as we bring Deepika up to join us.
I am just in awe with it because it seems like we're not just awakening, but at the forefront of an entire movement of really looking inside ourselves for the answers that we need to grow, to expand, for the soul's evolution and growth, to really make an impact in the world rather than listening to all of that external noise. And I absolutely love that because the answers are always inside of you. You just have to know which ones to ask.
Yes. And Deepika Sandhu, our next guest that has joined us today, is an ex-executive in Silicon Valley. She wrote a book, in fact, a very, very good book, if I may say. Hello, Universe, It's Me, How I Scheduled a Breakdown and Manifested a New Life, and how you can too, all about that inner journey. And she's a best-selling author, also the founder and CEO of Soul Sparks Press, which is all about helping to individuals to find that spark within them and then take action through that. Deepika, I know we've spoken before. There's so much more I can share, but I also know that you were listening in to Jagadish right now. As you further introduce yourself and share a little bit about your journey, would love also to hear your reflections on what Jagadish was talking about, because you've been on your journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the core, what he's getting at is we want to live this life in a way that is true and authentic and connected, not just with people around us, but truly, deeply, totally, and completely within us. And I think that is so important and so apropos for the conversation that we're having here today.
Yes, it truly is, Deepika. So, Jagadish was talking about realization and kind of going within and healing and clearing, and how that impacts kind of how we show up in this world. Deepika, you went through your own journey. You talk about it in your book, Hello, Universe, It's Me, but you're also a coach, and now you live out that co-creation, and pun fully intended here. That's the second time I said that today, but you inspire those sparks within people to do it as well, because they can too. Can you talk about what your journey was like and how that created space for you to walk through this world, and how that relates to how you actually market, serve, and connect with individuals that come across your path?
Absolutely, 100%. So here is my background. I was this person who did everything right. I was always checking all the boxes to live an amazing life. I did whatever my teachers, my parents, social media, Hollywood, Bollywood would say it takes to live a really good life. And I was just like, okay, if this is what it takes, I'm going to go there and do it. And I did. I went to great schools. I got a great education. I graduated. I got a great job. I got promoted at that job. I did everything in my life to do what I thought was going to create a great life. I dated like it was a professional sport. I found Mr. Right. He turns out to be Mr. Wrong, but I find Mr. Right. I get married. I have the kid. I have the house. I have the cars, the purses, the whatevers that I think you're supposed to accumulate to live a really great life. But I woke up at 40 feeling miserable, sad, depleted, exhausted, unloved. And it was in that moment that it just became so clear to me that I wasn't going to wake up at 50 feeling the same way that I felt at 40. That was not an option for me. So I went on this journey that I describe in Hello Universe, It's Me, to schedule the breakdown, because I am a typical type A personality. I had no time to just, fly off to Italy or India or wherever Julia Roberts goes and Eat, Pray, Love to go find herself. I had to figure out how to do it right inside my everyday life. And I had to schedule that because I didn't have time to just do it on a random Tuesday. As I go through that journey, I mean, it's been incredible because I was able to take concepts like the ones we just heard from Jagadish, right? They sound so beautiful and big and wondrous. And I wanted to be able to do them. They were in all the books I read by Deepak Chopra and the Dalai Lama and everybody else. But I didn't know how to make it apply to my regular everyday life. Now I do, because I went on that journey to figure out what are the bits and pieces that I needed to do to change my world. And I did. And I think it goes really well to what we're talking about today on the Marketers Forum, which is you can hear things and they can be beautiful and powerful, and you'll hear them in movies and you'll read them in books and you'll like that Instagram post because you feel so fired up. But the thing is, how do you make it connect and resonate with you? And it's true with any information that we take in, right? We've got to figure out how it relates to what it is I need to do in my life. And that was my journey, and the journey that got me here today, part of the Los Angeles Tribune community, releasing books and now launching my own publishing company, just to do exactly this, to make those connections so people can see when they are faced with one of those soul sparking moments in their own life, that they don't just dismiss it and forget about it, but they actually are equipped to take the steps and take the actions to make that soul sparking moment meaningful and to realize the change that they may want to see in their lives.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Go ahead, Donna.
It is. And Deepika, I love the fact that you were a high-powered leader, a high-powered executive, Silicon Valley, where I'm from, but yet we look at and honor, I love the name of your company, Soul Sparks Press, by the way, I always have, but really going into the consciousness of everything. But what I'd like to ask you about is about the frequency of success. Because if it had a frequency, what steps could a marketer take to shift that mindset and that frequency to really attract their ideal clients or customers?
I love this. The frequency of success to me is the one that feels good to you. For so many years, I was absorbing the frequency of success that other people had defined as successful, right? I took whatever the outside world was telling me was successful and absorbing it in. But I got to tell you, there were many times in there that definition of success did not resonate. My frequency of success now is if it feels good, it actually is good, right? I want it to be something that deeply resonates. So for me, in attracting my authors to my company, we've got 34 authors writing with us right now. We're on track to release a book every single month of 2025. How did I do this? Did I do this through some magical formula that, now I can put into some kind of, program and sell to everybody and everybody can go take? No, what I did was put out a frequency of who I was. I wanted to create a company and a business that was completely aligned to me. And to do that, it had to actually feel really, really good. Many of us get really beautiful ideas for businesses we want to build, but we are very exhausted by the process of building them. And at the end of the day, we may be happy with the results, but the path that it took to get there is genuinely extremely exhausting and didn't feel as good. But I can tell you right now, there's always an option. There's the option to move in the frequency of success that does feel good to you. It may look different than what other people define as successful, but if it feels right to you, it is the kind of success that you want. So for me, creating the frequency of success involved attracting in authors that were lit up and inspired by the thought of their words quite literally changing the world. And for them to see what I was doing and know that they could create this for themselves. So the more that I moved into being me, the truest, most authentic version of me, the more I attracted in clients. We got our first 25, 27 clients without any Instagram post, any LinkedIn post, any advertising, nothing. It completely was word of mouth, because once people heard I was doing this, they wanted to be part of it. My frequency was quite literally attracting them, but what was attracting them was that I was operating in so much truth, and I was creating a dynamic and beautiful and wondrous way to create books and bring them to the world, and other people wanted to be able to tap into that as well. So I think the number one way to go grab your fabulous, heart-centered, aligned clients is to be you. You're never going to get that by following somebody's secret method or doing, the 10 steps that will get you this way, because what works for one person may not work for you. You've got to decide, does this feel right to me? Is this the way that I want to project out into the world? And I got to tell you, it's not just with your clients that you're hiring, it's in your whole life, right? We need that authenticity in our relationships. We need that authenticity in the way that we connect with others, in the way that we do the work that we do. It absolutely is the secret component for every interaction that we're having in our lives.
Yes, Deepika. Debbie joined in. She said, absolutely. That's the secret sauce. That's the formula. Deepika, I love that you took the conversation there, because I think it's important to underscore, there's people that are tuning in from all around the world. There are people that are sharing so many strategies and insights, and you're really reminding people that learn and absorb as much as you can about the tactics and strategy, but be yourself, walk in yourself. And we've heard that word authenticity earlier today. It can be a buzzword, but I love that you said it's your frequency that you're bringing out. It's what feels good to you, because when it feels good to you, it might be more aligned to who you really are. For you, what maybe was something that you had to think about or maybe grapple with as you were going through your journey of saying, the world says I should do this, or I should do that, or I should have this, but my spirit is calling me in another direction, and I want to be able to confidently walk in that space? You said, I was reading the books and, tapping likes on social media, but what have you been able to do to fully embrace who you are and really walk with the full magnetism of all that you are?
One of the things that is a lot of advice for those of us who run businesses online is to do launches. To launch, and there's like a launch formula, and this is how you launch, and you do this, and you have 25 posts about this and that, blah, 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 right? Or hit them in the DMs and ask them what the problems are, and like all these things. None of which for me ever felt particularly good, because just because I look at a calendar and think, okay, I'll launch this day, that day may come and I may not actually feel like doing it. And I've given myself the permission to be intuitively led in my business. And what that means is, and I said it earlier, I want to do things that make me feel good day in and day out. So for me, I honor that in everything that I do. So yes, I would like to perhaps bring this certain program or technique or whatever it may be to the world. And I think generally speaking, this might be a good day to do that. But I don't time myself to that, because if I wake up that day and I'm not feeling it, or the energy doesn't feel right to me, I don't do it. Now, there's an old version of me, who the Silicon Valley business executive working with all these different tech companies to help bring their innovation to the world, that could not have just been intuitively led on which day we should decide to comply with whatever it might be we need to comply with. That did not work. So my background and my experience is to be more rigid. Like, you have to do this, and you have to do this by this date, and you've got to follow this. But now I think we're in a whole new world, right, of how things can operate. And we don't need to operate in these boxes that may have been created for us. So for me, I've given myself permission to be intuitively led, and I encourage you guys to explore that for yourself as well, because I will tell you, it has been very freeing. I don't feel like doing something in my business on a Monday. guess what? I'll just wait till Tuesday. And it doesn't mean that I'm procrastinating or that I'm lazy or that I'm not being productive or all the other words that we give ourselves. It means that I feel like there might be a different option and I'm allowed to follow that option. So it is about erasing a lot of these patterns and programs that we have been brought up with, taught, consumed, believed, that may not be true anymore, right? We can actually carve out a whole different path and choose to operate our businesses in a different way. I certainly have, and I am enjoying the success of that for sure.
That's so great. Donna, I saw you smirking. I would love for you to kind of share what your reflections were just now.
It's those heart smirks. It's
Heart smirks.
a new word I learned from Alicia recently, heart smirks there. I love everything that you're saying and the thoughts that are going through my mind, Deepika, because often with marketing, we have to stand out in a crowded space. And here we are saying, do your own thing. Here, you don't have to follow the formula. Here's the 5 steps forward, but do it your own way. How do you stand out in a crowded market space?
Well, I am me and you are you. And we are meant to stand in our truest, most authentic selves, and it will resonate with the right people, right? I think a lot of time when we're following the formulas, following the advice, we can get a little lost in that process, right? And we won't stand out because we're actually trying to be more like other people. And I think when we give ourselves permission to be who we are and to stand out and to do these things, we are allowing ourselves to be seen. Being seen is so uncomfortable, I gotta say. I am fresh off of a full week in Mexico City promoting the Spanish version of Hello Universe, It's Me. And as fabulous and wonderful and amazing as that was, it was also exhausting. But to be seen is to serve. So if you want to be out there, if you want to be finding your most aligned clients, you've got to give yourself permission to be seen, doing that in a way, preferably, that feels really, really good to you. Because when we do that, we can actually move so much more into who we are. And when we're more of who we are, we're actually attracting more of the people we actually want to work with.
Beautiful.
So good. Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, Deepika, you shared your story, right? You didn't share someone else's story. You shared your story in your book. It was translated into Spanish. You launched it in Spanish. It has been on the top selling charts for almost or over a month at this point of you sharing your story, right? Then it's all about giving permission. As we move into closing remarks, what is something that you experienced as you were connecting with people while you were on your book tour in Mexico City that gave you like a heart smirk, something that just warmed you up inside about your book being in Spanish, being on radio, being on TV, talking about your book? What is one of those experiences that you got to feel because you have been walking in your true authenticity as a way to connect and serve and not just to market towards people?
Yeah, I did 15 interviews in Mexico City. I had 2 events there. And I would say every time I interacted with someone, they had tears in their eyes, whether they were the journalist, the interviewer, or the control room behind the scenes of a radio program. Everybody's eyes got big. Everybody had their own soul sparking moment. And I did not expect that. I did not know that would happen. But here's the thing, my story about my life continues to resonate with people. And I continue to share it with people just for this exact reason, to create those heart smirks, as you said, to create those soul sparks within them so they can see in my story their path and their own way. And I think whatever it is you might be selling or offering to the world, whatever those clients may be that you want to pull in, you know that you want to do it from a place where they are resonating so deeply with what you are saying. And that only happens by you understanding your story, your purpose, your vision, what you're here to do, what you're here to share with the world. And sometimes we have to learn some of the other techniques that don't work for us in order to bump into the things that do actually work for us. And I just want everybody out there to give themselves full permission to be able to do that. The magic of that I am experiencing right now, being inside of a dream come true these last few weeks, is incredible. And I want everyone out there to experience that. But it only happened right now in my life because I am truly in a space where I am connecting in this way with other people and it's resonating. And that's all from being you. Totally, completely, courageously, and confidently all of you.
Wow.
Love it.
So beautiful. Courageously and confidently you. Be yourself and flourish. Deepika, your Latin America tour is going to continue. You're going to be in Colombia next year. You're also in the Pillars of Power movie, talking about that section of science and spirituality and leadership. You live it, you breathe it. We've gotten a glimpse of that in you today. And I know our community is going to have so many more opportunities to connect with you. We appreciate you for joining us today. Thank you so much. And we will see you next time.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Deepika. I mean, these conversations today, Donna.
Wow. Yes. And I love the name, Soul Sparks, Heart Smirks. I'm thinking there's some books in here.
There we go. I think so too. Donna, I'm going to be staying on, but I'm really delighted for you to introduce our next guest. He does so much. Donna, over to you. As Jerry, get ready for us. We're going to bring you on stage in just one moment.
Yes, I'm so super excited to bring Jerry. He is part of the Pillars of Power movie that is going to be coming out. I recently met him. And when I did, he was in Hong Kong. And now he's in Arizona. I don't know where he goes next, but I know he's from London. So he has this international business with everything that he does. So let's just bring Jerry up. Welcome, Jerry, here to the stage. And if you could just share some fun things about you and Star Magic Healing.
Hey, Donna. Hey, Alicia. Well, first up, just thanks for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. So yeah, I mean, fun things, fun facts. I mean, we travel the world and we get to see people change in the most phenomenal way. I mean, I'm in Sedona now. I was in Orlando at the weekend and we did a group healing. There was a lady there. She had no thyroid. She had it removed. And during the healing session, her thyroid physically manifested into place again and came back online. I mean, these kind of things are just wild, beautiful, alchemical, what some people would deem miracles. But when you understand the universe, the mathematics of the universe, when you understand frequency, you can create this change in people all the time. We have people that get up out of wheelchairs, people whose eyesight comes back, people who have brain tumors the size of tomatoes and they're told they'll be dead in 8 weeks and they're alive 8 years later with no brain tumor. These kind of things are happening 24/7, 365. And I am fascinated by every single time it happens. It's not like, oh, it's another day at the office. It's like, this is amazing. I cannot believe this is happening again. It puts a massive smile on your face. You radiate joy. It's fun. It's transformative. And seeing people step into their power and get their lives back when doctors are told them they'd be dead or they're just in a real the depths of despair, and now everything has come back online and they're firing on all cylinders again. For me, this is just the magic and the joy, and it's what brings that kind of divine spark, that kind of spark of pure potential in my soul and the souls of everybody else. It's why we do it. It's why we get up every single day. So for me, it's not work. It's just my mission, and Star Magic Healing is a frequency that we share with the world. And yeah, it's just fascinating and exciting and fun, everything rolled into one.
What I absolutely love, Jerry, is you have this international practice, and yet there's still a science behind the healing of energy, vibration, frequency. We all know Nikola Tesla's work, Albert Einstein, a bunch of the others that are great as well. And healing really falls underneath the category of energy. It's just a transmission or a transmutation of the energy. It cannot be destroyed. It cannot be created. It just changes form. But to apply that here to a marketing sense, what I'm really curious with you is when we think about the energy and transformation work, but yet on a marketing standpoint, how can people in marketing align their energy with their campaigns to achieve better results?
I don't think it's something you've even got to try and do. You can't try and do this. If you try and do it, you're already messing it up. Like, you are the transmission, you are the frequency. So for me, I just have to be me. And if I'm me and I am radiating that magic, that joy, that purity that I came to planet Earth to radiate, like every single one of us has skills, every single one of us has radically unique gifts that are different from everybody else's. And we all came here to shine in our own unique way. And you just have to show up and be authentic. And if you show up and be authentic, everything else will fall into place. But if you're trying to kind of put on some kind of persona or false identity, you're just building your castle on shoddy foundations. So the best way to kind of present yourself to the world is to show up fully, wholly, and authentically, and not give a flying you-know-what about what anyone else thinks. You know, you have to truly step into your power and just go for it, you know, in every which way possible. That is, it's simple. It's not rocket science.
That's so deep on a lot of levels, Jerry, because you're saying show up, and it's like push everything else you've learned away so you can just be, so you can go into that remembrance of you. Jerry, you're a healer. You travel around the world healing, and you capture these healings on videos. You can find them on YouTube, on your website, and you share those stories. For you, why is it important to kind of visually share the reactions and the experiences of what people can experience when they connect with you and when they go through their healings, to share that with others, you know, that are experiencing it in the world?
Yeah. It's a good question. Before I answer it, I just want to touch upon this. Like, you know, you said I'm a healer. Now, if you go to our website, like, yeah, I'm a healer and everyone knows me as a healer, but really I'm not a healer. Nobody can heal anybody else. And anyone that says they can heal anyone else is full of it. So I'm a facilitator. So what I do is I create an environment so the human being can self-heal. So like our bodies and brains are like biological computers. We're uploading and downloading information 24/7, 365. So what we do is we tap into the back end of someone's biological computer, which is full of energy, frequency, and code. Past lives, future lives, they're all just kind of present, that they're all parallel life experiences. Once you get into the field, there is no past and future. So we're able to tap into these traumatic experiences that a soul is having on a quantum level and change them. The reason it's so important to share it with the world is because social proof is everything. I remember when I first started doing this, I was like, man, I can't come out into the world and share this with people. Everyone's going to think I'm nuts. So what I did is I went to a Mind, Body, Spirit festival, and I went with my daughter. This is back in 2013, 2014. I just written my first book, Into the Light. So I went along, I did a talk on my book, and I had these really rubbish kind of like marketing, real rubbish marketing material. It was terrible. It was horrible. And it just said energy healing on it. And I had this like little Excel spreadsheet. And I said to people, listen, put your name down and I'm going to give away 3 free healings at the end of the weekend. So about 70 or 80 people put their name down. And on Monday morning, I phoned every single one of them and told them that they'd won, just so I could practice. So I had 70 to 80 people to practice. I worked on them for the next couple of weeks, got some amazing results. And I was really being pulled to kind of start Star Magic, but I didn't have the courage and the confidence to come out and do it without that social proof. So I phoned all of these people back up. I said, listen, I'm coming to your house this week to have a cup of tea. I'm bringing my video camera. I want you to tell me all about your experience and what happened. So I went round to everybody's house, got all of this kind of information, these testimonials, and then I felt confident to put it up, start the business. And since then, we've always been like really proactive in getting testimonials. So if someone comes to us and says, Jerry, I've got kyphoscoliosis, which is an S-shaped spine and a corkscrew spine, I'll say, listen, have you got the medical records and the evidence of the scans of this? Because we're going to fix this, but I don't want to fix it until you've got the scan to prove that what we do works. So I'll say, go and get a scan, and then we'll do the work. So then we've got the before and the after, and that is priceless because it shows that what we're doing is actually working. And then you present that to the public, and it gives other people the confidence to kind of step into this arena. And also when people are on camera and they're sharing their experiences, other people that are watching this and looking at this are thinking, you know what? This human being's a little bit like me. They're not weird and strange and crazy. They're actually normal people. So maybe this would be beneficial to me too. And it encourages people to kind of step forwards into an environment and give energy healing a go when normally they would have sort of held back in the bleachers and they'd have never jumped onto the park and never given themselves the permission and the opportunity to have their healing facilitated. So social proof is everything.
I love that. And you're absolutely right that social proof is really everything, because I think it builds confidence, it builds integrity, it shows and demonstrates your gifts, talents, and abilities, and what you can really do to facilitate for others so that they can create a different environment for themselves. What I'm wondering here is, outside of just going back and getting that social proof for yourself, knowing that your method works, what was one of the biggest challenges you had in sharing that messages to grow your practice to an international level? Or was there even a challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I've had loads of challenges. I remember when I first started doing this, loads of doctors got together and they created these websites, and they had like energy and lightning coming out of my hands, and they were calling me Harry Potter and all this sort of stuff. And then in 2017, I was arrested for healing people with cancer. I went through a 2-year court battle, and they tried to put me in prison. And I remember I was in New York at the Conscious Life Expo giving a talk, and I flew back to London. I was with my 2 children because I split up with my wife when Star Magic started. Our frequencies weren't in alignment anymore, and the children stayed with me. So I homeschooled the children. So they just traveled with me, you know, sharing these healing trainings and meditation workshops, etc. So we flew back to London, and I went into court. My children were under 16 at the time, so they had to wait outside. And when I went into the courtroom, I had a massive bundle of testimonials that my clients had written to say, oh, Jerry's healed me from this and that and blah, 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 and bundles from cancer. And the judge turned around to me and said, Mr. Sargent, there's nothing that I would love more than to lock you up and throw away the key. But my hands are tied because you've got 2 underage children outside, so I can't. So they fined me like $5,000 or $6,000 and then just sent me on my way. But I mean, even this year, just gone, I was in America again. I flew back to England. I had to go to Scotland to do another workshop. And all of the newspapers had just decided to get together again and call me a quack and all this kind of stuff. And I was on the front page of newspapers and magazines. And I mean, they've tried to kind of like dismantle me and derail me. But every time these kind of things happen, I'm like, yes, I must be doing something right. So it inspires me to do even more and go even harder. And I just see this as just a beautiful experience that is ruffling a lot of people's feathers. And obviously Big Pharma, they want unhealthy people because unhealthy people make money. We're in the business of creating healthy people so that they can be free and understand how to heal their own bodies, because everyone is designed to self-heal. So there's been loads of challenges, loads of things, loads of curveballs that have come into my path on the way, but I just see them all as exciting. I don't go into fear about anything. I always just rise to the challenge and think, you know what? This is beautiful. This is just triggering more people. So let me raise my game even more and ruffle even more feathers and go even harder and spend even more money on advertising, help even more people, and just get myself out into the world even more and just go harder and deeper and help as many souls as possible step into their full superhuman potential.
Wow. Jerry, you started a bit ago talking about how you're facilitating, right? Creating space for people to do what they inherently can do within them. Deepika earlier was using that word permission. You're giving people that permission, that space to kind of facilitate healings within them. But you also, it's an integration, a balance of the inner and outer. You understand what you bring to the table to facilitate other people come, and you've found ways to share people's testimonies out there so people can see themselves in others. But then you also use the word advertising. So when you kind of think about what you're going to put into your advertising, right? What kind of content, what part of your story, and what parts of other people's stories, your clients that work with you, what parts of their stories you're going to put into that advertising? What do you think about, right? Because there's content from so many different perspectives, there's story from so many different perspectives. So how do you then think about, okay, if I have an advertising plan, what goes into this advertising? Curious here.
I mean, for me, it's so simple. It's about metamorphosis. It's transformation. So from my own personal perspective, I used to be a criminal. I smuggled drugs and guns, and I was involved in lots of high-profile bank fraud. My life was just completely different. Then I was involved in a car crash, and lots of other things happened, and it shifted my life, and I did a whole 180. So people can't turn around to me and say, oh, Jerry, I can't do this. Oh, Jerry, this is too difficult. I'm going to say, listen, I didn't used to believe in God, the universe, consciousness, spiritual intelligence. I used to think if it was for crazy people. If you'd have tried to speak to me about this 20 years ago, I'd have been like, where's the person with the straitjacket coming to lock you up? But now it's my life, and it's all I share with people. So that kind of transformation, that metamorphosis that I've gone through is absolutely imperative to helping other people stand that it's possible to be able to do this. And then when it comes to my clients, then I want to share their metamorphosis and their transformation. So if someone has got diverticulitis and now it's gone, if someone has a brain tumor, now it's gone, if someone has heart disease and now it's gone, then I want to share their transformation from where they were to where they are now, because that is all that matters, you know, to show people that you can change, to show people that you can grow, evolve, transform, and it encourages everybody else to do the same. And so it's that metamorphosis, it's that caterpillar going into the butterfly, sitting in the darkness, in the mush, locked inside that little cocoon for a while, not knowing when it's going to come out, but trusting the process that it will come out the other side at some point. It doesn't know when it's going to happen, but it just knows that it will happen. And then it just trusts in the journey. And so what I want to do is to encourage people to step into that journey, knowing that something will happen and they will shift and change. How long it's going to take, nobody really knows. It could be 10 minutes, it could be 10 hours, it could be 10 days, but they are going to shift and their whole world is going to change. So have the courage and the confidence to step forwards onto that journey, knowing that you've seen other people do it, you've seen me do it, and there's proof in the pudding. You know, again, it's coming back to that social proof.
Absolutely right there about the social proof again. And in the time that we are in, you're talking about transforming, you're talking about evolving. I want to take a look at today and then moving into the future for future trends, because the marketing landscape is rapidly always evolving. What role do you see intuition and spiritual principles playing in shaping the future of marketing and business?
Okay, so this is a really good question. If I'm going to facilitate the healing of another human being, I'm never going to directly work on their physical body, because their physical body is the tip of the iceberg. The physical body is a communication device. It's like every single part of the human anatomy means something. So if someone's got something wrong with their liver, I know they've got anger and guilt problems. If there's something wrong with their neck, I know that they're rigid and they're stubborn. If there's something wrong with their right eye, I know that there's problems on the ancestral great-grandfather line. So the whole body means something. But for me to be able to facilitate the healing of that physical body, I have to go into the quantum field and connect with the code, the frequency, the underlying soul experiences where the trauma lies to create that change. Now, if I want to advertise my healing business, if I want to put myself out into the marketplace, I'm not going to do that until I've done it in the quantum first. So I'm going to go into the quantum field and I'm going to set up all of my electromagnetic grids. I'm going to connect people around the planet to what we call the Star Magic grid. Like, we've got all these grids that we set up. So every month, the whole of the Star Magic team meets online. We go into a meditation and we run the frequency through the grids. And then we go out into the world and we physically spend money on marketing, but not until we've ran the frequency through the grids first. So we'll set up these grids, we'll run the frequency quantumly. And then we go out into the world and we market. Now, this is how powerful this is. So we did an experiment. You know, like you have like certain key phrases and key words that you can use to market a particular product, a particular service, a website, whatever it is. We picked some keywords that nobody is Googling, that nobody is searching for. So what we did is we put those keywords into the quantum field, and we envisaged and set it all up energetically so that people started searching them. And then within 2 weeks, we went onto Google and people had started searching them because we'd already orchestrated it in the quantum. I remember before I started Star Magic, we were living in New Zealand when I was kind of discovering all this stuff. And we had a mixed martial arts gym, a health and fitness center. I used to sit in the reception every Saturday and Sunday. I'd open my heart and I'd send frequency into the houses of everyone in the local town. That Monday, the next day, we'd have 20 or 30 new people join the gym. So, you know, everything can be done quantumly, energetically, and it works extremely powerfully. When you combine that with paid advertising and actually going out and doing the work, you know, on a physical level, we're actually doing the ads and designing the artwork and doing all of that stuff. It's 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. Like it's priceless. You can't beat it. So doing the quantum work and stacking it on top of the physical work is where it's at.
That's fascinating. Debbie said it in the comments. I'm going to say it again here. Jerry, so great having you on today. What is something that we haven't spoken about yet that you'd like to share about how people can connect, can serve their communities? I love, we're not going to say sell to, serve their communities as they think through how to be authentic and who they are in their own story, and how to align those around them that, you know, are aligned to their message, to their service, to their product, to connect with them as part of your closing remarks. Thank you so much, Jerry.
Yeah, that's cool. I think everybody, that's wrong to say everybody. A lot of people in this world, they try and fit in. You know, when we're born, we grow up with our parents and people around us that are close. And what we try and do as children is be like the people around us, because we think they're going to love us more. And what it does, it sets up a dysfunctional behavioral pattern. So children grow up in the world trying to be like their parents or school teachers or the famous movie stars on TV or whatever it is. And what it does, it sets up a huge disparity gap between who they are authentically and who they're trying to be in the world. They're trying to fit into this mold. So what I would say to everybody is be brave and take the one journey that most people don't take. Most people are focused on this external world. Take the journey of the heart. Go into your heart, because this is where the magic happens. Your heart is like a stargate, and you can go into your heart and travel out into the whole universe and beyond. So dive into your heart, go deep into meditation, do your breath work, and really discover who you are internally. How do you vibrate internally? What is your mission here on planet Earth? You're never going to discover that by going out into the world and trying to discover it. You've got to go into your heart. You've got to go into your cells. You've got to go into those inner workings and really, really know thyself. And then when you know who you are, you stop believing. And I think for me, I try and encourage everybody to stop believing in themselves, because what happens is when you believe in yourself, you believe on these kind of concepts and these thought programs. Because if you look at any thought and you trace it back to its origin, it comes to another thought. And that thought goes to another thought. But ultimately, if you trace all thoughts back to their origin, they come back to time, distance, or measurement. And time, distance, and measurement in the field do not exist. Therefore, all belief systems are illusory. But when we go deep into our heart, we know ourselves. And when we know ourselves, it trumps believing every single time. And when we know ourselves, we radiate this incredible frequency. Our heart opens up, and our heart is also a life compass. So it starts to lead us and navigate us in the direction of our dreams. And all we've got to do then is kind of kick back and trust the process. And our heart will take us here, it will take us there. It's not always a comfortable process, because sometimes it takes us into uncomfortable territory so we can learn lessons, so we can grow, so we can upskill, because we're going to need those skills further on down the timeline. So the best thing that we can do as humans is take that brave deep dive into our heart and keep journeying until we uncover that alchemy, that magic, that truth, that wisdom, and then let that propel us and catapult us forwards.
Wow. That heart-centered revelation and recognition. Thank you so much, Jerry, for joining us today and sharing more of your story. What Jagadish covered, Sonia, Deepika, and Jerry, your share. There is that thread of going within, of understanding, of connecting. We appreciate you. We're gonna get ready to bring our next guest up in a moment. But Donna, you've been on this afternoon. We're also going to hear from you as a guest as well, not a co-host today, but would love for you to kind of just reflect on some of these conscious-based, energetic, and heart-centered conversations that we've been having today about self, but also about what that means as someone that is marketing in the world, what that means as someone that is serving, not selling in the world. Would love to hear from you, Donna.
Yes, what I absolutely love is, yes, that common thread with all of the different people that we've heard throughout this afternoon. And the one thing they have in common is that they're all in the pillars of power. What is the hidden secret behind achieving greatness? So if you listened to their talks, you'll pick up on some of those little nuggets that they are sharing, because it's all about that inner work. And I really do think about the time that we're moving into this next arena. We are really, if you're really heart-centered, if you really have gone in, if you've done the work, things are just magically happening, magically aligning, and coming into fruition just with your thoughts, because there's that energy behind it, that quantum behind it. The age is now, if you study astrology or any of those things, the age of Aquarius. A lot of people have talked about that moving forward. And I think our marketing is going that way too. Our branding is going that way, that level of authenticity. When they talk about authenticity being a higher vibration and frequency than love, and all of those pieces. So everything is just in this alignment process to do good out in the world.
It's so wonderful, Donna. I do think you can feel it. You can feel that it's shifting, because that common thread, we're here at the Marketers Forum. There are so many strategies, marketing plans that you can do. There's so much technology and AI that can help you frame your marketing plan, so to speak. But the conversations that we've been having throughout this whole day is that, yes, it's important to have the plan. It's a yes and. But it's also to understand who we are, what is our authentic voice, what are our clients, our customers trying to understand? Are we hearing them? Are we talking with them or at them? These are all kind of key principles that you can feel are becoming more and more a part of everyday conversation, because as the world is evolving, business is evolving, how we connect with each other evolves as well.
It truly does. It really, truly does. And I love this one comment here that is in our, and it says, generating soul and heart from the last speakers. And so that was really a good common thread between all of them, because they just poured out.
Yes, they really did. For those of you that are tuning in, we'd love for you to join us in the comments, share your insights from what you've gleaned from today, what questions you're going to walk away with, and where you're tuning in from. We are here to connect with you, to pour into you, and we'd love to hear from you. We are about to go on a quick commercial break, and after that, you're going to hear from our hosts that started off the day that are coming back to join us. So we will be right back after this quick commercial break.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
For those of you that are tuning in, we are at the Marketers Forum, where you're hearing from entrepreneurs, authors, podcasters, business owners, executive, spiritual healing facilitators. I love that word that Jerry shared earlier, and who are having conversations around marketing, connection, community building. We have some of our co-hosts that helped open this morning that have joined us back here today to share their insights and reflections on the day. So we're going to bring Parisa. Ava has joined us today. Karen is here. I know that you all have been hosting with us today, have been tuning in, have been in the comments. Ava, I'm going to go over to you. Would love to hear about your experiences and some of the questions that have come to mind as you've been engaging in the Marketers Forum today, day one of a 5-day Marketers Forum. So people have so much in tune for them.
Absolutely. Day one is phenomenal. I begin to wonder whether it's the season, the time that we're in, where people are really looking for authenticity. We almost have authenticity antennas, like we're anti-sales and we're looking for like authentic passion and conviction and real belief. And the day one was almost all about that, right? Like everybody was just like really speaking about their passion, their conviction, tuning into heart, being aligned with soul. And I love that that's what we communicate, because if we look at the definition of marketing is the art and the science of creating value. It's the art and science of creating value. And I actually was saying that it would be a disservice for us at the Los Angeles Tribune to not say what we do. We're going to have a segment when we say what we do at the Los Angeles Tribune. And now we have all of our co-hosts. So I also wanted to invite everybody to say, what value do you create? Because we get to demonstrate, to our audience that, when you know that you deliver either an idea, a product, a service that's of value, you are responsible to making sure that that gets known by people. And that's called marketing. That's in itself is called marketing. And I love how Guy Kawasaki runs with the evangelist, right? The chief evangelist of Canva, the chief evangelist of Apple, because that's exactly what we do. When you're convicted with the value that you bring, the value that you serve people with, then you become the evangelist of what it is that you bring value in this world. And so I to me, that's marketing. Let's be loud and proud, talk about the value, that we bring to this world. Thanks, Alicia.
That's so wonderful. Appreciate your share, Ava, because it's the value. It's, it's not selling, it's serving. What is the value that you're bringing to other people? Parisa, you've been on today. You are hosting. I'm telling you, I'm sharing with the world. I'll be waiting. I love your notes and your end of day recaps that you share with insights from all of the wonderful speakers that have come today to really pour and share from their heart. Parisa, would love for you to share some of the nuggets, some of the gems that you wrote down, but also what those gems kind of inspired you to maybe think about in a different way, or just say, all right, I'll go back to that, or say, oh, I've been doing that. Other people do it too. I'd love to learn and hear more from you today, Parisa.
Thanks, Alicia. Today has been really special because I feel like for the first time in a little bit of time, I've been taken aback at the level of intentionality, the focus of value delivered, value offered, and the true intention behind the message that has been so consistent across every single person. And everyone has such a different background. Everyone has varying levels of experience. Everyone is in their own niche. Everyone does their own thing. They have their own specialty and their expertise. Yet there's this very common thread. And this common thread, I feel like, is not one that we've been on this trajectory for very long. I feel like marketing and a lot of business strategy is very plug and play. It has been very plug and play, very logistical. There's formulas to things. You just follow the formulas, you figure it out, boom, done. No. We're in a different era now. It was so evident today through every single speaker. This message is consistent. The ways that has been is gone. It's done. It served its purpose. It served society. It served commerce, business, companies. It served its purpose. It's fulfilled its time. It is different now, though. We're in a different era where intentionality doesn't just matter. It is essential. Really thinking about the value you want to deliver, that you want to show up as, is absolutely necessary. So a few nuggets that I want to touch on. To start off, pretty much reiterating the same piece, Crystal this morning with the trainers panel said, what value do I want to bring to the person? What value do I want to bring? Being intentional, thinking about the person, really focusing on what they're needing, what they're wanting, what would truly meet them where they're at. And Lauren, when she said, lean into the fear, because we can't just show up and be these things and ignore our humanness. We cannot. We still are human. We still have our own limitations, our own fears, our own insecurities. We get to approach and confront ourselves in this process if we are truly wanting to meet the person with value. Deepak said, the person you are trying to emulate is not you. It serves no purpose for you to try to emulate someone else because they're not you. Such a simple statement, but so confronting and so amazing at the same time. I was like, yes, this one is so gold. Like, the person you're trying to emulate is not you. Next one, Peter Swain said that everyone is a great marketer. We've just forgotten how. That really does speak to the fear that Lauren shared. That speaks to what Crystal had shared. That everyone's a great marketer. We can all show up in that way. We can all get what we can bring, we can offer, we can help serve, we can build upon, we can create longevity and foundation and success. We just need to peel back the layers and really discover and get clear on what that actually looks like for ourselves. Another one from Peter is that most of your time should be spent on thinking about your client. Strategy before tactics, which is what I touched on initially in the beginning about how the paradigm of the old is done. It is complete. It's not out, it's just complete. And Aaron, with specificity being everything. Know what you're good at. Get clear on it. Let yourself dive into it. Be able to articulate it, top to bottom, high to low. Get clear. Be so specific. And most people suffer from specificity. They don't have that. And to get to that really crystal clear place, to really understand that specificity of what you bring, what you offer, who you are, that does take leaning into fear. That does take confronting. That does take you not emulating someone else or someone else's message or someone else's marketing. I love how each one of these speakers really just connected so seamlessly together. When you take notes on each speaker, it's like they're all creating the fullness of this story. Each person's bringing a different part of the story to the table. And it is so cool each day being able to do these recaps and to conclude at the very end with the last several speakers, it all being about heart. The heart has such intelligence. It has such wisdom. It has such impact. If we allow ourselves to really bring that piece forward, let that be what leads, that will guide the entire thing on the most clear and direct path possible. And that's the best marketing itself, is it not? So that's my recap for today.
Beautiful. Well, Parisa, you know how we say we always look for the ways we do value. And the one thing that you really, really, really deliver great value at is keeping your notes. And I know you've said before that you're willing to share your notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put this on the ticker right now. Register at themarketersforum.com to receive a copy of Parisa's notes.
You guys will all get my notes. You have my word.
If you want to hear more
We're seeing it
of
on the
the
chat already. Like we'd love to have Parisa's notes. So register at themarketersforum.com if you haven't yet, and you will receive Parisa's notes, because that's the only way we'll get it to you, short of putting it on social media. So go ahead and register. So with
Jeff
that,
is saying,
I'm gonna give it back to
please.
you because you're the one who calls everybody.
Jeff is saying, Debbie is saying, please, notes, please. Jeffrey Ross is saying, I'd love a copy. I think, Parisa, you do such a good job of distilling the essence of someone's message, right? Capturing the quotes that really hit home and land and kind of summarize what their message was all about. Karen, you were on hosting the trainers earlier, Alina earlier. I loved your questions. Would love to hear more about what your experience has been on day one of the Marketers Forum here today, Karen.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I mean, from Dr. Lisa Tan reminding us that we were like the marketing bunch, the trainer bunch, with our 9 little squares. And the bidets that were shooting off the water, to music. We just had so much fun. I really liked it when Julianne talked about changing our relationship with fear. Oh my goodness. We had several different people that talked about overcoming fears with marketing, with speaking in public, with starting a podcast. And when Julianne talked about changing our relationship with fear and how she had fears and yet she looked at fear differently. And if she didn't have, if it wasn't scary enough, then it wasn't a big enough dream. And I really appreciated that. And I really liked it when Lauren talked about marketing as showing up for business. Are we getting ourselves out there? Are we telling the world that we are ready to show up for business? And when we don't, I think it was or maybe it was Crystal that said what you said, Ava, that we're doing a disservice. And I brought in how marketing really is love. It's love for our client. It's love for ourselves. And I thought those were really, really great points. And then we had Stacy Chillemi, and she talked about the power of storytelling and being in the media herself and working for Dateline and being a producer, and then also having her own podcast and being a 20 times best-selling author. I mean, she has the inside scoop on what people are looking for and how they're looking for that authenticity. We talked in many sessions about authenticity and about really connecting. And I thought that she brought up some really great points. And then one of the things that I really liked about Peter Swain was when he said, we're always marketing, and marketing really is forming relationships. And he said, instinctively, we cheer for our kids when they're learning to walk, but do we teach them to walk? No, really, we don't. They just try. And every time they make a bit of effort in the right direction, if they just get up, we're like, yay, everybody's cheering. And he said, well, why don't we do that for ourselves, when we're doing things? And I thought, amen, instead of being like, oh, we did it wrong. Well, I got back up again. And that's the key, is that resilience. I really liked it when Aaron talked about, talk to everybody, show up for every party and build every relationship, and how he just makes friends everywhere he goes. And that's why he has so many friends that wrote the foreword, in his book Unshackled. And Aaron is a great friend, and everybody loves that. And then Eleni talked about so many things about as an actress and as a singer-songwriter, and then about bringing that charismatic presence to the stage. And so many of us, when we're trying to speak, we feel fear. She had to overcome fears. And yet when we put ourselves out there and we face those fears and we take courage, then just like you said, we are blessing the people that are listening. And we have so much. We have a message within us. Most of us feel passionate about this message as an author, a speaker, a podcaster, an entrepreneur. We want to share these messages. And I just think it's so amazing how the Tribune offers so many platforms where we can share those messages. And I want to give another plug out for the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal and our newly formed Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Journal, where we can share those stories, where we can get those stories out there and get that visibility and let the world know who we are so that we can show love to the world.
There's so much that you shared, Karen, as you talked about Eleni and Stacy and authenticity and that fear that people can really have of getting their stories out there. But what's been beautiful to see is actually what happens when people can connect and share their stories. We've heard so many different dynamic stories from the individuals that have joined us today. There are so many messages within, and Karen, like you said, there are so many ways that through the Los Angeles Tribune, the visionary leadership of our CEO, Mo Rock, and the entire Los Angeles Tribune team, there are so many ways for people to get out their message, to get out their story, to connect with the world. Like you mentioned, Karen, there's the women's journals, there's the speakers journals, there's the Spanish journals. There's the editorial news. We have our Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller experience where authors are recognized for sharing their stories with the world that are culturally relevant, that have an impact on their readers. We connect with people at events that are touching people at the heart. I know you all were just, Karen and Parisa, you were just at the International Impact Book Awards. There's the publishing division, and then there's meeting people through the story of film, right? Connecting with people through film. With Donna Campbell, you're the director of the film division. There's the podcast network. There's so many ways that people can connect and share their stories, but all of it is hearted in the heart. All of it is rooted in really our mission and our vision which is to elevate consciousness around the world, which is to have really conversations with depth around marketing, but how marketing is tied to spirituality. Debbie said, marketing is love. There are so many mediums where people can connect, but there's also so many opportunities to really kind of unpack what we've learned as people, as a society, and to really go into the different levels and layers of how we can actually contribute more positively to this world. So I love what we're doing here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Rex has joined us and he's going to come on in a moment to share. But before Rex does, I'd love to shift to hear from you, Donna, around these conversations that we're having around consciousness as it relates to marketing. Donna, you are also the author of the Abundant Soul book, which is using storytelling, but also inviting us to look at our relationship with abundance in a different way. You are a writer, a speaker, facilitator of healing, but you also are the leader of our film division, really integrating all of those experiences into the mission and the vision of the film division. So I'd love to hear more from you, Donna, about today on the Marketers Forum, but also about what it is that we're doing here at the LA Tribune with the film division.
One of the things I'd love to share is that as a writer, as an author, you have your story and you have your story to share, to give a mission, to give a vision. And part of that for me is really creating the world a better place. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean by elevating everybody up in vibration, but I know I can't do it alone and that others have to come along with me, or maybe I go along with them to really create and elevate, because there's over 8 billion people on this planet. We're all going to touch people differently. And that's what I really, truly love. One of my premises is that I believe that there is abundance for everybody. And so with the Abundant Soul, it integrates the different healing principles around money, around marketing, around some branding, some influence, how money is emotional, and how to really work on the inside to get the outside result, which is a theme that we've heard throughout all of today, part of the consciousness. But really what I think a book does, and what I love about the Los Angeles Tribune and the publishing division, is that the book establishes you not only as an expert, but starts positioning you authentically, but with trust and credibility. And when you have that trust and you have that credibility, you can really make great strides and change the world, give the voice to the voiceless, putting out positive news media, all of the different pieces that go into this new era of marketing that we are really stepping into. And what I absolutely love, I know today was only day one, you guys. We have 4 more days of this. And I know we have amazing experts coming on who are trust and credibility experts in so many different arenas. I know we have Dr. Joe Vitale coming up. We have Dan Kennedy coming, Joseph McClendon III, Brian Tracy. They all started. And you know what? It all started with a book. So there we go. We have 4 more days of this, and I'm excited to hear from the experts.
It's 4 more days. We are just getting started. As Donna shared, there are so many people that have had these conversations of conscious marketing, of magnetic marketing. Dr. Joe Vitale, Dan Kennedy, the legendary Dan Kennedy is joining us. Motoko is going to be joining us from Japan. You know, she is part of a media organization in Japan that is on a similar mission as the Los Angeles Tribune to really connect with community, to share stories that are inspiring, and to really positively impact the world. Rex Sykes, it's so great to have you on with us. I know that you've been tuning in, you've been commenting all throughout the day. Rex, we're only on day 1 out of our 5-day Marketers Forum, but would love to hear from you some of your reflections on what you have been thinking about as we've gone through the Marketers Forum today.
Well, I think first off, you all deserve a big round of applause. Those here on the platform, those who aren't here at the moment, what a beautiful first day of the Marketing Forum, and the caliber and the guests, or the caliber of the guests and the quality of the information has been wonderful, and a lot of takeaways for people. I hope they will not only watch the next 4 days, but they'll go back and watch each of the days again and again and again to extract the most from it. You know, it's fascinating. I had to do my show today too, and that oddly enough was on marketing. It just worked out that way, but it was on marketing, and we were talking, and you know, it's what's beautiful about what I was able to see here today and elsewhere is this connection with spirit and consciousness and prosperity and abundance and giving for all. You know, the oldest profession on the planet isn't what you think it is. It's actually something beyond that. It's the sale. In other words, even for the oldest profession to have worked, somebody had to first market it. Somebody had to first say, "Hey, guess what I have for you?" And the point being is that we go way back in time to the very beginning of time, and marketing was simply saying, you know, there's this person down the street, and they have this pot, or they have this wheel, or they have this spear, or they have something that you need. And by word of mouth, people started to go to that place down the street to get the spear, or the pot, or the wheel, or whatever it was. When it comes to marketing and sales, those of you who are watching, you know, the best thing you can do right now is to share, to spread, to put it forward. When you go out to a restaurant and you have a wonderful meal, you go back and you tell everybody, you go, "Oh my God, you know, I had this incredible meal. You have to go. Or you see an incredible movie, or you read a wonderful book. You go, "Oh my God, you have to read this. You have to see this." That enthusiasm is what marketing is all about. It's capturing the enthusiasm for yourself, spreading it to other people so they too can capture that and then spread it to someone else. That's how sales are made. That's how connections are made. That's how relationships are developed. That's how the world goes round. And the Los Angeles Tribune and the people you see on the platform, and even those you don't see, but you will see again and again and again during the next 4 or 5 days, are important to that process. And know this most of all, you know, it's all spiritual. It's all consciousness. It's all about awareness. It's all about the kind of love and goodness and generosity that we feel. You know, some people say it's troubled times. Yeah, okay. Depends on how you look at it, right? You know, it's night at some part of the world right now, and it's day somewhere else. A bird requires 2 wings to fly. Take the very best of what you have and share it for other people so that they can get excited about it and share it with other people. And then as we do that, as a friend of mine used to say, you can light 1,000,000 candles off of just one, but your candle has to be lit first. So the first day of this forum, this summit, was a candle lighting day for all of us. And what a candle lighting day it was. So now take that lit candle and help somebody else light a candle. And in doing so, you'll be doing someone a good turn. And I'm so glad to be part of this. And I'm so glad that the message is going out, that there's positivity, optimism, inspiration, edifying, uplifting, and all sorts of transformation here at the summit, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and here with the people that you see right now, the ones you can't see right now, and the ones who are coming. So with that, I just say, wow, great time.
Wow. I say wow to you back, Rex. To light other candles, you have to light yours. Marketing is enthusiasm. Marketing is love. Marketing is conscious. So many powerful experiences I think we've all had today on the Marketers Forum. Michael Silvers wasn't on today, but our hearts are with him. We're praying for everyone in the state of Washington that was impacted, that has not had power. Michael Silvers, the VP of the Los Angeles Tribune, will be joining us back here tomorrow on day 2 as we kick off and continue these conversations around marketing, but from a different way, an elevated way, a dynamic way. There are so many more insights and gems for us here. If you're tuning in right now, we encourage you to share the Marketers Forum with those that in your community, share your reflections back with us. We love the comments. We, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team, our CEO, Mo Rock, it's been so great being with you today. We will see you soon on day 2 of the Marketers Forum. If you're just tuning in, tomorrow you'll hear from Dr. Joe Vitale. You will hear from the legend Dan Kennedy, Joseph McClendon, Dr. Emily Letran, Steve Smith, who is with Sirius XM Radio, and so many more guests will be tuning in to share their insights and their stories and their perspectives with you all. Until next time, we appreciate you for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune community, and we will see you soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.